No one would have thought that humanity would be on the brink of extinction 5,000 years ago when the years of despair reigned on Earth. At that moment, the only salvation for the rapidly collapsing world were 4 heroes who bravely stood up to protect people against Erebos, whom everyone knew as the spawn of evil. Among the heroes was the elven archmage and astrologer Luna, who did not seem to inspire fear, but behind her sweet appearance hid a powerful force. The team could not do without a master blacksmith from the dwarven race named Dvino, whose hands were not only strong but also magical. The strong shoulder of the heroes was the great warrior from the race of beastmen Aaron the brave, and courage was all he had to take. The 4 saviors were closed by the dragon ruler Lazinas, the wise, thanks to whom it was possible to find a way out of any difficult situation. So all the heroes met the darkest time side by side 5,000 years ago and fought to the last for the sake of the future. On that fateful day, it seemed that even the sky was filled with the blood of those who fell on the battlefield, and the hope for survival faded with every second. The only survivor at that time was a young man who stood in front of a huge gaping hole in the dragon's flesh and tried to heal such a large wound. Luzinas the Wise turned to Kyle, but he immediately asked her to stop talking so as not to waste energy on it, but the dragon still asked to take his heart and finish what she started. The guy responded rudely by shouting at Luzinas to shut up, but all only because he wanted to save her, although he himself already understood that he would most likely lose her. The ruler confirmed the young man's bitter suspicions and said that her time was already over, but at the same time she remained just as wise and reserved. Just as Kyle was once again menacingly telling the dragon to be quiet because he couldn't concentrate on healing, the sound of tearing flesh was heard, and the guy looked in horror where the sound was coming from. Luzinas extended her heart to the young man and asked if he remembered their first meeting, and without waiting for an answer assured the guy that they were still able to save this world. Kyle was angry from the pain that was tearing him apart from the inside, so he gritted his teeth and called the ruler a stupid lizard. But Luzinas, with her last breath, asked the young man for forgiveness for leaving everything to him and closed her eyes, stopping breathing. The boy reached out his hand to the most precious thing he had left from all his friends in the form of a crystal dragon heart. As his heart gradually evaporated, Kyle named all the heroes with whom he had fought against evil shoulder to shoulder, as if saluting them. When the young man was left with only a stone with the incredible power of the ruler, he thanked all the heroes for being by his side. Kyle absorbed into his body the powers that were in the dragon's heartstone in order to fulfill the last will of both the ruler and the other heroes. A column of released power rose into the sky which was incompatible with human life, but Kyle was able to accept this energy within himself. The guy remained in place, waiting for the evil that he needed to remove from the face of the earth at any cost, because then everyone who died on the battlefield would have given their lives in vain. The one whose death he wanted most appeared before the hero, and Kyle didn't care even if his body burned to the ground. The warrior was ready at any cost to stop the darkness and death that this terrible spawn of hell brought, and which was not satisfied with what it had already done. Gritting his teeth, Kyle took out his sword, preparing to destroy evil in the name of his friends, who unfortunately would no longer see it. The young man and his weapon were imbued with the dragon's powers, just as Lazinas wanted, and now all that was left was to do was strike the very soul of the fiend. The hero of the source, Kyle, moved towards the enemy and, gathering all his strength, prepared to kill Erebos and avenge the death of his friends. The guy didn't doubt for a moment that he couldn't handle it, but simply without a drop of fear flew towards the eyes burning with a red flame to behead the bastard. The expulsion of Erebos from the world became clear when the echo of the big explosion rolled across the sky, and all thanks to the sacrifice of the great Queen Lazinas. And on this note, the story from the book ended. A man's voice was heard from the side asking Reina to stop reading the already hackneyed story for a while, but the woman insisted that this was Leo's favorite book and asked to look at the reaction. Reina turned to her baby, saying that she would read him Heroes at the Source again, and began reading the huge book from the very beginning, but even by his appearance the baby showed that he was not delighted. The child started to act up, but his mother took it as him liking the story, but in his head the son asked her to stop reading him this crap because there was no hint of joy on his face. Mom tried to start the story again about the great victory that took place 5,000 years ago, but Kyle was outraged that it was actually he who defeated Erebos. At that moment the guy didn't understand why he was the only one who wasn't mentioned even once in that damn book. Time passed quickly, and the former hero was already studying at Dylan's school, where a class was just taking place in one of the classrooms. The teacher stood in front of the class and explained to the students that, as they knew, the most exciting era of heroes was currently taking place, and they were lucky to witness it live. The teacher also reminded the students that the hero protocol has existed in their world for 5,000 years, which meant that preparing for it was important for a future hero. As a seasoned person who already has some experience behind him, the teacher said that for as long as he can remember, life has changed dramatically. To the changes in life, the teacher solemnly added that now Dalana School had been chosen as the venue for the entrance exams to Lumen Academy. The teacher was captivated by the spirit of adventure, and under the influence of emotions, he told the students that he had no doubt that among them there could be heroes who would pass the exam and someday get into the protocol. Just as the mentor wanted to explain what needed to be done to pass the exam and get into the protocol, he was interrupted by the loud snoring of a student at the last desk. The guy reacted only when he was called by name, and the teacher was already in a bad mood and asked if the young man really knew the lectures so well that they were tiring him. There was no answer from the young man, so the teacher asked him to stand up and asked what ritual had to be done 5,000 years ago to become a hero. Leo Flo, who was already 15 at the time, had no answer except that to become famous it was enough to do something outstanding, and then people would bow down before the hero. The teacher grabbed his head from such a delirious answer and exhaling heavily asked the class if anyone else had any thoughts on the question, and then one of the students' hand went up. The guy sitting next to Leo remarked that in ancient times there was no way to earn the recognition of the gods. To make it more clear, the student explained that heroes were previously selected through a sacred ritual of which there were several. As an example of one of these initiation rituals, the schoolboy cited the most common blood ritual, and Leo was already sitting nearby and listening to it. The teacher was pleased with the answer of his favorite from the class, but Leo was not impressed even for a moment as the mentor and simply continued to rest at his desk stretching sweetly. The teacher immediately praised Galivan Dratton, from whom such good knowledge in the field of protocol and everything connected with it was fully expected, and in addition to everything the guy was a magical genius. Galivan answered the teacher's question not only to suck up to him, but also to wipe Leo's nose so immediately after the teacher's words about placing great hopes on the genius in the upcoming exam, he turned to the young man with the look of a winner. But Leo didn't care about the upstart, because while leafing through the book he remembered from his past life the great hero Kyle that meeting with the gods was a trifle and that holy rituals also belonged to that. Remembering his team, the young man identified the hero protocol as a miracle sent by the gods to the lower world to celebrate the victory of the great heroes over Erebos. Having experienced an incredible adventure side by side with the heroes, Leo now looked at his studies as mortal boredom and therefore slammed the book shut. The young man stared out the window, wondering only one question: why was he the only one who had been passed over for such honors? The silence in the classroom was broken by the students themselves, who stuck to the glass windows and shouted with delight that the guests with the emblem of the Zerdinger family were already at the school. The school children couldn't believe that they could now see Celia Zerdinger herself walking down the corridor of their school. Leo rose from his desk just as the announcement was made for the students to gather in the assembly hall to celebrate the arrival of guests from the Zerdinger family to the school. Galivan immediately reacted to his classmates' movements and asked if he was really going to do something weird just to attract the guests' attention, and he himself sarcastically clarified that it made no sense since they didn't care about him at all. Leo reacted exactly to the nonsense said by the upstart, saying that he was actually going to go home, which surprised him. Moving towards the exit, the guy clarified that unlike Galivan, he was not interested in all this pompous nonsense on the occasion of the arrival of people like them, and here the excellent student completely dropped out. Galivan immediately began to justify himself by saying that he was also going home, and even if he had gone to the assembly hall, it would only have been to look at Celia as a future rival, but Leo could no longer be stopped, and he waved his hand sarcastically and nodded in agreement. Leo chose a more beneficial workout at home instead of meeting a girl about the same age as him. Having been practicing for some time, the guy took a break to cool down and began to think about whether there was a difference between his past skills and his current ones. Going outside, Leo realized that it was not surprising at all considering the regular training, but this body was still much better than what he had in his past life. The young man managed to react in time to the question from the side about what he was thinking so meticulously, because at that very moment, without warning, a woman with a sword was flying at him. But the mother was unable to catch her son by surprise, since not only did he have a fight with Erebos behind him, but his current training was also making itself felt. The guy noted that it was quite an idea to attack him so abruptly from an ambush, but the woman only playfully replied that they hadn't warmed up for a long time. Mother reminded Leo that meager talent was no good for Lumen, thus justifying her sharp attack. Raising her sword high above her head, the woman merely warned Leo that this was his final test before he wanted to enter the academy. When the swords clashed, sparks flew from them, and the ringing sound spread throughout the entire yard, and the vibration of iron was felt in the hands. The mother came close to her son's face, so that he could clearly hear her question whether she should become even harder now for a better result. But the guy was able to fight off the woman's attack, and what helped him was that he remembered all this time who he was, and he was not going to give up. Leo, catching his breath, looked at his mother and snapped that her display of love for him was too rude, although in reality he didn't care. The lady was amused by the young man's statement, and she replied that although he was throwing around such statements, he was blocking every single blow. In Mother's opinion, the test was not yet complete, so now she really attacked the student with all her might. The most interesting thing was that the woman was afraid that she had struck too hard when it was already too late and the blade of the sword was near the young man's face. As soon as the lady's thoughts began to doubt that Leo might not have time to block her blow, the guy was already dodging to the side. The young master watched the sword blade pass by his face with an even expression, and there was not a hint of fear or panic on him. Incredibly, the tip of the weapon appeared in a split second, not in the eyes of the young man, but in the eyes of the lady, and she clearly did not expect such a turn of events. As a result, the mother sat on the ground watching how her own son managed to dodge her strongest blow, and what's more, defeat her. The tip of the sword was still aimed at the woman's neck, but she was only thinking about how great the talent of the child standing in front of her was. When the lady stood up, catching her breath, she asked Leo if he still intended to enter the Lumen Academy given such results. For a moment, the image of the Human Academy of Heroes Lumen froze in front of the boy, and he gave himself time to answer his mother. Leo reminded himself that it was in Lumen, as one of all the academies of the 4 races included in the protocol, that there was a high probability of finding records of his past incarnation. And when the young man returned to the answer, he immediately made it clear to his mother that he really still intended to get into the academy. The lady was pleased with this answer and told her son that members of the Zerdinger family would soon arrive and then stay at their estate. Leo asked if the guests really needed to stay with them, to which his mother answered yes, but at the same time she clarified with understanding that she didn't really want that either, but it was necessary to ask Zeus for a favor to teach the young man the Zerdinger aura techniques. The lady jokingly ruffled her disgruntled son's hair and happily announced that with the help of Zeus and his training, Leo would have enough strength to enter the academy next year. Leo smiled only after he mentally told his mother that he intended to enroll this year and was filled with confidence. The guests arrived at the estate with their guards, and given that the territory was large, there was room for everyone. The carriage swayed and creaked as the most important visitors, one of whom was Celia, emerged from it. The young lady walked down the steps evenly and gradually, as befits a girl of high manners and the same status. Getting off the carriage, 15-year-old Princess Celia looked around and was already unhappy that her uncle had decided to stop here, although they had the opportunity to book the entire hotel. The girl's head was filled with the fact that she needed to concentrate on the entrance exams to the academy, and here was this seedy mansion of a small family, but her uncle's call distracted her from her thoughts. The deputy head of the Zerdinger clan, Zeus, asked the princess if she was curious about what Leo was like and mentioned that this young man had declared his disinterest in their clan. Celia closed her eyes with disdain and waved her hand and replied that Leo was nothing more than a promising knight who had not yet mastered the aura, so she did not see anything outstanding in him, but the master laughed and said that it was not that simple. Once inside the mansion, the hosts and guests greeted each other, and Zeus bowed and said that it was an honor for him to meet the Flo family. Reyna reciprocated Zeus's feelings, and Dade also stood next to his wife, showing with all his appearance that he was glad to see the guests. Zeus introduced Marquis Flo to Celia and asked the princess to introduce herself properly to the hosts of the house. The girl, taught the manners of communicating with people like herself, introduced herself with restraint and bowed slightly. The princess also expressed her gratitude to the owners for kindly agreeing to shelter them for a week. Reyna came closer to Celia and said that she was glad to finally meet her, and the girl at that moment thought that this woman looked terribly like her father and uncle. The next moment, the princess was even more shocked by the fact that Mrs. Flo had red eyes and black hair, which was no longer just a coincidence. Celia stood and stared at Reyna, who also froze in front of her, holding out her hand to shake, and neither of them were able to say anything. To dispel any doubts or guesses and such an awkward silence, Zeus intervened and informed Celia that Reyna Flo was her real aunt. While the servants were delivering things to the guest quarters, a conversation had already begun between Zeus and Reyna over a cup of tea, where the man shared his impressions of his visit to Delana's school, where there was complete chaos and the children were running around like crazy in all directions. Zeus also did not forget to note that the only one who distinguished himself among all that school chaos was Leo, because he immediately got ready and went home, to which Reyna replied that this was really a blow to the Zerdinger pride. Reyna laughed sheepishly and asked for forgiveness if her son's behavior was disrespectful, since Leo really has little interest in anything other than his training. While the adults were sipping tea in the hall, the young people were already in full swing training outside. Zeus asked Reyna what kind of child Leo was, and she, stirring sugar in her tea, told her brother that the boy was truly incredibly gifted. The brother wanted to find out here and now from his older sister whether she believed that Leo could have inherited the Zerdinger flame. The boys were training in the yard, and the mother, looking at her Leo, told her brother that she was talking about him not because he was her son but because he truly deserved praise. Zeus liked his sister's answer, and he smiled and said that she was able to interest him in teaching the young man. But the man's expression changed, and he told Reyna that before training began he wanted to personally verify the guy's abilities, although Celia at that moment already felt the power of the one she despised. And Leo, as always, was confident in what he was doing, not forgetting that this was training, and knew how to stop in time. The sharp test of the guy's strength in a sword fight did not happen out of nowhere, and if you look at the situation not through the eyes of their relatives, but from the perspective of the young people, then it all started with Leo sitting in the hall in complete concentration. The bracelet on the guy's hand was glowing, and this was a very important sign for him because then he finally felt that the vessel that could hold all his power was completed, and this was a new branch of his improvement. The young master knew very well that the reason he had not yet been able to master the aura was that as soon as he selected it, the power would encounter a natural discrepancy with his current body, so the ability to accumulate mana would disappear. Since Leo remembered himself as the hero Kyle now, he realized the bitter truth that if he could have completely controlled the power and energy of the team in his past life, then that disaster would not have happened. The young man set himself the goal of mastering complete control in this life, and as soon as he began to list the first point about the aura for himself, he heard footsteps behind him, and someone in a girl's voice addressed him with the question of whether he was Leo Flo. The young gentleman turned around to see who was standing in front of him, but even when he saw Celia herself in front of him, he didn't even jump up but remained sitting on the floor. Celia immediately complimented Leo that his base seemed to be at a decent level, but then she said that she wanted to thoroughly improve his fencing, and she herself was already thinking about how she would earn her aunt's favor in this way. The guy, without a shadow of embarrassment, asked who was in front of him, to which the girl introduced herself as Celia Zerdinger. The young lady also immediately clarified that she is known to the public as the Sword Princess, thinking that she could impress the young man with this. Leo stood up and pretended to be surprised by such information, after which he thanked them for their concern and answered bluntly that he did not need lessons from someone whose skills were not inferior to his own. The princess didn't like this tone, and she immediately gave in to her emotions and cried out, "Is it really possible that with such words the guy wants to say that she is weak?" Leo in turn remained calm and once again directly stated that perhaps in a battle to the death Celia would be stronger, but only because he could not yet use his aura. The young man smiled sweetly and emphasized that if we take only the moment of fencing, then that is a different matter, and yes, it really could be that Celia is weaker. No matter how thoroughly a student is trained in high-quality combat skills, when emotions take over, as is happening to the princess now, it is simply a show. In the blink of an eye, Celia found the place in the hall where the training weapons were kept in order to prove to the upstart right here and now that she was not a weakling. Armed not only with a sword but also with self-confidence, the girl headed towards Leo, saying that if he was so confident in his abilities they would engage in sparring right now. Celia laughed inside at this unfortunate boy, mocking him for being sure that if he had mastered the aura, he was already the strongest, so she decided that she would be the one who would confront him with the harsh reality. The princess immediately outlined the terms of the deal, in which if she won, Leo would be his servant for the next week, to which he smiled and asked what would happen otherwise. Putting his sword forward, Celia still didn't like how confident this little bastard was, but a deal was a deal. The girl knew that she would win, so she easily agreed that if the guy won, she would be his personal servant for the whole week. Leo took his time and bent down to pick up his training weapon, perceiving this fight as an interesting game. When the sword was ready, the guy asked his rival what could be done in that case, and without waiting for an answer, he made a lightning-fast jump from the spot straight to Celia. The young master was not going to stand on ceremony, since the girl had proven herself to be a princess of the sword, which meant she could fight with all her might. Sliding back, Celia tried not to show it, but she took into account that the guy's speed wasn't that bad, which was the first sign to change her mind. But pride took over, and the princess thought that good speed was not enough, so she ran towards Leo just as he did. The young man, without slowing down, swung his sword again, and when he hit Celia's weapon, she thought for the first time that in front of him was not a simple boy but something stronger. Leo's blow was so strong that the wave sent Celia flying to the side, the floor shattering into pieces and sending boulders flying in all directions. Without giving her time to recover from the blow, the young man again flew at the princess with an attack, and now Celia looked with frightened eyes at this armored train, realizing that she would not be able to block such a blow. The poor thing was so terrified of what her opponent was capable of that she didn't even have time to put up her sword as a defense. But Leo couldn't do anything to the young lady because he collided with her aura shield and immediately clarified that such use goes beyond the scope of ordinary fencing. And Celia herself justified herself by saying that for her it manifested itself as a normal reflex, and it made her very angry because she already understood that she was on the verge of defeat. Leo said clearly that what the princess said was not important because she would win anyway, and with this he caught her by surprise, and succumbing to panic the girl shouted that with and without an aura they were different things. In response to his rival's statement, Leo provocatively suggested testing something similar, and a click was heard on the bracelet. A piece of iron fell to the floor with a loud ringing sound, and Celia finally realized that these were magical weights. The young man caught the girl's reaction but was not going to stop, so he smiled and made another jump towards victory. With one clear blow, Leo shattered the aura shield against which in theory a wooden sword should not have worked. Celia was horrified as a wooden sword shattered against the aura before her eyes, but her shield also crumbled into small pieces. The girl looked at her opponent, and in her head there was only one question: where did such a monster come from? And the last thing she thought about before passing out was that Leo was sick in the head. As it got dark, Zeus and Reyna were walking through the estate's gardens, talking, not yet suspecting what awaited them. The lady was formed when she noticed her son, who was also walking, and immediately called him to introduce him to her brother. Leo obediently approached his mother, who introduced him to the very guest who had arrived in their domain for a week. The guy wanted to and was not dressed up like Celia, but he respected Zeus with a greeting and a bow, introducing himself as Leo Flo. Zeus also introduced himself and said that the young man probably already knew, but before further clarification, he still said that he was his uncle and extended his hand in greeting. The men shook hands, and Zeus was the first to express his joy at their meeting, which he had been waiting for. Reyna didn't forget to ask her son if he had seen Celia yet, since they hadn't seen her anywhere yet. And just at that moment, the poor fellow was being carried out on burdens, so the guy found it difficult to answer, but in essence it was like confirmation that the young gentleman had met. While the unfortunate woman lay in a state of shock and muttered under her breath the name of the culprit of her condition, Reyna could not understand what had happened, but she ordered that the princess be taken to the infirmary. Zeus asked one of the guards what had happened, and he began to explain the situation, but this was clarification only on his part. While the soldier was explaining to his master what had happened, Zeus looked at the guy and thought only about whether he could really defeat Celia without an aura. Mr. Zerdinger personally approached Leo and emphasized that it was quite impressive that he was able to defeat the princess, to which he has always responded without embarrassment that the girl herself had underestimated him. Zeus immediately asked what the guys had bet on, and the guy happily said that the loser would serve the winner. The young man was glad that Celia would be his personal maid for the next week, and until that moment Zeus was also smiling. But in the blink of an eye, the gentleman's expression changed, and he agreed with Leo that it was really important to keep his word, but he reminded him that Celia was after all the heiress of the Zerdinger house. Zeus told the boy that a girl like Celia could not do housework. The gentleman extended his hand to the boy, expressing his hopes that he would reconsider their deal and wanted to offer another deal in return. But Leo didn't even let him finish. He interrupted and refused, which shocked Zeus, and for a moment he didn't even know what to say. At the same time, the young man rightly voiced that the princess herself proposed the bet and herself proposed sparring, and in that case it would be fair if she were punished, if of course she values the name of her family. Zeus asked if the guy's opinion would change even if he was offered training in the Zerdinger breathing technique for controlling the aura. Leo's straightforwardness was not to be borrowed, so he said that he had no need for a breathing technique that would help him avoid humiliating his niece. Zeus looked closely at his offspring and asked if he had understood correctly that he was declaring that he was going to use the direct heir of the Zerdinger family as a servant, and that their family technology was worth nothing. It is not known where Leo got so much self-confidence, but not even a muscle on his face twitched, and he made it clear that everything was exactly as the gentleman had just said. Zeus decided to ask if the guy was still draining his attitude by being rude, but even here Leo knew his limits, so he immediately clarified that he had no intention of insulting the Zerdingers. Putting his hand on his heart, the young man said that if Sir Zeus wanted to teach him the breathing technique as a reward for defeating Selene, he would gladly agree, but it turns out that he simply wants to cover up the princess's defeat. While there was a conversation between Zeus and Leo, the guards already learned that the young lady had woken up. Meanwhile, Leo continued to explain that in the case of covering up the defeat, everything is going to the fact that deep down Zeus thinks that if Celia had not lost her vigilance, she would not have lost. Reyna was proud of her son not interfering in the conversation until he finished his explanation that even if the princess had taken the fight seriously, she would still have lost. Zeus smiled lightly, realizing that the young man had refused the offer because he did not like how they treated him, and this was confirmation that he really had an unusual child in front of him. The gentleman thought that if only Leo were a real Zerdinger, but he did not continue his own thought and called the guards to him. Zeus stunned the guards by ordering them to recall Celia's maids, but they could not object to their master's wishes. The man addressed the boy by name to establish eye contact, and Leo was still confidently ready to listen to Sir Zeus. The gentleman clarified that this was their unofficial meeting, so he put his hand on Leo's shoulder and asked him to call him simply uncle, to which the guy happily agreed. Zeus watched his nephew go, and now all that was left was to talk to his sister, who had not said a word so far. The brother himself turned to his sister asking whether she had asked him to teach her son breathing technique, something that Reyna did not quite understand at first. Therefore Zeus himself said that he would try to convince their older brother to let Leo learn the breath of the phoenix. The chambers were spacious and clean, and the sunlight made the room look even more cozy. The light tones of the room were contrasted by the redness of Celia's face, who furiously announced that she was a maid and would be serving for a whole week. The girl's teeth began to grind when she had to call her snotty opponent sir. Let's be honest, Leo allowed himself to have a little fun, so the first thing he did was compliment the girl on how well this outfit suited her. Celia was still angry but embarrassed when she heard the guy's comment about how her cheeky personality fit so well into such a simple suit, and began to look at her. The princess felt uneasy because of the awkwardness, so she said that she knew that everything suited her, but such compliments were too much, for which Leo immediately apologized and admitted that he did not do it to anger her. The guy was again flooded with memories, and this time about a friend who valued beauty too much, and it turns out that he infected him with it, and from this feeling Leo sighed, nostalgically staring somewhere far away. In the young man's head a voice sounded exactly like his friend's, as if he was standing in front of him and saying that the beauty of eternity is incomparable. And the guy's voice carried him to a clearing where Dvino sat surrounded by animals, and said that if peace returned to their lands, he would devote the rest of his life to spreading beauty everywhere. It would seem like a wonderful desire of a wonderful person, but there was one problem, which was his excessive honesty, which collided with the incredible perfection of Luzina's and Luna, but at the same time both were aggressive. So at one point Dvino, leaning against the beautiful heroines, asked them in the name of art to do something for him. But when the big guy announced that he wanted the girls to pose for him naked, and he would capture them on paper, the countdown to the grand mess had already begun. Aaron and Kyle stood to the side watching as Dvino got what he deserved from the girls, and realized that they definitely wouldn't interfere here. While Leo was daydreaming in his memories, Celia noticed the young man had a book and thought it was for training, so she immediately asked what the gentleman was reading. The guy picked up the book and, smiling affectionately, said that he often read this story in his childhood, or rather his mother started doing it. When the princess heard the title Great Heroes at the source, she was also taken back to memories of when she was about 5 years old and was a little outraged by why she was reading a history book. Celia already had some kind of plan of her own, but she couldn't find anything to cling to, and this irritated her. The girl confidently walked towards the shelves with books without saying a word to Leo, but he himself had already noticed the maid's movements. Approaching the shelves and looking at the books for some time, Celia said that judging by everything, the gentleman especially liked the books he had already mentioned. The princess also decided to compliment the guy and emphasized that the average researcher of great heroes cannot compare with him, but he simply replied that he started collecting and it turned out that way. At some point, Celia reached out to one of the books, noticing something interesting and wanting to ask the guy about it directly. Pulling the book towards herself, the girl clarified that among the entire collection, the most copies were about Kyle. Celia leafed through the book she had chosen, while Leo explained that among all the deeds of great heroes, there are some that are difficult to attribute to any one of them. The guy expressed his opinion that the achievements that are being talked about now belong to Kyle as a great hero, because Leo, like no one else, knew what he did for humanity in his past life. But Celia slammed the book shut and indignantly snorted that this Kyle was simply a liar because he had curried favor with other people's achievements. Leo was not surprised by this version of the story because he had long since come to terms with people's attitudes toward what had once happened, so he reacted evenly to the girl's statement. The princess put the book back in place and said that she had just voiced the opinion of the majority of people about Kyle, and she also agreed with them, and the guy once again concluded that this is how people remembered him, and Celia heard this quiet voice. To distract his maid from some strange thoughts, he said that it was time to have breakfast and go to training. Here the princess played along and turned to her master and asked for permission to train with him, while hiding behind this her desire to learn the secret of his strength. Leaving, Leo asked if the princess would cry if she didn't keep up with him, which again caused irritation and a statement that Celia Zerdinger was still in front of him. And so the poor guy sits on the floor of the training room and rubs his back, which he just got hit on by the upstart Leo. The guy in turn did not mock, but explained that when a girl gets tired, her reaction slows down a lot, and this causes gaps, namely like the open back right now. Out of breath, Celia asked if torturing the body like that really helps in training because it is exhaustive. But Leo replied that torturing the case or going beyond one's limits really helps, and he also clarified that in his opinion young people now feel too sorry for themselves. The young man could compare the past with what was happening now, and the conclusion was that due to the advancement of aura techniques, people stopped paying attention to body training, and Celia was now proof of that. Leo stood calmly analyzing further that the aura allows to strengthen the body, but if it is also additionally trained, then the effectiveness of the aura increases. The poor thing was shaking all over when she got to her feet and somehow pointed her sword at her opponent, trying to gather not only her strength but also her thoughts. The girl felt offended by the way the guy who had not had to go through what she had gone through was behaving, so again, in a fit of emotion, she shouted at him not to underestimate her. And when Celia called the guy a blonde puppy, she rushed towards him, repeating her mistake again. Leo didn't even move from his place, but just hit the fury that was rushing at him without any idea what she was doing, so Celia rolled back. The princess fell to the floor with a crash and the weapon along with her, but that was the end of the attack in the face, which Leo knew when to stop. The girl started sobbing and screaming why she couldn't win, to which the guy calmly approached and asked if it was hard for her. When Leo saw in Celia's eyes an affirmative answer that it was really hard for her, he handed her the bracelet, for which she thanked him. But as soon as the small trinket was in the princess's hands, it fell with her to the floor, as if magnetized, and Leo reminded her that it was after all a magical weight. The guy again allowed himself to gloat a little and told the girl that she would wear the bracelet from that day on during all training sessions, because he knew that she was stubborn and would not refuse to become better, and he only found it funny to watch it. Training took place not only in closed rooms or small courtyards, but also in huge areas set aside specifically for such activities. Zeus was watching the boys, and for now Celia was only showing how tired she was, so she directly stated that she had had enough and fell to the ground. The gentleman thought that for the princess such training would really be a valuable experience, especially before entering Lumen, and such classes would help to pinch her pride a little. Zeus realized that there was no point in contacting the girl now since she was tired and would be angry, so he called Leo for a conversation. The guy ran to the edge of the platform and greeted his uncle, already knowing that the conversation would clearly not be about the weather. The young man's thoughts were confirmed when he heard the master state that he was thinking of asking the chief to pass on the Phoenix Breath technique to Leo. Since the young man was rather reserved in terms of showing emotions even now, he did not really show them, but at the same time slight surprise and interest flashed across his face. Leo was surprised because he knew that only recognized members of the Zerdinger family could learn the technique. Celia intervened in the conversation, not intending to let this go so easily, and clarified that her father would not give his consent just like that. Zeus did not particularly react to the young lady's statement, but at the same time confirmed her words by continuing the conversation with the guy and clarified that there was one condition for learning the technique, and Celia was already amazed by this. Uncle told Leo about successfully passing the entrance exams to Lumen, and the princess began to object that we were talking about a real fight. The princess did not want to allow this to happen because she felt intense competition from Leo, and at the same time calling him a runt, she told her uncle that he could not even use his aura, so it was dangerous for him. Leo smiled sarcastically at the girl's statement, thinking that it was good that she didn't know his whole story, and remembering his past flow, sarcastically replied that he really has no experience in a real fight behind him, and added to himself that in this life it is definitely the same. Zeus, enduring the princess's whims, was still waiting for an answer from the guy himself, but he decided to first clarify the will of his father and mother. And when the uncle said that if we assume that the parents are not against it, the young man immediately and happily agreed to such a condition. Zeus noted for himself that the boy was still planning to take the exam on his own, even without his parents' knowledge. When the conversation was over, Leo reminded the girl that the break was already over and asked if she would continue, to which she ran after him more out of anger and asked if he really thought she wouldn't be able to keep up with him. A week later, the students gathered on the day of the entrance exams to Lumen Academy, and the one who stood out the most from the crowd was of course Celia in her white robe. The students immediately began to whisper about the fact that Mrs. Zerdinger herself was among them, but they were also interested in who was next to her, but the girl was impatient to find out if the young gentleman was nervous, to which he answered negatively. The next moment Leo asked how long the girl would call him master, as if she were still a maid, which is why she could only gasp. The guys were distracted from their conversation by someone's voice calling specifically for Celia, and she immediately turned around at the call. Gullivan came closer and was shocked to see that the scoundrel Leo Flo was standing next to Princess Zerdinger herself. The upstart changed his tune in the blink of an eye, first humiliating Leo by saying that he was incompetent and that without the possession of an aura, he had nothing to do here, and then he turned with a smarmy smile to Celia, duplicitously asking how things were going. Imagine the nerd's surprise when both the princess and the stupid classmate ignored him and looked at him with disdain. In order to somehow save his position, Gullivan introduced himself and reminded Celia that they met when she attended school. The young man's attempt to tell about how he was considered a gift in Dilan failed because Celia asked for forgiveness and immediately said that she did not remember him. The girl, without thinking twice, grabbed Leo's hand, which gave rise to absolutely everyone's rumors and gossip. Having told Gullivan at the end that the conversation was over, the princess rushed away with Leo away from this upstart. She couldn't run far because someone called Celia again, and this time the voice was familiar to her, and when she turned around she realized that she definitely couldn't avoid this meeting. If the princess's face was frozen in bewilderment at the sight of those who called her, then on Leo's face there was only the question of who they were. In front of the students were 16-year-old Abat Revelin and 14-year-old Chelsea Revelin, who reminded Lady Zerdinger that they had not seen each other for a long time. Since Celia didn't go to the guys, they took on this mission and went to the princess to exchange a few words before the exams. The girl's hands reflexively clenched into fists as she was clearly not prepared for a warm welcome, and Leo, noticing her tension, asked who they were, to which she briefly turned away the Revelin brother and sister. Celia made a face that even Leo didn't greet with and added that these smart guys were from the League of Heroes of the Lorden Empire. The young lady was determined and told the guy that if these thugs stood in their way they should never lose to them because the Zerdingers do not surrender to some Revelin, to which the young man reminded that he is actually from the Flo clan. When Revelin's brother and sister came up and hypocritically said that they were glad to see Celia, she played along with them, but after that they wanted to know who was standing next to her. The princess introduced Leo from the Flo family and clarified that this was a famous aristocratic family in the Dilan kingdom. After Abat's comment that it was clear to him that he was dealing with a small fry, his gaze met Leo's. Turning around to leave, Abat only added to Celia that the first place would be his and ordered his sister to follow him. The princess called the brother and sister arrogant idiots and expressed her desire to crush them with her own hands. But dreams of kicking ass had to be put aside because the examiner's voice was heard from above, concluding that it seemed like everyone who wanted to had already gathered. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the voice of the person who was important to them today, and Leo and Celia were no exception. Arvi Juron, a professor at the Lumen Academy, appeared before the students and briefly introduced himself by stating only his first name without unnecessary affectation. Celia again gave an ambiguous reaction to the examiner, and although she said that it could not be that the sorcerer Mon was in front of them, Leo still asked who it was. The guy's lack of recognition will eventually finish off the princess, but even though she was angry at him for not knowing, she still told him that he was a hero who was included in the hero protocol. Leo caught the important moment that in front of him was one of the recognized heroes of today's era, and raising his head carefully examined him. The first thing that caught the guy's attention was the mana coming from Arvi's left eye, which was also important to remember. Arvi read from a piece of paper that the students would have to undergo a test in the form of a one-on-one fight and then a fight with a monster, and the performance would take place in turns. Literally immediately after reading, the examiner squeezed several sheets of paper and burned them to the ground. And when the ashes cleared, Arvi told his students that he considered such methods too outdated and boring. The sorcerer, without thinking twice, took a book out from under his clothes to slightly change the rules for passing the exam. When the book opened, the same heroic protocol opened with it, and Arvi's world loaded, the pages of which the hero flipped through with his finger in the air. The examiner's choice fell on chapter prologue. Wild forest, and half the hall disappeared under the students' feet, and something like a portal appeared. Arvi placed his hand over the protocol in order to transfer the students to the place he considered necessary for taking the entrance exam. The sorcerer decided to make it clear to everyone that he couldn't stand ineffective teaching methods, and Celia was shocked by this. Arvi continued to say that he was now just combining individual tasks into one test, and at that moment he met the gaze of the recruit, who was also looking at the examiner. Leo immediately remembered the lessons and the lecturer's words about the heroic protocol being more than just a historical guide. The true value of writing was the ability to create a separate world of heroes in which the experience of heroes of the past would immediately be present. But the most important thing in this world was not that you would fight and gain your own experience and create your own history. The most important thing in the protocol was that by getting into it, one could inherit the power of the heroes of the past. Now Leo understood that the protocol was a kind of training system for heroes with a lot of possibilities. While the guy was thinking about his own, Arvi had already moved the test participants to where he considered it necessary. The students found themselves in the wild forest, and while they were looking around, Arvi introduced them to the place and the goal, which was simply to survive. The examiner also clarified that it doesn't matter whether the students unite or kill each other, and reminded them once again that the main thing is to survive, and those who want to leave need to break the sphere in their hand. And while the students were already in a panic, Leo only noted that the place hadn't changed at all. Having taken a step towards his test, the guy was doubly interested in what awaited him this time because life was already different. But in the memories, the wild forest will forever remain the habitat of the elves until the moment when Salanta the Witch Queen poisoned it. From all sides, the students were surrounded by different sounds that related both to nature and to something more terrible and dangerous. Somewhere from behind the bushes, one of the students could already be heard screaming that he wanted to go home and didn't care about this exam. The friend tried to cheer up the poor guy by shouting at him that it was just an illusion and called him a winner, thinking that this would help. But Leo kept silent about the fact that this world was an illusion because he knew that although the place was created from Arvi's memories, everything that happened here had now become real again. Just as the young man was thinking that everything that threatens life here can actually kill something that does not concern this world rushed past. Leo managed to jump back from the arrow in time, and as it landed, cracks appeared on the ground indicating the enemy's strength. The young man immediately spotted the place where the arrow was launched from, but he still didn't understand who it was since the person was standing in the shadows. The one who didn't show it when they met came out into the world, but now she could live it up in grand style. Chelsea, with malicious goodwill, informed Leo that she would be only too happy to get rid of the Zerdinger henchman. The guy looked at the clearly unbalanced girl and briefly and calmly replied that he belonged to the Flow family. Activating her power, Chelsea fiercely asked why the offspring was stuck to Celia and why he needed this. But there was no response from the young man, so the girl, lacking patience, said "Sickle of the Wind" and drew the blade through the air. Leo was only silently surprised that in his previous incarnation there was no such spell, but as always nothing moved on his face. The guy prepared his sword, realizing that no matter how sophisticated these new techniques were, the basic principles remained unchanged. Chelsea stood there for now, looking for any kind of reaction from her opponent, but seeing nothing, she let out a sarcastic laugh. The girl thought that if she told the guy that she was actually his opponent and he didn't even bother, then this would change something, but the miracle didn't happen. Chelsea made another attempt to instill fear in their opponents with their sickle tricks, hoping that at least this way it would be more fun. But Leo remained in place and waited silently, and when this enraged the girl, she threw her weapon at him. Feeling support, the guy, with one blow of his worthless sword, repelled the incredible sickle of the stupid girl. The sickle ended up behind and stuck in the ground, and Leo continued to maintain a calm and level posture, once again expecting another outburst. Chelsea decided not to panic for now either, but was mildly surprised that the little bastard blocked her blow even though she didn't even feel his aura, and this led her to think that the guy had an aura of an elusive attribute. Leo smiled and called the girl's attack quite obvious, after which he suggested combining their efforts and reminded them that whoever holds out longer will score more points. But in response, the young man heard again only a contemptuous laugh with which Chelsea showed the supposed stupidity of the participant. The student, feeling sorry for her opponent, told him that to his deep regret she was a battle mage, showing by this that she was superior. A staff appeared in Chelsea's hands, and she asked again if she had misheard the bastard saying that her attack was simple. Leo decided to play dumb and asked if he had really said that out loud, and immediately corrected himself by stating that he meant that for wind magic it was a straightforward attack compared to its true capabilities. The pride of the outstanding student was also hurt by some ragamuffin, so she indignantly said, "Is he really going to lecture her now on how to use her ancestral power as a direct heir?" Chelsea suggested kicking the little brat's ass with those same simple attacks and shouted "Wind Sickle" and "Wind Arrow." The girl was taken aback when she saw that her attacks had gone nowhere since the guy had already disappeared from that place. Fear crept up unnoticed, and the most terrible thing was that the student did not feel even a hint of the enemy's mana. As soon as the princess asked why this was so, if he was a simple guy, this small fry suddenly appeared in front of her, as if from under the ground. Chelsea only had time to scream from the unexpected turn of events, and the way an ordinary and nondescript young man was able to catch her off guard. The girl's scream caused the birds to fly up, and along with them, the sickle flew into the air like a boomerang. Coughing, Chelsea fell to her knees in front of Leo and no longer threatened him with anything since her life was in danger. Putting up his fist again, the young man politely offered Chelsea one last time to join forces. And while a real mess was going on among the students in the forest, the rest watched them sitting in the hall. When Chelsea woke up, she couldn't move because she was tightly tied to a pole, and at first didn't understand what was happening. Looking down, the girl saw Leo, who had already managed to light a fire and was sitting in anticipation holding the rope with which he had tied up the self-confident student. The guy looked like this because if you saw him from the side you would think that he was planning something truly terrible. The small fire gradually flared up and Leo's plan no longer looked like some kind of joke that would scare Chelsea and make her change her mind. When the girl came to after passing out and felt the heat of the flame, she screamed, and the only thing she could say was what the hell was going on. Leo, sitting in front of the girl, asked the only question: would she cooperate with him or not, which is why Chelsea was shocked that for this reason the crazy guy went to such cruel measures. Even though the fire was getting stronger, the girl stubbornly refused to cooperate and was sure that she could get out of it now. Chelsea shouted to the brat that she didn't need anyone except her brother and set her attack Windsickle, but instead of activating the power, red rings appeared on her hands. Seeing Chelsea's reaction, the guy immediately explained to her that she was currently under a spell that limited the use of magic, and she felt that her manca was really low, and this meant that she would not last long. Having told Leo that she could get out without magic, the brave girl began to try to move her body, but it was difficult for her. The young man pulled the rope towards himself and, smiling maliciously, asked the girl if she really thought he would let her get out just like that. The fire, like a predatory animal, crept closer and closer to the princess's feet, and Chelsea only screamed stop or hot. When the flames reached the clothes and set them on fire, Leo reminded the girl that she still had a choice and could cooperate, to which she agreed. But even after Chelsea's consent, the young man was in no hurry to let the beast go, and ordered her to swear that she agreed to cooperate in the name of her family. The poor thing screamed at the top of her voice that she swears by the name of the Revelin family that she will cooperate and is not doing it for reasons of deception. And Leo in turn pulled the liana and thought, like the hero Kyle, that children are quite easy to manipulate if you know their weaknesses. The rope loosened and Chelsea fell down screaming, realizing that she would land right in the fire, but the young man had his own plans for that. The princess opened her eyes when she felt that she had landed not on the ground or flames, but as if she was hanging in the air. As it turned out, Leo caught the girl and held her in his arms, and at the same time she heard from him that he was glad to cooperate with the magician Revelin. While the students were busy with the most important task of survival in the wild forest, the examiner and other spectators were watching them in the hall. Arvi immediately noticed for himself that none of the students met the standard, and most of them chose simply beating or murder, blindly following his instructions to survive, thereby automatically earning the label of idiots. The examiner's opinion was different only regarding the two students he observed, since only they grasped the essence of what was happening. Next to the dismembered monster stood Celia and Abat, and they achieved such a result only thanks to their joint efforts, since they complemented each other, and such students in Arvi's eyes were reliable hands of the future of the nation. The examiner was about to stop following the course of action, but his attention was drawn to another couple who were also working together to kill an orc that was 10 times larger than them. When Chelsea immobilized the orc, Leo cut off the limbs, and Arvi noted for himself at that moment that although the young man had acted immaturely by scaring the princess with fire, but having thus earned the cooperation of Revelin herself, he received a passing grade automatically. The examiner did not detect in Leo Flo's personality any strength or grace like Abat or Celia, but there was something else and more interesting in the guy, namely the unpredictability of a dark horse. The wind sickle and wind arrow did their job, leaving a gaping hole in the orc's body, and Leo finished off the ghoul by cutting off his head with his sword. As the carcass fell to the ground and Leo climbed down, Chelsea admitted out loud that working with the knight made the task much easier. The young lady was eager to find out the secret, and she directly asked the guy what attributes aura he was using, telling him that she absolutely could not detect it, to which he briefly replied that he did not use aura. Chelsea was shocked and did not understand how the young man managed without an aura, to which he said that he had a good base, so he was doing great, and so the guys communicated without noticing that they were already being watched. Leo decided to ask Princess Revelin if she put, for example, wind magic, then in her opinion what is the basis, and she activated her power, so the guy thought that she wanted to demonstrate the answer. But the next moment the girl's eyes shone like never before, and it no longer looked like an ordinary conversation. Suddenly for Leo, the princess extended her hand forward, shouting out a sickle of wind, and directed the power into the bushes, which was strange. Only when the guys got closer they saw the result of Chelsea's clear hit on target, which not everyone could have caught and even hit blindly. The princess exhaled with slight indignation, now answering the guy's question that it was rather brazen to discuss wind magic in front of Revelin herself. Leo was not shy about his straightforwardness, so he told the girl that she was indeed gifted, but did not know how to use her power correctly, and this infuriated her. Chelsea was about to start getting indignant, but Leo felt a threat in the back of his head that he couldn't see with his eyes. You might think that the guy asked the girl to stop and wait just for fun, so that she would finally shut up, and it worked, but in reality something bad was really waiting for them nearby. Walking on the ground, the young man felt a clot of negative energy that spread like black smoke. The guys approached a clearing where corpses lay, and when Leo touched one of them the flesh crumbled like ash, to which Chelsea pointed out that they looked like mummies, and the guy concluded that he had already met a creature that leaves its victim in such a state. At the moment Leo realized the conditions of the exam, a strong explosion occurred very close to the guys, and all he managed to do was cover Chelsea with his body. After the explosion, enemies approached the guys, and one of them said in a disappointed voice that they had almost managed to eliminate the weaklings, and also gave an instruction that they first needed to kill Chelsea Revelin. One of those who quietly like a rat wanted to get rid of the opponents was Gullivan, and as he approached he informed his partner that the second opponent was a dud. Gullivan shouted to his servants to attack all at once, but Leo was already ready to scratch his fists on the rats' faces. The young man without a sword hit the first one, who managed to get closer with his bare hands, which may have even broken his neck. Chelsea sat on the ground in shock just as Gullivan was horrified, and the one Leo hit was completely passed out. Only now the young man asked his partner to cover his back since there were many of those bastards, and the girl hesitantly answered yes, but at the same time she looked at the one she considered an enemy in a different way. Gullivan did nothing but give commands left and right, and the dogs obediently listened to him and went on the attack, but against those who stood ready there was not a single chance. Now Leo decided to allow himself to go wild like he did during training with Celia when he showed her a piece of his power. And so poor Gullivan runs through the dense forest away from what he called Leo the Empty One, who as it turned out was scarier than one might have thought. The rat ran, but at the same time she boldly declared in her head that she would not retreat so easily, and now she just needed to find another team of loyal dogs. Gullivan's sparkling heels were noticed by Celia, who did not understand why he was running away, and suggested that Abat go in the direction from which the young man was running. When the students arrived at the scene they were in shock because they certainly did not expect such a turn of events. In the middle of the clearing with dead students and orcs, Chelsea and Leo stood like two flowers, not noticing that the guys had found them. But Princess Revelin still had good hearing, and when she turned around she was beside herself with happiness when she saw her brother. Chelsea almost knocked her brother down, but he was glad that his sister was safe, but Celia was more interested in why Leo and Abata's sister were together. Leo answered as is that he offered the girl cooperation but specified that she was stubborn and did not want to agree to anything. The young man smiled maliciously and added that his persuasiveness had taken over, and since Celia knew that Princess Revelin was really difficult to persuade, and the guy was still smirking, she immediately asked what he had done. Leo did not stand idly by but went to those who were still able to continue the exam and helped them get up. Chelsea, out of misunderstanding, asked why Leo was helping those who just wanted to kill them, because without competitors it would be easier. While the other students were helping each other, Leo explained that they didn't need to fight each other because that's what this world is for. One of the guys mockingly asked if the guy had really lost his head so much that he was going to fight the world, but he didn't react in any way. The young man continued to tell that there was an anomaly in the wild forest and asked to take a close look at the corpses. Stepping on the remains of the corpse, the guy explained that it looked like all the juices had been squeezed out of them and only the shell remained. But the fact about the corpses was not all that Leo wanted to say, so he asked everyone where, in their opinion, all the monsters that should be roaming around here had gone. Celia was in shock at the moment that there really should have been a lot of evil spirits, and at every step, so she admitted that the guy was right. Leo explained to the guys that all the monsters seemed to be hiding, afraid of encountering something more terrible, and that this something was most likely a high-ranking monster that had settled here, displacing everyone else. Abat said that he understood the young man's thought, and to clarify he asked that it turns out that the hero RV wants them to kill the main monster, to which Leo nodded. Literally immediately after the students' conversation, a bright source of light and an eerie sound that did not resemble any living creature appeared near them. The guys stood frozen in shock and even forgot how to breathe, but not Leo, because instead he confirmed to everyone that this is why they came here and was already ready to fight. Gullivan's attempts to run away were successful, but finding someone turned out to be problematic, so he walked with his staff very slowly with trembling knees, because he also heard that terrible sound. Since there was no one around, the magician decided to shout into the air that he would do everything possible to make Deoflo fail the exam. The light from the staff didn't illuminate the path very well, but Gullivan noticed something on the ground that looked like a corpse. When the young man finally saw the body, which was no longer like anything else, he fell backwards out of fear, still screaming. It was unclear from where and what it was. A huge drop of an incomprehensible liquid fell onto the guy's staff and spread towards his hand. Instead of an answer, several more huge drops of an incomprehensible liquid fell on Gullivan's head, and then he froze, and all that could move were his eyes, which turned approximately in the direction from which the terrible sound was coming. When the young man finally dared to raise his head, he saw a huge spider above him, and it immediately responded to the movements of its future victim with a chilling growl. Arvi did not miss anything that happened to the students who were important to him, and how they met was no exception. Some of the exam participants had already returned to the school hall and were incredibly proud of how many opponents they had killed, which did not show them in the best light. Mr. Arvi concluded that approximately 500 students had failed and were either killed or had misunderstood the assignment. Another teacher ran up to Professor Arvi and sounded the alarm that they needed to select at least 100 students since other regions had managed to do this, and now they only had 50 people left in the test. The examiner adjusted his glasses and dryly replied that if the participants did not meet the standards, then it would be better if he did not admit any of them at all, since the head of the Caltan Academy had appointed him responsible for the entrance exam, understanding everything. Arvi watched as Leo helped those who survived and thought that this was how a real hero is born in difficult times. The professor also noted for himself that it was Leo Flo who noticed the anomaly in the forest and was the only one who was able to do this. The question remained open whether the dark horse would be able to stand up to the world he had been thrust into. The boys ran towards the light that appeared after Leo explained that there was something in the forest that was scarier than the rest of its inhabitants. The light source that emanated from the main test was quite bright, so the closer the students were to the target, the more their eyes were blinded. At some point, Celia stopped and, raising her sword up, touched something, so she warned the others to be ready. The more the princess plunged her sword into the strange substance, the brighter the red color emanated from it. When there was a lot of light, everyone saw that the sword was resting against the protective field of that spider, and now he was just busy eating Gull Ivan. The boys were taken aback by what they saw because they imagined anything but a huge spider that eats everyone who appears in the forest. Abat raised his staff and shouted Wind Sickle, after which it lit up to attack the monster. But Leo intervened in time, stopping the young man and turning to Gull Ivan to break his fear, because it is better to lose than to die. A little more and the guy's head would have fallen to the ground, but the magician heard his opponent's words and mentally agreed with them. Gull Ivan broke the sphere, which fortunately he still hadn't lost, running through the forest and attacking opponents. The spider was not happy that the delicious human flesh evaporated right from his mouth, leaving behind only a trail of golden smoke. Now Prince Revelin could focus on killing the monster and repeated the full attack of the Wind Fong, only this time. Aiming his staff at the target, Abat was indeed able to pierce the monster, from which blood immediately began to flow and it screamed terribly. No one expected to see that the next moment, instead of dying, the spider was whole and invisible, and the huge wounds were healing as if someone had stitched them up. Absolutely everyone's mouths dropped open at this sight, except of course Leo, because he already knew where this was all heading, since he had already been in this forest in his past life. Right now, the former hero Kyle was looking at that very spider Princess Tarantula, who had been running the parade here for a long time. One of the students whom Leo helped to get up decided to try his own strength now, so with a cry of "Bite me, Nit," he flew at the spider, thinking that he would definitely be able to kill it. But the guy didn't even have time to fly to the target, because Tarantula hit him with her paw and he flew over Chelsea's head to where he started running from. The poor thing hit a tree and fell, and now Celia decided that it was her turn to make sure that this creature finally died, so she prepared to deliver just one decisive blow. Having imbued her sword with mana, the princess shouted the attack flaminance, and a red charged ball appeared at the tip of the weapon. Celia pointed the sword straight at the spider's head, and the ball turned into a red beam that pierced the creature through and through. Literally immediately after, the hole in the head disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had ever gotten there, although in that case the monster should have fallen dead. Celia was in shock, and it was hard for her to believe what she just saw, because she knew how much she had put into the attack. Abat entered the battle again, emphasizing to Celia that the difference between the destructive power of a knight and a magician was like the difference between heaven and earth. The guy confidently said the Raffle spell, intending to finish off the monster once and for all. The spell swirled around the base of the staff in a strong vortex, indicating its power, and it was difficult for anyone to stand on their feet due to such a flow of wind. The tarantula was lifted off the ground, and blood began to spray from her body again as she screamed furiously in pain and anger. Abat froze in the air, waiting to see if he had managed to kill the monster, and it was still difficult to understand. Suddenly a jump was heard that cut through the silence and the air, and the guy saw that same monster above his head. The spider attacked the guy, opening her sharp paws and mouth with the same teeth, and from the sound she made his body was covered in cold sweat. Chelsea was scared for her brother and shouted, "Attack the destructive wind," which did not save him from injury, but at least managed to save his life. When Abat landed on the ground, his sister immediately asked if he was okay, to which he answered in the affirmative and thanked her for saving him. The student who was thrown into the tree by Tarantula had already recovered, and was looking in horror at the unkillable insect, shouting out what was wrong with it. Everyone stood looking at the spider, asking the same question as the guy, since this was the first time they had seen such a terribly fast regeneration. The tarantula made a terrible sound and prepared to attack again, since its victims were inactive. Only one of them stood in front of the monster, looking straight into her eyes, and told the others that in front of them was the daughter of Salanta, the queen of Tartaros, and that this was one of the monsters of the army of Erebos that destroyed the elven forest. Celia knew that Leo was crazy, but when she heard about such knowledge, she no longer knew whether to believe his words or not. Leo finally realized that the mana in Arvi's left eye that he felt before the exam definitely belonged to the Fairy King. As for Tarantula, she rules in the Cursed Forest, which is why she was considered an enemy who came there one day. Leo knew from his past incarnation that the spider destroyed the elf forest and bit off the right hand of the Fairy King who fought with her, but at the same time the hero thought that Luna was still able to kill the monster. Only considering that the monster is still alive, this speaks of his salvation thanks to the king's right hand, which ended up in the stomach, or to be more precise, thanks to the ring of life on this hand. Abat decided to take the test into his own hands again for a higher score, and already pointed his staff at the spider, and Celia was outraged by such selfishness. The guys decided to try to attack Tarantula together and use both fire and air on her at once. But the interaction of the two elements did not help, because the wounds on the monster healed instantly no matter how many there were and no matter how serious they were. Leo tried to convince everyone that this creature would regenerate infinitely until everyone ran out of mana. The tarantula stood in place for a while its wounds healed, since this time Abat and Celia had tried hard. Princess Zerdinger turned to Leo with concern in her eyes and asked what he was proposing in that case, to which he replied that they now needed to try to work together. Abat seemed to not care what the young man had warned him about, and he sharply replied that he did not need anyone's help since the highest score was more important, and Celia also entered into this discussion. Leo made a last attempt to convey the truth to the guys, explaining that if they do not destroy the hero's world, they will all fail the test together. Only with such an ultimatum did the most obstinate and stubborn students finally fall silent and think about Leo's words. With some disbelief, Abat reproachfully told Leo that even if they worked together, it would take a lot of time to find a way to kill the creature in one go, and on top of that, no one else except him and Celia was able to hold the monster back. Celia responded silently to Abata's remark, since she partly agreed. But then she immediately turned her gaze to Leo, as if she knew that he was about to say something else. Chelsea also looked at the guy's back of the head, hoping for his plan, which had not yet been voiced, but having been with him for a while in a pair against rivals and other monsters, she was confident in it. Leo looked at the guys with a smile and briefly replied that he too could go against this creature. The dark horse went forward to the target, to which Celia reacted quite violently, as for the one who herself recently wanted to kill the upstart, but now she shouted at him that this was suicide considering that he could not use aura. Leo answered Celia that he was aware of everything she had just said, and said that he could buy them a maximum of 5 minutes, but then Abat's nerves got the better of him, and she asked what if they didn't succeed. The young man turned to such a disturbing question from the most daring of all the guys, and again simply smiled. And when Leo approached a weapon more serious than a sword and leaned towards it to take it, he finally answered that he didn't think it would work. Before moving towards his old girlfriend, the guy turned to the guys once again and reminded them that wind and fire have always been a great pair, so they will work well together. The boys turned to each other, and after Leo's words about the elements, an awkward silence hung between Abat and Celia. Leo walked towards Tarantula, exhaling so nostalgically, as if he saw an old comrade whom he had missed in his own way. The young man smiled at the familiar feeling inside that reminded him of the old days with his friends and the fight against evil. For Leo, the battle with the spider was entertainment, because he seemed to be playing with a puzzle in which he cut off a leg and it again sprouted shoots, and so he alternated them. The guy admitted to himself chopping off another paw of the monster that he had already forgotten this feeling of battle. Celia and Abat almost dropped their jaws watching the young man they had so underestimated fight, and Leo at that moment seemed to be enjoying the process. The young man had a mixed feeling of joy inside him, because he seemed to be back in action and he had missed it, and because of this he was glad to see the monster Tartaros, because it was she who gave him these feelings even though he chopped her into pieces. Long before the exam, the elven inhabitants of the wild forest fled from the monster that Erebos sent here, so that he could easily cope with his task. The elven child could not keep up with the adults, and although he tried to escape from his terrible fate, he still ended up in a sticky web. The unfortunate child begged for mercy despite the fact that before him was a bloodthirsty monster that knew no compassion and always felt only hunger. The tarantula opened its mouth full of saliva and sharp teeth, preparing to swallow another easy prey, and the baby could only call for help looking his death straight in the eye. When the boy closed his eyes to make it all end faster, the first thing he said to himself was the word mom. At the very last moment, the child heard a scream that called for the creature to retreat back, and a bright light hit the boy's face, but because of the tears he had shed, it was difficult for him to fully see who had come to save him. Behind the spider, the silhouette of a powerful and brave elf was visible, walking towards the monster holding a staff in front of her. Then Luna, the very heroine who fought alongside Kyle against Erebos, turned to Tarantula and calmly, but angrily informed the spider that she dared to break into her homeland and take the ruler's right hand. Luna immediately activated her mana against Tarantula, and it looked like the insect was about to be wiped off the face of the earth. The energy at the core of the moon staff became incredibly strong and accumulated before striking the enemy. In the blink of an eye, there was an explosion from which the trees almost fell to the ground, and the bats left such a dangerous place like birds under threat. When the smoke cleared, the light appeared again, but this time it looked different, and a male voice was heard which said that he would never have thought that the filth of Erebos would reach this place. Another hero approached the boy who was still in the sticky web, and this time it was Kyle, but the child, having experienced so much horror, no longer knew who to trust, so he was very scared. But the knight still approached the poor fellow and, asking if everything was okay with him, began to tear the web and pull the boy out of it. Taking a break for a moment of nostalgia, Kyle returned to the incarnation where he is Leo, but like last time he looked at the spider who had not changed at all. The guy focused again on the fact that he needed to distract Tarantula while Celia and Abat developed an attack, but the problem now was that the young man felt his strength gradually running out without mana. Leo turned to Chelsea, and she responded and was ready to help, but still reacted timidly to the young man after she showed her that he was not a weakling but a real hero. The young man, without turning away from the enemy, asked his partner to use wind magic to direct the weapon lying on the ground towards him. The tarantula caught on to the little creature's cunning plan and tried to crush it with its huge paw, but it jumped back in time. Chelsea was not quite ready to carry out the task, because if Leo moves, the weapon flying towards him could injure him too, and she warned him about this. But the young man turned to his friend for a moment and asked her not to be afraid, but to trust him because he would intercept the weapon, and hurried the girl. Chelsea activated her powers and finally asked what kind of weapon she needed to give the guy, but he shouted that any would do and continued to deal with the monster at the same time. Leo, in addition to further distracting Tarantula, also concentrated on the sound made by the blade of the weapon flying towards him. Having jumped into the air, the guy decided to have some fun and began to guess whether it was a yataghan and a 1.5 sword flying towards him. And when he caught in his hands what he was thinking about, his strength increased and the battle took on new colors, so descending back to the spider, he asked to try the new weapon. Leo mercilessly and on the fly cut up both the body and the paws of the monster, trying to buy as much time as possible for the guys. But Tarantula was not far behind either, and many weapons were broken on her, so Leo immediately gave Chelsea a signal, briefly informing her with the word more, which indicated a new portion of iron. The girl carefully watched to make sure that the weapon got into the guy's hands as quickly as possible, spending as much force as was necessary on it. Leo got his hands on all sorts of weapons, but fortunately there were enough of them and he knew how to use absolutely everything. The guys, looking at how incredibly dexterously Leo copes, were stunned by the fact that he is their age and fights so spectacularly that it was worthy of the god of battle and nothing less. Abat admitted out loud that he was taking back his words about the guy being far from small fry, but Celia didn't say anything about it, because he had already figured it out himself. Tarantula made her own adjustments to the dance with the enemy, and blood started flowing from the wound on Leo's face, but he turned to the others with a smile, thinking that he was still capable of much. Taking hold of the sword tightly, the young man decided that if he couldn't defeat such a bug, then his friends from his past life would turn over in their graves, and he didn't want that. Striking the spider with all his might, Leo shouted the signal word more to Chelsea as half of the sword broke off. Poor Chelsea looked at the guy with alarm in her eyes and shouted that there were no more weapons, and then Leo fell out from this information. But Celia called her friend in time, shouting at him to step aside as they prepared the necessary spells to destroy the creature. Celia pointed her staff at Tarantula and said some cool words like "burn in hell, you bastard," and incinerated her with a fiery hurricane. Considering that only dust remained from the insect, the ring that had been preventing the monster from being killed all this time fell to the ground with a loud sound. At the moment of the destruction of the target, an announcement appeared that in the world of the hero Arvi, the Wild Forest chapter had been successfully completed. Celia fell to the ground exhausted but relieved that finally this creature was really dead, and now she could breathe a sigh of relief. The girl looked at Leo from afar and was amazed at how he single-handedly held back the monster for really 5 minutes, as he said. Just as Princess Zerdinger was about to tell the young man that he had done a great job, she was interrupted by Chelsea, who was sitting behind her shouting that what Leo had done was amazing. Princess Revelin couldn't contain her admiration and told Leo that he looked like a hero from Legends, to which he sarcastically asked if that was really the case, and Chelsea, not understanding this, asked him to teach her close combat because she was a layman at it but wanted to become a combat mage. Celia also threw around a bit of sarcasm, wanting everyone to experience Leo's training firsthand, something Chelsea also didn't understand. Leo approached the most important end of the fight for him personally and bent down to pick up the ring of the Elven King. Looking at the jewel, the guy didn't quite understand at first whether the ring had simply fallen out of the creature. But he didn't have to think or guess for long, because a creature with wings appeared in front of the young man, as if it had freed itself from the decoration. Leo looked at the kid, who was also looking at the hero in response and smiling at him, and the guy tried to understand if it was Prince Exiled in front of him. In order not to miss such an opportunity, Leo immediately asked Exiled if he remembered him and introduced himself as Kyle. The baby didn't say anything but smiled in response, closing his eyes, which clearly meant a positive answer, and his radiance increased. The glow gradually faded, and the guy thought that most likely Exiled managed to become the king of the fairies, but the next question that interested him was about whether Arvi might own the Eye of Mana because of the treasure in the form of a ring. Arvi informed the students that the countdown to the return of the testing ground to its original position had begun, and indeed the world seemed to be crumbling. When the countdown was literally a few seconds away, someone in a robe appeared in front of Leo and announced that the reward for passing the oath of the Fairy King. The space became like nothing at that moment, and Leo seemed to hang in the air, looking at the stranger and trying to understand whether this was the person he was thinking about or not. Meanwhile, the city was bustling with life, and people were walking back and forth, each going about their business, and all of this could be observed from a bird's eye view. That very bird was Kallian Baydan, a sword master and director of the Lumen Academy, who was just reading the results about the fact that the exam in the Western lands had come to an end. The mentor was shocked by such news and disappointedly said that in the other lands the tests had only just begun, but there was nothing to do, and she asked how much Arvi had managed to gain. Mr. Kallian clarified that given Arvi's methods, he had recruited quite a lot, as many as 40 people, to which the mentor asked if the director really thought that was a lot, and he laughingly said that he had not expected even more than 10 and asked her not to swear. Even before finishing reading, the director was thinking out loud about whether Celia or Abat got the highest score, and it was difficult to determine this, which was confirmed by Arvi himself, and in addition he nominated a candidate for the post of first-year class leader. The mentor was surprised that the professor was recommending someone and asked who it was, Celia or Abat. Mr. Kallian said that he had never heard such a name before, and this made the girl even more nervous. As it turned out, while the students were watching the final battle of their former rivals and shouting either Celia or Abat, Mr. Arvi was drawing other conclusions for himself. The professor was already confident in the choice he had made, and all that was left was to put it down on paper for official confirmation. Arvi was stingy with conversations, and if he watched the test in silence, then in the document he wrote that he recommends Leo Flo for the post of first-year headman in the Knights Department, the reason for which is the talent to be a hero. The director of the Lumen Academy, after reading the document, stated that such praise from Arvi himself aroused interest in who this young and talented student was. After the ordeal, pain and fatigue could only be cured with time and care, which in this case for Leo was hot baths. The young man dove headfirst into the water to clear his mind, but instead the moment of meeting the stranger who rewarded him for passing the test with the oath of the Fairy Kings came to mind. When the guy was above water again, he thought that there was no reward for the test, but he still received it, and it was only with him that it did not give him peace. Leo heard someone enter the hall and turned towards the doors, not knowing who it was since he wasn't expecting anyone. Mrs. Reyna entered the hall, but her appearance also surprised the son, since he too had not expected her visit in any case, and his mother looked even more humble than usual. Leo's premonitions about his mother's condition were confirmed when she asked him if he knew why she was expelled from the Zerdinger house, which left the guy in shock. But Reyna continued to explain that everything happened because she had to sacrifice the Zerdinger flame to save her colleague. Leo saw how his mother felt even physically uncomfortable about this, and he himself became sad, but she immediately made it clear that she still does not regret the decision she made then. Ms. Reyna was encouraged when she asked her son to channel his strength and talent in the right direction and congratulated him on entering Lumen Academy. That day the gates to Lemuria were especially active as many new recruits arrived after the exam. Leo was no exception among such guests in Lemuria, and when he stepped onto its lands, he heard a warning to check his belongings before leaving the main gate. The young man watched from the hill over the center of the Lemuria continent, and beyond the pond one could see the Lumen Academy itself. Considering what the students studied at the academy, it is not surprising that it is not located in the city itself and you still had to get to it. Leo didn't notice right away, but someone was approaching him and asking how he spent the entire last month. The guy recognized the man as his Uncle Zeus and after greeting him heard congratulations on passing the exam, to which he thanked him and asked what brought him here. Zeus began to explain from a distance that there had been heated debates in their house for the past month and asked his nephew if he could guess what the arguments were about. Leo immediately realized that this was a debate about deciding whether to pass on the phoenix's breath to him or not, to which his uncle answered in the affirmative. Zeus stuck his hand under his coat and continued to tell her that his sister was no longer part of the family and that Leo was her son. The gentleman took a key from under his coat and gave it to the boy, adding that the elders were also very surprised by his passing the infamous exam of the Western lands. While Leo was looking at the thing, which was as beautiful as it was strange, Zeus explained that he was holding a spatial key in his hands. The next moment, the uncle asked his nephew to make a hand gesture as if he were opening a door, and he tried, after which there was a click like in a keyhole. And turning the key, Leo saw in front of him something like a door from which a book appeared, and Zeus stood in front of the young man all this time. When the book opened and began to turn the pages by itself, the light from it was so bright that the guy even covered one eye. At one point the book stopped turning pages and stopped, but they were empty and something was missing to reveal the text. Zeus prompted Leo to sprinkle a drop of his blood on the pages, and he without fear bit his hand a little to see what would happen next. The young man was fearless, so he dripped more blood than was possible and necessary, but the most important thing was done. The pages of the book shone even brighter after being sprinkled with blood, and now it was interesting not only to Leo but also to Mr. Zeus. After the symbols appeared, the uncle told his nephew that from now on only he could read this book and it would not be available to anyone else. Zeus placed his hand on the boy's shoulder in a friendly manner and warned him that learning the Zerdinger's secret technique would not be easy, but at the same time expressed his confidence that Leo would master it in the shortest possible time. Before saying goodbye, the uncle congratulated his nephew on his successful joining the Zerdinger family. Leo was walking around the city looking at its sights, and when he reached the establishment's summer terrace, he stopped. The guy was focused on finding Celia because she suggested meeting somewhere in this place, but because of this he did not notice how someone was walking towards him with a stack of books. Someone, having encountered an obstacle that he did not see because of a mountain of books, dropped the entire stack onto the ground. Leo sat on the ground, not quite understanding what had happened, and the girl crawled on all fours, burning with shame. The poor thing was so confused and so embarrassed in front of the stranger that at first she just stared at him, not even knowing what to say. Leo also looked at the girl, unable to move from shock, but she had already come to her senses and, quietly muttering apologies to the gentleman under her breath, gathered her books. The girl had already rushed away with the speed of the wind, and Leo didn't even have time to say anything to her, but he realized that they would most likely see each other again when he noticed that there was something on the floor that belonged to the student. The guy got his hands on nothing other than the girl's ID card, which stated that she was Chloe Miller, and she was also a new student at Lumen Academy. The doorbell rang and the shop doors creaked open, but instead of the shouts of the sellers or customers, there was silence. But the silence didn't last long, because Celia immediately attacked Leo with a complaint about why he was walking somewhere for so long. Princess Zerdinger already had a bunch of shopping bags in her hands, but she still told her friend that they still had to buy books, uniforms, and other necessary things. Leo asked for forgiveness and answered his friend directly that Uncle Zeus had detained him, to which Celia chattered even more about whether the elders had really made a decision and immediately wanted to know how everything went, completely forgetting about shopping. The guy decided not to tell but to immediately show what he had already learned, and after that asked a little pathetically if he was using the technique correctly. Not believing what she was seeing, Celia dropped all her shopping bags and her legs gave way. Leo noticed the girl's reaction and he was pleased with himself, knowing that it only took him 3 weeks to get acquainted with the technique. And Celia, having fallen to the floor, could not contain her surprise, which was visible on her face, but in her head again was the question of who the hell this Leo was. It was time to take the liner to Lumen Academy, and the students were standing waiting to board, as well as Leo and Celia. When the ship began to dock, it caused many to be delighted with its dimensions, and at that moment the person responsible for them on the trip and not only was already approaching the students. Celia was a little scared by the sudden appearance of Professor Ein Ellendier when he came to greet the newcomers and introduce himself as the one in charge of the first years of the night class, since he was also an ice attribute knight. Mr. Ein loudly announced for the students to board, as the departure for Lumen was soon. The huge liner cut through the waves of the lake, heading towards the new monastery for the students. The professor enjoyed his wine while watching the new recruits, who also relaxed while enjoying the treats that had been prepared for them for the duration of the trip. Only Leo simply walked along the deck without touching the food, and just like Ayn, he watched everyone, and Celia for now stayed close to her friend. Suddenly someone called the guys as a couple, which made Leo neither cold nor hot, but Celia was horrified by such a statement. The guy introduced himself as alchemist Carl Thomas from the kingdom of Moira and proudly declared that he knew everything from potions to weapons. Carl handed a piece of paper to Leo telling them not to hesitate to contact him if they needed anything at the academy. Celia was still outraged by Carl's statement that she and Leo were a couple, so she had no intention of getting acquainted and turned away, and Leo introduced himself as being from the kingdom of Delan, and Carl immediately recognized him as the one who had passed the infamous exam. Carl wanted to say something else, but Leo interrupted him, asking the guys if he was the only one who thought the situation on the ship was strange, but the guy didn't understand what he was talking about. Leo explained that it was too peaceful on deck, which made him feel uneasy, but Celia did not understand her friend's suspicions, since this was nothing more than a warm greeting to the newcomers. The next moment Leo looked at Professor Ayn, but he was carelessly sipping wine and looking into the distance. Carl took another treat and with his mouth full agreed with Celia that those who were transporting them had no need to torment the students even before the distribution. But literally right after the guy's words, the ship began to sail, as if it had hit an underwater reef, and again Leo stood confidently on his feet because he knew that something similar would happen while others could barely stand. Leo's suspicions took the form of a huge tentacle that emerged from the water, and this was only part of what was about to appear. Everyone started running around in panic and screaming what was going on until one of the tentacles hit the deck right in front of Carl. The students rushed around the deck and called for help from Professor Ayn, who in turn continued to enjoy the wine, ironically pretending not to understand what the students were telling him. Despite the fact that the ship was about to sink and everyone on it would either drown or be eaten, Ayn took another calm sip of the drink. The next moment, the professor turned to the students and reminded them that they were Lumen students and candidates for heroes, so when danger befell them, they could only rely on themselves. After Ayn's loud words, a monster about the same size as the ship, if not larger, jumped out of the water onto the ship, similar to an octopus, which could well mean that it was the Kraken itself. Relaxation and thoughts about desserts were gone as a more interesting activity appeared, to which Leo ran first. Having cut the first tentacle like butter, the guy shouted to his friend to control herself, otherwise everything would only get worse. But Celia was also keeping up with slicing seafood, so she told Leo to think about his ass. The Kraken reacted quite sharply to the girl's fiery nature and shot a stream of water at her that left no dry spot, causing the poor thing to scream. Flo, even with a hint of disappointment in his voice, told Celia that this was the Kraken's natural reaction to the heat, so he splashed water and reminded her that this was a base, which angered the girl. The Kraken finally managed to grab Carl, and if it weren't for his screams, Leo and Celia wouldn't even have noticed the loss. But cursing at the damn octopus, the guys ran to Carl straight along one of the tentacles to free him. The students, although they competed in their own way to see who could best deal with the monster, worked together in a coordinated manner to speed up the process of dealing with it. Finding himself back on deck, Carl decided that this time he would rather hide under the table, so as not to disturb others and to save his own life. The young man watched the guys work, and if Celia's reaction as a top student was clear to him, he did not understand what was wrong with the new guy Leo. The poor guy turned as pale as snow when a tentacle fell in front of him, but not in its original form but frozen, which even caused the deck to crack. Carl even crawled out from under the table to express his indignation at what the culprit of such a mess was allowing himself to do. But Chloe continued to do her business, not paying much attention to the guy's shouts from the deck. Leo immediately recognized the girl as the modest stranger who had knocked him off his feet because of the pile of books that were blocking her view. And now Flo was looking at a rather strong and gifted person who was doing quite well with her mana. Chloe, without even turning around, told Carl that if he was unable to stand up for himself, then he could at least step aside and not interfere with his shouting. Carl was shocked by such speeches, not understanding whether the powers that be really don't care at all who gets hit. The young man's question was answered right at his feet by another huge severed tentacle, which frightened him again, but this was already the work of someone else. As always, brother and sister Revelin appeared in front of everyone in a refined manner, and they were also not averse to trying seafood. Leo noticed Chelsea's appearance more than Abita's, especially when she informed Celia that their rivalry was not over yet, and she shouted back in reciprocity. So silently Leo and Chelsea exchanged glances, and she flew off with her brother to deal with the monster. To each his own. Professor Ein was still pouring himself some wine, saying out loud that there were tons of monsters in the waters surrounding the academy. Looking at today's guest, Ein thought that the Kraken is the cannon for a welcoming party for new recruits. The professor had already noted for himself those who stood out, and these were undoubtedly the class monitors who were selected during the exams. The pretty girl Chunxia, who came from the eastern lands and dealt well with the monster even in hand-to-hand combat. My eyes also fell on the equally strong and rather well-known Celia Zerdinger and Abat Revelin, who had arrived from the west. Like her homeland, Chloe Miller of the north slew the Kraken with her chilling skills. It was also fascinating to watch Walden Tyden from the south tear apart a tentacle with his bare hands. Duran Moira from the central region showed himself to be brave and serious and dealt with the monster no worse than others. Ein observed such a vivid display of diverse skills and acknowledged that the newcomers this year were quite outstanding. The professor decided to drink to such a successful admission because he would like to continue to observe such results of painstaking work. But the most impressive sight for Ein was a guy unknown until then who also had stunning results. The professor observed Leo's mastery of fencing without a single unnecessary movement, and when the guy does move it's as if he's reading the Kraken's movements. Smiling, Ein thought that perhaps he would soon see a talented young man in his class. Finally, the ship docked, and the students, leaving wet puddles behind them, barely trudged on their feet away from the water. Neither alive nor dead, Carl followed the others with frustration, and all because due to his poor condition he used up all his potion supplies. With one jump, Ein was next to the students, warning them that they would have to cross the lake quite often, so it was better to get used to such guests now. Now all that was left was to walk to the entrance to the academy, but this time on a hard surface, which was good news. The first years gathered at the Elikra training grounds, which was part of Lumen Academy. One of the students had already started discussing that they don't accept normal people, and another replied that it would be more fun with them, but their conversation was interrupted by the hosts, who announced that the admission ceremony was beginning. Ein asked the students to line up by region and those who scored the highest score to stand in front. The host announced that the director would now give a speech, and Mr. Callion proudly stated that this year, as in all previous years, their ranks were replenished with new future heroes. The director warned that he would not belabor the point and would try to express the main idea in a few words. Mr. Callion made eye contact with each new student and reminded them that if they wanted to become heroes, they had to put in their best efforts. The director also added that training cannot be done without overcoming one's limits, even when it seems that one has reached the final stage. In order to make it clear who has a place in the academy and who does not, Mr. Callion shouted that those who already understood that they cannot be here, then they have no place in Lumen, and then hit the wooden stand so that it shattered. There was a deathly silence among everyone at the training ground, and chips from the stand were scattered under the director's feet. Turning to the teachers, Mr. Callion asked if he had overdone it, to which they tried their best to show that they were not in shock. But the director was pleasantly surprised by the fact that the students shouted joyfully in one voice after all the terrible things he told them. And while Callion was shouting to the recruits that he couldn't hear them, urging the crowd to make even more noise, the professors themselves didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because the longer they taught, the more the image of the great swordsman faded. The host went to another stand and asked the first-year class leader to give his speech to the students. Some of the guys were shocked and speechless when they heard that Leo Flo was announced as the head of the first years, but there were also those who immediately concluded for themselves who would be their #1 competitor. Leo was no exception to those who were shocked by the news, but a slight chill ran through his body for literally a moment. The guy looked forward where Ein and Arvi were standing, and at that moment he was just asked to go on stage again. When Leo thought about whether it was Arvi who recommended him for the role of headman, a slight smile appeared on his face, as if in confirmation. Leo went up to the stage where the stand had been before, and opening the text began to read an address to the professors and senior students. And rumors and whispers were already spreading among the students that they had never heard of this Flo, and the majority were sure that someone more famous would become the headman. While Leo continued to talk about how they first years now bear the honorary title of students of the Lumen Academy, one of the recruits already had a grudge against him, and in his thoughts he was already reading the guy's look and behavior. Having closed the book, Flo thanked everyone for their attention, and the presenter in turn thanked him for his performance. The host decided to keep the guy a little longer and asked if he would like to share his plans as a headman with everyone. Leo smiled at this statement, mentally thinking that the professor seemed to be doing it on purpose, so that he would anger the candidates for his place as headman. The young man decided to play by the rules of the academy and began to explain his plans, and behind his back the teachers were already discussing the fact that he had the gift of speech, so the ceremony would go smoothly thanks to such an exemplary student. But the model student decided to follow the example of the impudent director and declared to everyone from the stage that if someone was aiming for his position, then they should first try to take it away. To say that the guys were shocked when they heard this is to say nothing, because again, while some opened their mouths, others on the contrary clenched their jaws in anger. And Leo continued to only make noise by looking at the crowd and warning that he was not joking now and would deal with any of the students no matter who they were. When the sun had almost set, the students headed to the dormitory to occupy their rooms and put away their belongings. The first-year students went to rest knowing that from tomorrow and the entire next week there would be introductory classes, and during this period they could, regardless of their preferences, attend any of them, which was necessary to choose 3 subjects for further study. Some of the students immediately went to look for their rooms, while others stopped for a moment to take a good look at everything and get their bearings. Room 302 belonged to Leo Flo, and when he was about to enter, he saw Carl nearby, who said that it turned out that they would be neighbors. Carl shared with his friend that he was already looking forward to tomorrow and wished Leo good night, to which he reciprocated. The room where Leo would be living for the near future was quite spacious but minimalistic, and the huge bed was only for him alone, so he immediately fell onto it along with his suitcase. Closing his eyes, the guy immediately began to imagine why he really appeared at the Lumen Academy. Leo imagined how he opens the door to a place full of knowledge that he does not yet know, but he did not forget about the most important thing. The fantasy ran wild, and the young man found himself in a room full of shelves with books. Paper birds were flying around, and the target was lying on the top of the cliff. At the moment when Leo thought about the heroic protocol in which there are records about him, he appeared only in his past incarnation. The new school day started off great for the students because it took place in the cafeteria, where they served quite appetizing food. Carl had already noticed Leo and suggested eating together, although he had already started his meal before his neighbor arrived. Flo simply accepted Carl's offer and continued eating, not paying attention to anything else. But as soon as the guy took a bite of the food, a tray of food fell on the table, and the student rudely addressed the head of the first years, to which Leo, as always, reacted calmly. As a top student in the central region, Duran Moira was eager to find out if what Flo had said during his acceptance speech was a lie. With his mouth full, the headman asked if his words had been so provocative that now all sorts of strangers would be itching to fight. Now Duran was furious that a brat from some village didn't know his best student in the central region. And indeed, both Leo and Carl totally ignored the top student, continuing to enjoy their food and drinks. Instead of leaving the boys alone, Duran went berserk right there in the dining room without even touching his food. Poor Carl froze with his fork and food on it in his hand, because right in front of him it looked like ball lightning was about to explode. The top student decided that if he kicked the table with food into the air, he could scare Flo, but in fact he only showed himself as an idiot. Leo decided not to lag behind his classmate's interesting idea and jumped up from his chair like a spring. The guy had to unfortunately sacrifice his drink to catch the tray and assemble the burger back on the fly, and it wasn't even his own. Considering how happy Carl was, Leo managed to help him get the food back on the tray. Having dropped to the floor, Flo set his own record for a burger, or more precisely a royal double cheeseburger, and there was also a drink nearby. All Leo told Duran was that throwing such delicious food, especially on the first day, was an unforgivable violation. Duran gritted his teeth and muttered that right here and now he would bring the upstart down to earth. The top student started shouting that he wouldn't allow anyone, especially such a weakling, to show off in front of him, but then he felt someone's hand on his shoulder. The boys were hugged by Mr. Ein himself, who briefly responded to Duran's threats with the word "we'll see," and he suddenly became quiet. Leo was calm but wondered how Ein managed to appear here so unnoticed, while he seemed to be voicing the participants of the ring as a guy from the central region and a newly minted headman. The professor looked at both of them and commented with some disappointment that the guys had already started a fight in Lumen on the first day. And when Ein asked if the guys knew what awaited them, Leo only smiled, because he understood that most likely it would be something like running, and he was trained, so he was confident, unlike Duran's nervous look. The introductory classes of the nightly department on the first day took place on a platform reminiscent of an arena for gladiators. The clock had already passed the start of the lesson, but Ein stood silently in front of the students, looking down at the ground as if waiting for something. One of the students raised his hand and reminded the professor that it was time to start the lesson, and at that moment Celia was looking around for Leo. A hand appeared from under the arch, and as it turned out, the offenders had been running to class the whole time, which is why the start was delayed. Still angry, Duran went to the others, but Leo stood still, and Celia ran up to him asking him what happened. Flo wiped the sweat from his face, and when Celia asked if he had already managed to fight, the young man looked towards Moira and said nothing. When Duran was at a sufficient distance, Leo explained to the princess how everything happened in the dining room. Professor Ein happily announced that since everyone was finally assembled, the lesson could begin, and greeted the newcomers with a smile as their teacher, reminding them that he was Elendil and responsible for training the night unit. Leo, although he was standing next to Moira, was focused on the professor and his words, but the top student could not stand still and kept glancing at the headman. Professor Ein stepped forward with one foot to begin explaining the 3 methods of enhancement that mana provided. The teacher refreshed the recruits' memory by reminding them of spiritual magical methods and aura as the third, while clarifying that aura is the most difficult to control, after which he asked the guys who knew why it was this way with aura. Celia replied that mana loses its fluidity in the process of being converted into aura, and Ein agreed with this. The mentor added to what was said that magical and spiritual energies are fed by mana in its natural form, and accordingly the aura that consumes mana must adapt to the body of the owner. Having activated his power, Ein asked if anyone could explain how exactly the aura that accumulates in the body is used. Celia looked at her energy that was coming from her hand and mentally answered the professor's question that isn't the aura used simply as an emission through effort. To the surprise of all the students, Leo answered that the aura is used when mana is burned. Ein was glad that the dark horse was showing himself boldly and therefore asked the next thing, does he know what is the most important thing when burning mana? Duran was just about to open his mouth and answer when Leo was able to answer this question again, saying that endurance is important when burning mana. The professor, without hiding his admiration, directly told Leo that he was impressed by such knowledge and asked if the guy had studied the aura before. But Flo briefly replied that he had not studied the aura without looking for any excuses or being ashamed of it. Ein smiled at the young man's answer and thought to himself that it was quite a good ability to understand the essence without taking special classes, which was quite interesting. With the words "it's time to put theory aside and warm up a bit," the professor took the first step, but not on the grass, but as if floating in the air. Many students were shocked by such a sight, although they knew that the possibilities of aura are limitless, but with Ein's help it was still more spectacular. Elendil walked along the transparent circles like steps higher and higher, indicating to the students that this is called the aura step, which is formed by a simple concentration of the aura in the legs. Having descended to the ground with the help of the same aura, the professor went to the students to tell them something else very important. Anticipating a spectacular lesson, Ein warned the students that the potential for using aura is limitless if you know how to use it correctly. While studying the new possibilities of their bodies, the time during the lesson flew by unnoticed by all the students. Someone tried to do the aura step as the teacher showed, but in the end he learned to hover in the air. Other students manipulated aura and mana in battle because they wanted to discover something new in what they already knew. Celia did it pretty quickly, and she walked happily around the circles, after which she shouted to Leo that if he would kindly call her sister, she would teach him to do the same, which he refused since the principles of mastering the aura are the same everywhere. Duran also tried to do something with his aura, but his gaze was fixed on Leo, and Ein caught that moment. The guy tried to become invisible and was already worried that the professor had paid attention to him, which is why he began to bite his fingers out of nerves. But it was already too late, because Ein realized that now was the right moment to give the guys the opportunity to let off some extra steam. The teacher clapped his hands to attract the attention of all the students and said that as they remembered there had been a small commotion in the cafeteria that morning. Chelsea stood next to Carl, and when she asked what the professor was talking about, he simply shrugged. But Carl wouldn't be himself if he didn't arm himself with a charismatic, cunning face and ask if the girl was really that interested, after which he added fuel to the fire and said that it was no joke, and this made the poor guy even more nervous. At that moment, Ein called Duran and Leo to him, so all that was left was to watch and listen. The professor got as close as possible to Moir's face, asking what had made him so angry this morning, to which he looked away and denied that he was not angry at all. If before this the mentor wanted to change his mind, then, after such a lie, he told his comrades to get ready. Ein officially called each guy by name and status, and then announced that they were having a one-on-one running competition for the place of headman. The professor also clarified that in this competition participants can use aura without restrictions, which shocked Duran. Carl, as the main jester and ringleader, was already walking among the students and accepting bets. The alchemist loudly introduced the genius of the House of Moira from the Duran Hero League, who masterfully wielded the aura of the lightning attribute. And Carl introduced his opponent as a dark horse from the provinces and as a mysterious man who beat everyone in the entrance exam to become the head of the first years of Leo Flow. The students were divided into two camps because some thought that the guy was chosen as a class leader because he could do something, while others learned from a conversation with Celia that he did not have an aura, and if being a top class leader was not just a title, then this Flow had not shown himself. Ein simply told the guys that the winner would be the one who crossed the finish line first, and regardless of who won he had to accept the result because that was the essence of the competition. competition. At the moment when the professor started saying at the start attention, Celia already thought that Leo had no chance. And looking at the participants, the girl thought that this guy always exceeds all expectations. The mentor shouted march and the boys took off, but if Duran immediately broke ahead because he was fully charged with energy, Leo ran alongside without an additional booster. Moira didn't care that he was already ahead, so he turned around and shouted that he would be first no matter what, although he did it not for a simple reason but because he felt real competition in the person of Leo. The students shouted and whistled in support of Duran, and at the same time became disappointed in the headman who was running behind somewhere to the side. Flo perceived the competition as a game again, and now he was interested not so much in winning as in putting into practice what he had learned. If at the first meeting the guys praised the headman, now they were outraged at how bad he was and that he was clearly appointed by some mistake. At the same time, Chelsea supported Leo as much as she could with her strength and vocal cords by shouting at him that he was the best. Thanks to his lightning speed, Duran was already halfway across the distance, causing the crowd to go wild. Carl was shocked by how fast this crazy friend was, and plus he still voted more for Leo. Leo wasn't far behind his rival, but at the moment of the turn he looked at the wall and braked so hard that the soles of his shoes started smoking. Instead of catching up with Moira, the elder ran to the wall, which from the outside looked like flight or madness. Celia, also voting for Leo, watched now as this idiot ran to the wall and was shocked by what he was doing. But the guy had never made a mistake in his plans, and now he also knew perfectly well what he was getting into, so a fiery circle appeared under his feet. Having made several such jumps thanks to the aura of his step, Flo found himself on the stands, and with each such action he became more and more mysterious to the others. Having stopped at the right point, Leo looked in the direction where Duran was running and prepared for the most interesting moment. The young man pushed off from the steps of the stands so that they cracked under his feet, as if he had not been standing on them but had flown in like a meteorite. Feeling enough grip on the surface, Leo made something like a mega jump towards the finish line, which made Moira think it was like an explosion in the stands. Flo, at supersonic speed, rushed towards his opponent in order to still have time to catch up with him and perhaps even meet his eyes. The guy did just that, because not only did he overtake Duran, he also made fun of him, saying that he would be first and calling him a slowpoke. Having reached the finish line, Leo slowed down like an airplane, leaving behind dust, smoke, and a trail of his aura. Duran ran up to the enemy already with disappointment and a sour expression, still not understanding what the hell happened. But Leo, although he became the winner, met Moira with a smile because he immediately accepted the moment not as a rivalry but as a game and did everything out of interest and ease. Those who had changed their minds about Leo like 7 Fridays in a week now stood with their mouths open, not believing what they saw. The guys didn't understand how the new guy overtook the fastest Duran among the first years, despite the fact that Flo hadn't studied the aura step. Celia heard her classmates' conversation and mentally answered them that it was not an aura step at all but a phoenix step, and she also could not believe what this idiot had done. But Carl and Chelsea couldn't get enough of their friend's victory, so they kept shouting that he was the best. Mr. Ein also followed the course of events the whole time, not missing anything, and noted for himself that Duran used his lightning aura to speed up. The young man's acceleration was expected, but the fact that he managed to develop incredible speed still amazed the imagination. At the same time, the professor could not help but notice that Leo, although he was lagging behind at the beginning, but at the same time, by controlling his attribute, he was able to focus the maximum amount of fiery aura in his feet, which formed a giant step. Flo also had such a thing as self-worth, so when Duran approached him, he extended his hand to him, saying that it had been a good competition, adding that if it had been at a long distance, the result could have been different. But Moira couldn't accept that the upstart had won, so he nudged him with his shoulder, told him to get away from him, and walked away. But Ein was glad that a true hero appeared in this generation, and this especially warmed his soul. Chelsea was so happy about Leo's victory that she was bursting with happiness, and she repeated to the guy again that she wanted to be able to do the same, so she asked him to train her. Carl was outraged why Chelsea was so obsessed with Leo because he was no worse, to which Celia asked him if he was sure of what he said. Wanting to show that he too could be cool, Carl told everyone that since classes were over it was worth celebrating the first day in the cafe, and said that he was treating everyone today. Only Leo asked for forgiveness and refused asking to go without him, which the company did not understand at all. But the guy turned towards the exit without explaining anything. Only Carl decided not to back down so easily and asked where he was going, to which Flo said that he still had a call-up class. Carl asked out loud why a knight needed conscription training, and for the first time Celia agreed with the jester. And while Leo was walking to class, he was thinking about the fact that he didn't understand why the Fairy King gave him an oath as a reward. Remembering the encounter with the shadow in the wild forest, Flo knew very well that usually the reward in the hero's world is limited by the power of the creator. From the known information, it only follows that the reward that Leo received is more useful for the summoner, but at the same time Professor Arvi is an ordinary magician not associated with summoning. The next point that Flo came to was the understanding that he had to receive some kind of magical prize, and in addition to everything, in order to conclude a contract with the fairy, he needed to go to their land, so for now the prize was useless. Leo was standing waiting for class when he heard a question from behind asking if he was also called up for class. Flo immediately realized that in front of him was a top student from the east, and Chun Xia said that she was very glad to meet them. The young man reciprocated, but when he called the student by her full name, she asked him to call her simply Chun. Chun confessed to Leo that she was sure that he would choose the knightly division, and did not think that he would be interested in conscription, to which the guy said that he was really more interested in spiritualism, and the girl was glad that they would see each other more often. Leo asked what spirit the student had signed a contract with, and she immediately showed it, asking him if the guy would show his spirit. Flo admitted that he had not yet made a magical contract, and Chun offered her help if necessary, since she could give a couple of useful tips for summoning. Having thanked Flo, he said that he would count on Chun, and then asked how old she was. Chun said she was 17 and tried to guess if she was right in thinking Leo was 15 because she accidentally overheard him and Celia talking. Instead of answering, Flo stared at the girl, not understanding how she could be 17 if she looked much younger, even younger than Chelsea. Because Leo was thinking for a long time, he looked at Chun, and this time she noticed that gaze. Chun pulled herself up to the guy, wondering what he was already thinking about, but Leo quickly looked away and tried to fall into the cold as much as possible and answer that nothing like that. The girl continued the conversation, saying that in any case she was very impressed by the match between Leo and Duran. Leo was a little surprised that Chun was also watching and asked again if she really saw, to which she answered in the affirmative, and now again imagined the state she was in when she watched what the headman was doing. Chun turned to Leo and confidently told him that she hoped that one day he would accept her challenge as well. Flo liked this idea, and he honestly told the girl that he would of course accept her challenge. It would seem that this is what a person needs to be happy, but Chun, after she heard that they would compete with her, was extremely pleased. The introductory classes for the recruitment took place right on the rocky cliff, and besides Leo and Chun, many students had already gathered there. And even among these students there were those who itched not only their teeth but also their fists at Flo, so periodically such guys turned and cast a fierce look at the enemy. Among the envious and ill-wishers were those guys who fought with Leo on the deck of the ship against the Kraken. But at that moment both Leo and Chun were standing waiting for the teacher, whom frankly speaking they had already been waiting for. Flo was a little disappointed, asking into the air if this was all that would happen, but Chun was nearby and replied that the call was not very popular, especially since they were currently in the process of familiarization. Leo said that he understood and was just about to finish, saying that it was strange to conduct classes outdoors when he saw that Chun had stepped back. The girl stepped aside for a reason, because a huge winged creature appeared above them which needed a lot of space to land. Those who knew that this creature was called a black wyvern shouted it out, but no one understood where it came from. The beautiful creature leaned over to one student to get to know him and sniff him, but the poor guy almost shit his pants, screaming for him to leave him alone. The woman climbed down from the wyvern, telling the idiot that the little girl had merely shown him her politeness by saying hello. Having stroked her winged friend, the woman greeted everyone else and introduced herself as Yura Marin. Yura reminded that she is the very teacher who will be teaching those who want to for the entire next year. The guys were drooling over such a beautiful view and even thought that they wouldn't mind becoming conscription teachers. Leo also recognized the beauty of the teacher, but more through the eyes of his former colleague Dvino, because if he were here he would go crazy, and at the same time the guy realized that the appearance of this woman is not similar to the one that Luna and Lazina's had, but she is inspiring. The wyvern playfully leaned on its wing and watched as Yura talked to the newcomers, asking them if they were already here, and they clearly had a talent for summoning, to which they all loudly answered in one voice yes. The teacher liked how cheerfully the children answered and suggested that in this case they immediately move on to practice. After Yura called Carlo, a griffin descended to the ground along with another teacher. The students were also assigned griffins, and Yura said that they would learn to ride the birds and work in pairs. One student, frightened by such large creatures, decided to remind the professor that this was their first time in contact with griffins, which could be dangerous. But Yura immediately cut off all uncertainty with the question of whether such a young guy really had any complaints about her methods of conducting lessons. When the professor jumped on the wyvern, she shouted at the guy to just leave if he was not confident confident in his abilities and strength. Sensing the mood of its mistress, the wyvern spread its wings and launched its furious roar into the air, causing vibrations to travel along the ground. Among the most excited students, the calmest was Leo, who watched the beautiful creature take off. Carlo was more gentle than Yura, so he asked to follow the teacher's instructions and it would be better for everyone. The guys started getting to know their companions for this activity, and in one pair the girl was even sitting on the bird while the guy was petting it. On another occasion, the griffin decided that the young man needed help and lifted him above the ground with his strong beak. And when Leo was already sitting on the griffin, Chun came up to them and asked if she could lead him for the first time, to which he agreed. The pack crossed the expanses of the lake led by Yura on a black wyvern, and the students couldn't be happier that they were assigned to griffins on the very first day, so they were once again convinced that the Lumen Academy is incredible. Chun was also delighted and admitted to Leo that she was worried about the griffin's temperament, but it turned out that he was a cutie, and the guy warned that vigilance should not be lost anyway because controlling a bird is not an easy task. The girl stroked the creature and asked Flo that she needed to be vigilant even though the griffin was kind. And just as the young man wanted to explain what the griffin's compliance consisted of, a whistling sound was heard from the direction where Yura was flying, to which all the creatures reacted. The birds seemed to have gotten out of control and became simply wild creatures again that stopped listening to any commands. At that moment, Leo finally finished saying that the thing was that the professor had been controlling them all this time. Yura pointed out to the students that if they were unable to cope with the griffins, it was too early for them to become Lumen students, so now they needed to try to control them themselves. Poor Chun screamed along with the griffin, unable to tame the wild beast, but she was lucky with her partner. Chun was almost stunned when she felt Leo put his arm around her waist and took her hand with his other hand, and when she asked what he was doing, he explained that griffins were proud creatures, and trying to subdue them by force only made things worse. Since the guys couldn't change places, now Flo helped Chun control the griffin with his hand. The girl felt terribly awkward about the situation with such closeness, and she no longer knew what to do, so she simply froze, trusting her partner. The griffin stopped kicking and headed towards the wyvern, and because it gained altitude and speed, the wind was blowing into its face like crazy, so Chun closed her eyes, but Leo could see where they were heading. Yura noticed how Leo and Chun did and considered this result to be quite good for the first time. The professor turned to Carlo, asking him if the first-year class leader had applied to the nightly division, which he confirmed. Yura asked Carlo if the guy had a personal griffin at home, but he replied that Leo was not from a noble house that could own such creatures. The woman thought that Flo most likely had an innate gift, and she really liked it. Looking at the guy again, Yura noted for herself that there was a possibility that they had received an uncut diamond. Finally, everyone arrived at the summoning island, which was also the training ground for the summoning unit. Poor students who experienced a condition worse than seasickness during such a flight, while Leo meanwhile was as if he had never flown. The guy walked next to the trees on which juicy fruits had already ripened, looking for a certain size. The moment Leo picked the fruit, a feather fell on him that didn't look like anything that belonged to a bird or even a griffin. Chun jumped off the bird and asked the guy what he found there that made him freeze in place, but he answered nothing. Flo, under Yura's cries that they had enough of idleness, approached the griffin and treated him to a fruit, which made the creature extremely happy with the treat. The professor said that right now the students would have a test for practical training, and that as expected, complaints poured in from the newcomers since today was the first day. The same guy who didn't want to climb the griffin was now again unhappy that they had an introductory lesson and at the same time a test which he completely did not understand. Yura did not stand on ceremony and immediately explained that their path was more difficult than that of other units and asked if anyone present did not know this fact. For those who are particularly slow-witted, the professor explained that for a summoner, normal control over mana is not enough. Yura added that in order to conclude a contract with a spirit, one needs a predisposition to such a special action. And in order to command those with whom a contract was concluded, a person must have the gift of taming. Thus, the professor led the students to the fact that this is precisely why the number of summoning heroes is an order of magnitude less than in the other two classes. At the same time, the woman reported that those summoners who have achieved a connection with the summoner can perform greater feats than other heroes. Finally, Yura asked if everyone who was here today had not come to become such heroes, to which she again heard loud cries that this was exactly how it was. Elsa Georgian, who was a representative of the Georgian family of summoners from the north, came forward and asked directly what the essence of the test was. Yura also directly and briefly explained that the island where they are is called the Island of Summons. The name of the place spoke for itself, since there were plenty of summons here, and this creature is the main weapon of the summoner, and the test will accordingly test the student's abilities in taming. To make the picture even clearer, Yura explained that the test task was incredibly simple because it was necessary to tame a local summon and bring it, and after taming and concluding a contract, the creature would remain with the student. The students, their heels flashing, dozed off into the forest with such agility, as if they were not trying to pass a test but to collect their share of the gold. Considering that the only one who as always did not run after the crowd was Leo, the question immediately came to him, is this really the same headman? Elsa approached the guy like a sly fox, telling him about the sensational rumors about his victory over Duran, after which she asked if it turned out that he would also attend these classes. Chun was shocked by the way this girl spoke to Leo, but the guy standing next to her clearly had a grudge against the headman. Flo turned around brazenly and walked into the forest, and without looking back he answered Elsa's question only by saying that the best should succeed in everything. The girl did not like this answer because she was used to the fact that they communicate with her in a completely different way and mostly in the way she liked. But Yura was pleased that a picture was emerging where the guys who stayed and didn't run away would become key figures among the first years. Leo walked deep into the forest while many immediately found their summons both large and small. And the dark horse went deeper and deeper into the forest, not paying attention to the whispers behind him about how he had gone too far, but someone was happy about it because if he failed he would return to the nightly unit. When the noise and hubbub were left behind, Leo put his hand under his jacket to get something important for himself. In the guy's hands was the very feather that had fallen on the fruit and which he had kept silent about in front of Chun because he himself did not yet know what this would mean for him. Leo concentrated his phoenix aura on the feather and fire began to blaze around it, which is why he went so far. The next moment the guy watched as the feather burned, but at the same time sparks emanated from it in different directions while an ordinary one would simply flare up and fall to the ground as ashes. And when the fire around Flo disappeared but a bright light appeared behind him, the young man was so surprised for the first time and froze in place. Meanwhile, Leo's parents went out into the mountains with a tent and had a wonderful time in the fresh air, except that Mrs. Reyna was still a little worried about her son. Mr. Dade reminded his beloved that today was only the first day of school and placed a plate of food on the table. Asking why she was so worried, Dade handed Reyna a mug of hot drink and she thought for a moment. It was not for nothing that Reyna had such an anxious premonition about her son, since at that very moment Leo was in the middle of the forest engulfed in flames all around. And while the mother tried to calm herself down by saying that something like that could happen, her son at that time felt the furious heat of one of the three greatest Phoenix Simmons. Leo continued to withstand temperatures incompatible with life, and the fire not only took shape but also turned to him with the question of whether this was really Zerdinger's child and moreover smelled of the flames of Reyna. Leo asked how the creature knew his mother, to which it questioningly repeated the word mother, and said that it meant it was not mistaken in its premonitions. A real phoenix appeared in front of the guy and clarified that if Reyna really had a child it would be approximately the same age as Leo is now, and the bird answered the guy's question that it knows Reyna. The creature made it clear to the young man that it not only knew the lady but even owed her a great deal at the time they met. Phoenix introduced herself as Farina, and the guy stood more relaxed in front of one of the three mystical level summons, greeting her in return. Leo gave his full name and asked Farina how she was connected to his mother and what debt she mentioned at the beginning of the conversation. Farina explained without hiding anything that Reyna saved the life of her summoner Ellen Lund, which is why Flo was shocked to learn the name of the hero he had heard about. Phoenix decided to tell briefly about what happened and began with the fact that Ellen was clearing the dungeon in Seiran, having lost all her companions, and her own life was in danger. At the most critical moment, Reyna appeared and saved Ellen from death and oblivion that would have overtaken her in the dungeon. The only happy ending to this story was on Ellen's side, since Reyna lost her fiery aura in the process of being saved. When Farina finished the story explaining that if it weren't for that incident Reyna had every chance of becoming a hero, Leo looked down at the floor filled with sympathy for his mother. Flo told Phoenix that his mother said that she never regretted what she did, to which Farina laughed, confirming his words since Reyna really was such a knight. Leo wanted to know how Farina ended up in Lumen, to which she replied that she couldn't say for sure, but at the same time asked a counter-question about what the guy who was supposed to become a knight was doing on the island. Flo answered so directly that he was attending the class on conscription, which caused a rather vivid reaction from Phoenix. Farina saw at that moment what only she could see and smiling said that a rather interesting situation had developed and their meeting was more like fate. Having become even brighter and more powerful, Phoenix told the young man that she would finally be able to fully repay her debt to his mother. Farina asked Leo to stretch out his hands and accept her gift, after which a small flame appeared on his palm. The majestic creature told the guy that he was now holding in his arms her child, who had not even been born yet. The bird explained to Flo that one day he would become a great summoner and then, as Farina hoped, would make a contract with the new Phoenix. Farina regretted that for now this was all she could give, and Leo asked if it was really impossible to sign a contract right now, which surprised her. Phoenix warned the boy that it was too early to sign a contract because even a chick's power would be so great that he could lose his life. Only after her words Farina became convinced that she was wrong because the guy was engulfed in flames, and this meant that it was too late to change anything. The bird sensed what Flo was about to do, so she nostalgically said that his determination to challenge the impossible reminded her of Reina, and finally she wished him luck and flew away. Everything around Leo went dark, and in this impenetrable darkness there remained only him and his future summon. The guy took a risk and touched the fire, not expecting either good or bad results from his action. After touching, the small flame turned into a tornado of flame that surrounded Leo from all sides. Flo screamed in pain, realizing that he had practically nothing to breathe, since there was only fire around him, but he understood that this was the nature of the phoenix flame. The young man's hand turned black, but he knew that as a result of combustion, in order to study such a powerful flame, the birds faced such pain every day. Leo didn't even move away from the hearth, but more and more accepted that phoenixes live thanks to the regeneration of their eternally burning flesh. Surrounded by flames that only grew, the young man froze and closed his eyes, thinking that he accepted and shared pain with the creatures who were forced to experience it. Immediately after, Flo thought that he would not resist the elements. The egg with Farina's child appeared in his hand again. The egg cracked at the top, and Leo continued to hold it and remained level and just waited. The time of truth had come, and the phoenix child rose into the air in front of the guy, spinning a fiery funnel around itself. As it turned out, Farina had not disappeared anywhere, but had been watching Flo all this time, and after she saw that the egg had almost opened, she rhetorically asked with delight if it had really worked, to which he confidently replied, wiping the sweat from his face. Farina smiled and with admiration admitted out loud that Leo Flo was a true genius. The bird acquired the human form of a fiery woman and added that the guy would have no equal in this world. Farina congratulated the young man on successfully concluding the contract, and holding her child in her arms introduced her as Fiora. Leo stood in a stupor, not knowing what to be more surprised about: the fact that in front of him was an incredibly beautiful woman and not a bird, or the fact that Phoenix did not look like a phoenix but looked more like a red chicken. Farina handed Fiora to the young man, saying that she was entrusting him with her child, after which the baby made a funny sound, and Flo was only convinced that the little one really did look like chicken, but of course all this was in his thoughts. The sun was already at its zenith, so the wyvern kindly raised its wing to shelter its owner from the sun, while she looked at the summoned students, among whom there was even a wombat, which she found very cute. Yura asked Carlo what their time was, and he said that there were 5 minutes left until the end of the test. Carlo looked at the list and calculated that there were only 4 left, and Yura looked thoughtfully into the forest, realizing that the most delicious was left for dessert. The teacher was not mistaken, because the next moment a huge bear ran out of the forest, but the student was nowhere to be seen. Only when the animal stopped did a battered Chun peek out from behind it, wondering if the time was up yet, but Yura was impressed that the girl had tamed the water bear, so she didn't even say anything about the time. And then the show of who would do more higher and better began, because a large shadow passed over Chan and her summon. The guy who, like Leo, was the last to go into the forest landed on the ground holding onto the paw of a shadow raven, which also surprised Yura, since even a representative of a famous family cannot always tame one. The student said that he had not yet signed a contract, but the professor replied that even such an indicator as simply bringing such a creature was already more than good. Elsa also did not lag behind, arriving riding on a gigantic snake that looked just like her. The girl reported from above that she went further and made a contract with this creature because there were no such creatures in their family yet, to which Yura praised such a find in the form of a gorgon snake. Carlo shouted that time was up and that the last student was just pulling up as he came out of the forest. Everyone immediately stared at Leo, expecting him to snatch something out of the ordinary or nothing at all, but he calmly walked up to everyone. Fiora sat on the guy's head, making her cute and funny sounds like a chick. All the same bullies who sometimes praise Leo and then throw mud at him this time also laughed at him and his mediocrity, thinking that maybe he would finally give in here at least, and all just because they were stupid and did not understand who he had tamed. But Professor Yura was shocked by how much the guy outdid everyone, even though he had the tiniest summon on his head of all the students. Yura couldn't think of anything else to say except Mother of God, realizing that a baby phoenix was sitting on the young man's head. Upon returning to the academy, Leo stood in the hallway adjusting his tie as he was asked to come to the professor's office. The young man knocked on the door and then heard Yura's voice asking him to come in. The professor stood leaning on the table reading papers about today's test, and besides them there was a bunch of other different materials on the table. Leo reminded the teacher that he had been told that she had been looking for him and Yura had asked him to come in and sit down in the chair. Yura confessed to the guy that today, for the first time in her life, she saw a phoenix chick while he was sitting down in the chair. The professor appeared next to Leo so close that he even felt a little uneasy, and she continued to explain that she didn't even think that phoenixes lived on the island of summoning. Yura meanwhile was getting closer and closer to Flo, speaking in bewilderment about how this was an unprecedented case in the history of the academy for a newcomer to immediately sign a contract with Phoenix. Poor Leo, even when engulfed in flames by the majestic Firebird, was not as nervous as he was now in such a close audience with the professor, which is why he pressed his whole body into the chair. Yura, holding on to the arms of the chair and leaning over, only told the guy that she seemed to know who he really was. Flo felt himself starting to feel sick. The light began to dim before his eyes, and not a single word could escape his lips. The professor hugged the guy so much that she almost fell to the floor along with him and the chair, shouting what a genius Leo was at summoning. Returning the chair with the young man to its normal position, Yura said that it would be great to reward him for such an achievement, but at the same time she clarified that for now it would be better to keep a secret that the guy had signed a contract with Phoenix. Flo was still sitting silently and recovering from the shock while Yura was telling him that if he revealed such news now there would be a stir in the academy. Yura put her hand on Leo's shoulder and said that she had an important request for him after the introductory classes were over. The professor asked the young man to choose a summoning class as his main direction because she believes that he is born to become the greatest summoning hero that everyone will remember for a very long time, and Leo thought that he had already heard something similar from Farina. The next day came at the Lumen Academy when the introductory classes were still taking place, and this time it was possible to try something new again. Chloe walked down the corridor yawning quite loudly because she thought she was walking alone and couldn't do anything about such terrible fatigue. The girl had to cover her mouth very quickly when she heard someone behind her make a joking remark about how she could tear her cheeks like that. Next to Leo walked Carl, who made a remark emphasizing that Chloe looked tired, to which she threw out a weighty argument for reading a magic book until late. Flo reached into his pants pocket to give something to a classmate and asked again just in case if she was Chloe Miller. The guy handed Chloe her ID, which he had been carefully keeping all this time, and finally had the opportunity to return it. Leo explained that he noticed the document at the moment of their collision on the street, but at that moment there was no opportunity to look for it because he had arranged a meeting with Celia. Chloe gasped when she remembered that incident and now realized that she had run into the head of the first years himself, and after that she thanked him. The three guys sat down at one table and Carl ironically asked Leo not to say that he was going to the magic class, to which he again explained that he wanted to try everything possible while the introduction was going on. Carl tried to tell only Flo that the Ice Girl was going to become the first in the magic division, and it was unclear why, but he also clarified that he was talking about Chloe Miller if anything. And the girl sitting literally next to them was not deaf and not stupid, so she heard the idiot who had previously joked about her yawning too much whispering about her. Carl noticed Chloe's cold gaze on him both literally and figuratively, so he got up from the table and blurted out something like there was a cold breeze and was about to leave. The jester just started to say that it would be better to go somewhere far away, but it was too late and an ice barrier appeared right in front of his face. Almost losing his jaw from shock, Carl raised his head up and saw that his path was blocked by a block of ice 2 meters high, if not more. Now Chloe stood up from the table and told Carl that he was actually sitting in front with her. Leo was amused by how Chloe quickly decided to figure out how Carl was very interested in magic and offered her help. Flo froze when he heard a girl's voice calling him, and while he was turning in that direction, he tried to figure out who it could be. The young man turned around and saw his sister and brother Revelin waving at him, who, as it turned out, had also come to class. Leo was surprised by the guys, but there was no time to talk because at that moment the door opened and the professor entered the classroom with the words, "I'm glad to welcome everyone to the magic lesson." While the teacher walked by and explained that he would be teaching them magic for the next year, the students were swooning over how handsome he was. The professor introduced himself to everyone as Glenn Holmes, although in appearance, he looked more like a young vampire in a cloak. Mr. Glenn placed his hand on the stack of papers and informed the students that this material would be needed before the start of today's classes. The professor clicked his finger and made the papers scatter onto each student's desk, explaining that it was a short written test. Leo picked up the piece of paper and began to look at the assignments while again hearing the indignation of some of his classmates about the test being on the very first day. But Mr. Glenn confirmed that yes, he does do a test on the first day of acquaintance in order to select those students who meet his standards. An hourglass appeared above the professor's hand, and he clarified that the assignments that were currently lying on the table should be cracked by student Lumen like nuts. The last thing Mr. Glenn said was that after finishing the work, he would hand it over to his assistant Anna, who waved her hand at the guys so that they could get their bearings. Leo felt goosebumps run down his spine as he realized that the magic from his past life did not fit with current magical trends, and he immediately realized that the formula was confusing. In the auditorium, the sound of pens scraping across paper and sand pouring out of a watch could be clearly heard in the silence. A couple of students who had already handed in their work began to discuss the fact that some of the assignments were easier than expected, but when it came to the last question, it turned out that the guy had not handed it in. At the same time, Leo felt his head was boiling and he could no longer understand anything, so he decided to let it be as it would be since he had only completed one task. The young man was shaking all over and his legs were giving way, so he hurried to hand in his work, thinking that he should have studied modern magical theory better before attending this class. Leo, without waiting for the test results, left the classroom squeezed like a lemon and with thoughts that now he would have to study magic on his own. The test time passed while Flo walked and discussed how over the last 100 years magic has changed a lot in terms of evolution, and if earlier it required perfect understanding, now it is used with knowledge of the principles of activation. Already at that moment, Leo understood that the evolution of magic had lowered the level of current magicians, and in the audience there was another snap of fingers and the papers only with marks flew back to their owners' desks. The students who were shocked by how handsome the professor was were now sitting in shock by how their admissions test results were for the worse. The professor raised his hand not to announce the results but to show everyone present something important. In Mr. Glenn's hand, it was as if a new star had appeared from which many symbols eventually began to diverge. And that same little spark appeared above the professor, launching even more stars and even galaxies away from itself. The students seemed to have found themselves in a planetarium and watched the formulas and constellations with their mouths open, while the professor told them that in front of them was his essence of magic and that he had created it himself from beginning to end. Mr. Glenn informed everyone that he wanted to help students create their own magic. Closing his palm, the professor also closed his magical world, explaining that it was precisely because creating the essence of magic is hard work and not tricks that he conducted the test. Now that the papers were done, Mr. Glenn made it clear that the 49 questions were based on simple memorization and each was worth 1 point, but only one question on the true essence was worth 51 points. Chelsea looked at her test, and after hearing what the professor had said, she wasn't surprised that she couldn't answer the main question. The girl noticed that Leo gave up early and just left, but she was upset not because of this but more because she would have liked to go to classes with him. The assistant ran up to Mr. Glenn to tell him some important news about the test. The professor was terribly surprised when he heard that there was one student who was able to answer that very 50th question about the essence. Mr. Glenn scared Anna because after her words, he laughed very loudly, not hiding how happy he was with such news. The mentor immediately began asking which of the students was the first in history to score the highest on the test, but everyone sat there perplexed. Holmes was so delighted that he looked around with hungry eyes among the students, asking the one who had passed the test to stand up, but then Anna decided to timidly clarify that this was not the highest score. Glenn still said that a few missed answers were nothing compared to passing the main question, and that it was neither good nor bad, but Anna again quietly said that it was not even about that. The professor seemed to have had an emotional roller coaster day today, as he was thrown by the information that this student only gave the correct answer to the last question. Mr. Holmes asked what kind of craftsman he was, and Anna showed him a photo of Leo Flo. The professor turned to the audience and asked student Leo Flo to stand up, but instead a quiet hum of discussion spread through the class, and Carl and Chloe also looked at each other, not understanding where their friend had gone. Chelsea hesitantly informed the professor that student Leo had left immediately after taking the test, and that there was indeed a piece of paper lying on his desk. Mr. Glenn approached the absent student's desk and saw the very same mark on the paper indicating that only the 51st question had been submitted. Meanwhile, Leo was sitting with Celia over a delicious dessert, and she was already laughing at how this fool left only because he could only answer one question. Celia was also enjoying a huge portion of ice cream with fruit while mentioning that Flo already had a chicken from the summoning classes and now only one answer on the magic test, and concluded that he was moving in the wrong direction. The girl advised her friend to focus on fencing if he was aiming more for the knightly division, to which Leo decided to joke, and asked if she really wanted to train together, but Celia couldn't finish. The poor girl stared at the tall gentleman in the black cloak behind her, who had concluded from the boys' conversation that the guy preferred knightly affairs, and when Flo turned around he heard that he had decided to laugh at the magic lessons. The professor asked why the student left immediately after taking the test, and whether it was because it seemed so easy that he didn't even want to wait for the results. Leo respectfully stood in front of Mr. Glenn and explained that it was a misunderstanding because he was sure that he had failed the test, which surprised him very much. Holmes' state of shock was growing, and now he also heard from the guy that all the questions except the last one were quite difficult for him, so he could only answer it. The professor didn't even really know what to answer, and Leo continued to explain that he studied magic on his own by reading outdated books, so such advanced questions left him stumped. When Holmes realized who was in front of him, he emotionally simply lifted the young man in his arms in front of him, which even shocked Celia. Having lowered Leo to the ground, the professor saw in his face a lot of questions, at least what the hell was going on now. But all that Mr. Glenn said was a request to follow him, which after such a sharp rise to the top was difficult to do, and trust this strange man. Leo didn't have to put in much effort because Holmes grabbed him by the clothes and drummed him along to speed up the process. Celia remained sitting at the table, thinking about how eccentric this teacher of magical theory was, and Anna was already running up to her from behind. The assistant, out of breath, asked Miss Celia if she had seen Professor Glenn, and if he had done anything wrong, to which the girl said that he had indeed been there just a second ago. The student also added that Mr. Holmes grabbed Leo Flo by the collar of his jacket and dragged him away, which left Anna in shock. Anna also lost her temper after such news and ran after Glenn, mentally cursing him for not understanding what this crazy guy had in mind. And Holmes simply wiped the board and wrote a task for Leo on it and asked him to solve it right now. Flo calmly walked up to the board and began to complete the task, while the professor thought that if the guy really hadn't solved the last question by pure luck, then that meant he had his own idea of the magic system in his head. Holmes seemed to be in a fever, so he eagerly awaited the guy's answer and watched him, mentally asking him to show his true potential. Leo turned to the teacher and said that he had already solved the problem given to him, which the teacher didn't even understand at first. The professor looked at the board and then at the student and could not understand whether he had really solved it in his head, since there was not one problem but several, to which Leo indifferently replied that yes, something like what the teacher had said. Mr. Glenn couldn't believe his luck, just like all the other teachers who saw the boy's potential during classes. And on the very first day, Arvi was leisurely walking along the corridor of the academy, minding his own business and lost in his thoughts. But suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, Holmes rushed towards the professor, as if he were an armored train that could not be stopped. Glenn rushed to thank Mr. Arvi for finding such an amazing student and bringing him to Lumen. Only Arvi, looking at this approaching murderous machine of happiness, already understood that things were bad. Arvi instantly turned in the opposite direction from Holmes, but did not have time to leave because he fell at the professor's feet with words of gratitude. Not wanting to tolerate such hysteria, Arvi lifted Glenn into the air, explaining that he had already become a victim of such antics of the professor more than once, but this time he was especially carried away. Holmes seemed to not care that he was hanging in the air and disgracing himself in front of another teacher, because he admitted that Leo Flo was a brilliant magician, the very one that Arvi recommended for prefect. Arvi understood who they were talking about, but was perplexed by what kind of magic was being talked about if the guy was originally going to be a knight. Glenn's face changed dramatically, and he said that there was no chivalry and Leo had to become a magician at any cost because he couldn't allow such a mind to atrophy while he was waving a metal stick. Anna ran up just at the moment when Arvi not only lowered Holmes to the ground but took away his strength and he fell down. The assistant managed to catch the professor at the last moment, who even while falling managed to complain that giving such a young genius into the care of the knights was an insult to magic, to which Arvi briefly replied, "Take him." Mr. Glenn was glad to see Anna and immediately thanked her for saving him, remaining satisfied that the boy would be his. Anna also pretended to be glad to see the teacher, but she was already shaking from fatigue and anger, so she gently asked Mr. Holmes to return to class, and she thought that someday she would finish off this idiot. Unexpectedly, someone adequate was finally walking behind Arvi, and this time it was that very genius Leo. But all that happened at that moment when Flo and Arvi crossed paths was again a silent exchange of glances like all the previous times. The guy remained standing in place while the professor walked on, thinking that these magicians, as always, were a little out of this world. After a week, when the trial lessons ended, Leo was still in no hurry as before, but enjoyed reading a book on the roof of the academy. The young man slammed shut the book about Kyle, the hero of the source which decided the most important question, whether he was a fraud. Flo sat on the edge of the roof looking at the academy's territory from a bird's eye view and kept thinking about his most important mission within the walls of the educational institution. At this time, a crowd of people rushed along the corridor, heading to a specific place to resolve an important issue. Director Callion was forced to tear himself away from his paperwork because his office was broken into without even knocking. At the door stood professors who looked more like overexcited students who couldn't stop themselves from telling the news and shouted that it was something incredible. I handed the director a paper on which was Leo Flo's statement that he wanted to try the entire division because of his desire to be everywhere. The next moment, an argument arose about Leo having to study in the department that each professor represented, and if the young man were here now, he would be torn to pieces. Mr. Callion laughed at the situation, drawing a parallel with the fact that the incident reminded him of that same fictitious hero. Finally, the teachers stopped arguing and bickering because they understood who they were talking about. The director confirmed the professor's guesses that he really meant the fifth-grade hero or the hero of the source. Mr. Kalyan looked out the window and called out the name Kyle, informing everyone that he was the only master of all three types. The weather was wonderful, so the students were able to spend more time outdoors, particularly on the training ground. Celia was both lucky and unlucky with her cousin because on the one hand she became more resilient and now Chelsea couldn't keep up with her, but on the other hand, if you remember that she started out the same way as Chelsea, that was a minus. Leo sat under a tree listening to Carl's surprise that the girls trained even on weekends. But Flo explained to his friend that Chelsea herself asked to train her, but Carl still didn't understand why the girls were just running and where their weapons for training were then. Leo again made it clear to Carl that there are things more important than weapons, but instead of him Celia answered, who just ran up and said that this important thing is endurance. Chelsea also picked up on the fact that endurance was the most important aspect of a battle mage and immediately motioned for Carl to move over, waving her hand. Princess Revelyn sat down so that she was next to Leo, but at the same time she pushed Carl with her, but while Flo was giving water to Celia. Chelsea said that she enjoyed running on her day off because she really missed it, but she also mentioned that she would have gone for a run with Leo too. Flo asked Chelsea again if she would really run with him, to which Celia had a violent reaction as she spat out water from the guy's reaction, and Revelyn did not understand what was wrong with the girl. Noticing what happened to Celia, Leo smiled sarcastically and said that he had planned to run with her anyway, so he asked the girl to do it properly, to which she angrily said that she would not run with him. Carl asked again what was going on between Leo and Celia and why they were so close, because at first he thought that the guys were dating. Celia once and for all shed light on the fact that Leo is actually her cousin since he is her aunt's son. At that moment both Carl and Chelsea were in shock because they found out that Leo was zerting her, but Celia corrected them that this was not entirely true due to some family circumstances, but it was not so important. Flo stood up and told Celia to do what she had planned, which Chelsea was happy about, but her cousin was not so happy about. Carl in turn decided to also say that in that case he would go for a weekend walk instead of all this running around. Celia tearfully asked her friend to take her for a walk with him, but Flo was already dragging her by the scruff of the neck to go jogging. Carl smiled, asking where the normal nobles in his circle were with whom he could walk and have a leisurely conversation. On the day of class assignments, Lumen Academy was buzzing like a beehive as all the students were eagerly discussing who had gotten where and who they would now study with. Leo walked up to the door of class 1 to 5 and pushed it open without any expectations or worries about who he would be studying with. The first person Flo saw was Carl, or rather his friend saw Leo and called him over to immediately discuss the fact that they would still be together during training. Leo asked Carl if he knew that he would already be in this class, to which the guy confidently said that there was nothing that he didn't already know. Flo also noticed that Chelsea was there too, but only physically because the poor thing couldn't think of anything after training, but she still said hello. Carl in his usual manner asked what Leo had been doing with the poor girl all weekend, to which he simply replied that he had been brushing up on the basics, and Chelsea, in a barely alive voice, said that she would never do such a thing again. The bullies appeared again, who only wanted to make fun of the newcomers, so they immediately asked if this was the famous suffering class 1 to 5 and then asked how many of them would remain after the first semester. When the idiots blurted out something about condolences to the younger students, they heard a voice behind them who told the guys that they both could use some sympathy right now. The bullies turned in the direction from which someone had spoken to them and were already mentally praying to stay alive. The one the idiots feared most asked again if he wasn't right that the guys would need empathy if they continued to be so self-confident. To be on the safe side, the unfortunate students decided that it would be better to remain silent altogether, but it was already too late, and their class teacher Harrid Edmund said the word bridge. The students immediately carried out the will of Mr. Edmund and made a bridge with their bodies, as he said, after which the leader headed towards them. Harrid sat comfortably on 2 human bridges and was even able to cross his legs, and he greeted his class with words about how glad he was to meet the worthless scum. The professor also added that right in front of him now sits a class of losers who scored the least points among the newcomers, and in that case he clarified that most likely the students had already heard about him and his nickname Tear Squeezer. After Harrid asked if anyone knew why he was appointed as the class teacher for classes 1 to 5, no one could give a clear answer. Carl decided to take a chance and replied that perhaps the reason was to improve their academic performance if they were such losers. The class teacher read the boy as if he were reading a book, saying that Carl Thomas was a typical representative of losers, which is why the poor guy couldn't even say anything in response. Harrid tried again to find out if none of the scum class understood what the duty of a student of the Lumen Academy was, but now Chelsea took a risk, suggesting that they should conquer the world of heroes through practical missions. Finally, Mr. Tear Squeezer agreed with the student, but immediately clarified that he saw here only the faces of those who would die as soon as they stepped outside the academy, so he said out loud that it would be better to immediately expel those who were dragging the class down. This is how the professor explained the reason why he took over class 1 to 5 and Harid still hasn't gotten off the bridge of 2 students. Mr. Edmund was still talking about the root of his nickname, but his gaze was already fixed on the student who was different from the majority. The class teacher met Leo's gaze, and the boy undoubtedly caught his attention. The first thing that Harry thought when he looked at Flo was that this particular guy might be able to survive. Before the students had time to recover from the shock of who they would be spending time with every day, the strict man commanded them to change into their training uniforms and go to the training ground. At the training ground, the boys were treated to nothing less than a pastime based on combat testing. The students lined up to await further instructions from Mr. Edmund, but he was a little busy with his own affairs. Having settled himself very comfortably in a chair under an umbrella, and with a drink in his hand, the leader explained that the students' lesson begins with eradicating illusions about the Lumen Academy. Harid immediately began to break the illusory glasses by saying that the students should stop being sure that they can save someone in that world where lives come and go almost at the snap of a finger. At that moment, Nella Carvin from the night unit with the healing attribute responded in a very timid and quiet voice, wondering if they as comrades shouldn't protect each other. The professor cut off that this was complete nonsense and that in this cruel world you can only rely on yourself, and even if you think about saving someone you first need to understand whether you have enough strength inside. So he asked the student why she thought she could help someone. Instead of Nella, another student volunteered with confidence in her voice, declaring that she could definitely handle it and was ready to show what she was capable of. The leader let out a sarcastic laugh and asked the girl to create a fireball to test her abilities. Elena Layden of the Night and Magic Division easily accomplished the task. Edmund wasn't particularly impressed, asking sarcastically if that was all, and then adding that such a ball could only kill an ant, but such criticism only egged Elaine on, and she said that it wouldn't be a problem to invest a little more mana. The classmates had to move away when the girl already had 2 fireballs in her hands, now asking the leader what he would say. Having reacted poorly to the fact that Elaine could not only support 2 balls but also double them, Harid nevertheless admitted that he was impressed. But this cunning devil would not be himself if he did not offer the student to hit the little girl with his spell, and pointed his finger at the ball. A small sylph emerged from the ball and looked so cute that it was impossible to take your eyes off it. The creature flew straight to Elaine, and she even reduced her strength. She was so confused by such a tiny thing. Sylph even became even more cute on purpose and touched the girl's nose quietly, laughing. But Elaine quickly restrained herself, remembering about testing her powers, so the first reaction that arose was anger and not affection. The student threw ball after ball, and the sylph dodged so skillfully that it looked more like a dance. When the creature appeared near the owner, he concluded that there was no point in strength if it could not hit the target, and asked now that the students realized that they lacked efficiency in using skills. The guys were broken after such words, and Harid reminded them that everyone needs to hone their skills in order to surpass themselves, because even the director said this at the first meeting. Smiling sarcastically, Mr. Edmonds said that until the students caught his sylph, the lesson would not be completed, and asked the children to try sarcastically calling them Lumen's Hope. Leo also took note that the professor's manner of speech, although rude, was in fact right about the skills. Flo thought that he should also join in the work because there is no limit to perfection, so he ran after the sylph. Harry shouted at the guy's back, "Leo!" Flo thinking that this would either help him or make things worse. The professor looked at the young man's back, wondering whether Leo was the same windbag as the fictitious hero Kyle or not. Sylph flew among the students and laughing maliciously eluded them with the ease of a dance while the guys made titanic efforts to catch her. Leo decided to try using his phoenix step again like in the competition with Duran, and was already prepared for the forced march. Flying like a comet across the entire training ground, the young man undoubtedly attracted attention to himself as the wind rose like a hurricane. Approaching the goal, Leo and Harid thought that maybe he was the first real all-rounder in 3 divisions. Chelsea and Carl, meanwhile, were already exhausted from running after this little thing with wings and still hadn't figured out how to catch it. Flo ran forward without stopping and focused as much as possible on completing the task. Step by step, the guy approached the sylph while remaining invisible to her, which was to his advantage. While the creature was happily frolicking and fluttering, Leo had only 1 jump left to complete the task. The young man had very little time left to catch the sylph, and the hand was already almost there. But the little ones flew away right from under Flo's nose, not giving him any hope since he is the same as the other students for her. Only Leo deliberately pretended that he missed, and the next moment, while the sylph was distracted, he began to attract her with his aura, which now made it difficult for the creature to resist. But it turned out in the end that the thief stole the club from the thief because now right in front of the sylph's nose Duran, whom Leo did not expect to see it all snatched from him. Both guys went down to the training ground, but neither of them started a fight or swearing, but simply watched each other. Duran demonstratively turned to Leo with the sylph in his hands in order to show that he was still better and still hadn't calmed down about their competition for the place of the headman. From the side, a single round of applause was heard from a stately man in white gloves and with long snow-white hair. Their class teacher Sejin, who was in charge of Class 1-1 and was considered second in terms of the effectiveness of graduates, approached Duran and told the students from Class 1-5 that they had a lot to learn from the first one. But Harid didn't jump up and start foaming at the mouth to prove something, but instead, while sipping his drink, he just asked if maybe Sejin could teach them instead of him. The class teacher, who was first in assessing the effectiveness of graduates, looked at Sejin with an unperturbed look. Sejin was irritated that he hadn't managed to touch a nerve with his colleague's behavior, considering how indifferent he was to everything. But Carl responded to the leaders by asking the heir whether there would really be a fight between the pillars of the academy now, and when Leo asked what other pillars were, the guy explained that those two had been working for the good of the academy for 20 years. Carl also added that as far as he knows, Professors Ainura and Glenn value those two very much, and at that moment Nella admired her classmates' knowledge, wondering where he knew everything from. Carl was embarrassed that someone finally paid attention to him, so blushing and giggling he said that he was an expert in such matters, to which Chelsea almost threw up. Sejin, standing in front of Harid, laughed at him and ironically stated that he did not understand what he was thinking when he took on the class of losers. Sejin had a ball in his hand, and with this he wanted to show that the answer to the question of why Harid is such a loser will soon become clear. The cocky head of Class 1-1 asked Harid for a competition between their classes. Professor Edmund only reacted when he heard from Sejin about the proposal of the ancient sporting competition with the Buster Ball. Harry even groaned as he rose from his chair, telling his colleague and competitor directly that he was a genius. Grabbing Sejin's hand, the leader of the losers agreed that there was nothing better than a direct confrontation, but the professor warned that in fact Class 1 would win. Mr. Edmund plopped back down into his chair, saying that he didn't care who won or lost as long as the lesson continued without his involvement. While Sejin was gritting his teeth because he couldn't understand how he could lose in grades to such an idiot behind his back, the students noticed that the professor looked pathetic. Sejin turned around and, angry and offended, went to his class, which Duran did while Harid called his slackers to him. Mr. Edmund told the students that he was giving them a rare opportunity to practice their skills in a Buster match with a Class 1. Leaning forward, the leader took on a serious look and warned the students that if they lost, they would all be expelled. This statement shocked everyone who was not confident in their abilities, and all that was left was to hope that it would work as motivation for the students. The fair-haired young man asked directly whether the headmaster was seriously planning to expel them in the first lesson, since the risk was high due to the fact that there were 3 top students in Class 1. But Harid didn't care, and taking a comfortable position in his chair, he said that it was no longer his problem and that the students needed to figure it out on their own. Mr. Edmund's brave speech was not over, and he decided to add another important thing to do so that the children could see the other side of the coin. The professor assured his losers that they really had nothing to worry about because they had an ace up their sleeve. The trump card was the head of the course, Leo, who will lead the team at the match. The manager made eye contact with Flo, telling him to assemble a team of 6 people with whom he would play busters, and at that moment Leo realized that Harid was testing him. When everyone turned to the guy placing their hopes on him, he realized that the professor was testing him not because he disliked him. Leo knew the reason was that in Lumen many students lose their spirit already in the first week, which is not surprising, and the professor wants him to give confidence to the weak kids from Class 1-5 confidence. Professor Sejin was busy creating all the conditions for the historical game with the help of his staff. Flo understood his mission, which was to make a breakthrough in the Buster match and thereby raise the spirit of the class. Leo immediately noticed that he would be playing not only against Duran but also against Celia, but he was calm, unlike Carl and Chelsea. The young man turned to the guys, wondering why they were so downcast, and Chelsea explained that given that Leo was from the provinces, he clearly hadn't heard of busters, and briefly explained that it was a combat sport that had already become a tradition at the academy. When Flo asked if this was not a simple ball game, Carl took it upon himself to explain that this was a terribly dangerous ball game. Chelsea heard someone calling her from the side and asking why she was so scared, to which she immediately responded and turned around. As it turned out, Celia was provocatively asking Chelsea if she had resigned herself to the inevitable defeat. The girl was shocked by such impudence, and in the case of fight or flight, Chelsea decided to run for her own protection, but in the form of words, so she shouted to Celia that she would not allow herself to lose, deserting her. Leo hugged his friends, sincerely assuring his cousin not to be afraid for them because they were not going to lose. Now Celia had an irritated grimace. She couldn't believe that the guy was there, and threatened to show him the results of her training. Chloe wasn't very talkative, but inside she promised herself that she wouldn't lose to Leo Flo this time. While Harid was snoring sweetly, Sejin asked the participants of each class to come out into the arena so that their teams could be seen. Leo didn't try to persuade or inspire the guys, but simply asked who was going with him, and 2 guys from his class had already dropped out because they weren't so confident in their abilities, so they remained standing aside. But Chelsea came out warming up her hands with a great desire to put the upstarts in their place, and Elaina was also ready to direct all her anger towards Victory, since they were threatened with expulsion. They needed to show the professor what they were made of. Not as confidently as the girls, but still Nella came out along with the same fair-haired classmate whom Leo had not yet met. Flo didn't forget about Carl either, so no matter how he hid, he reminded the clown that he was actually playing too, but when he asked why he wasn't given an answer. Leo stepped forward and informed Professor Sejin that Class 5 was ready to play, although you couldn't tell from Carl, who was barely dragging behind. Sejin tossed the ball a couple of times to make sure it was okay before the game and was ready to call the start. The most exciting moment was when the professor without a word threw the ball into the air as a signal that the game had begun. There were students on Flo's team who were nervous, but knowing who their leaders were, they still followed him with complete trust. At the same time, the Class 1 team had only one factor that united them, and that was their grudge against Leo, and everyone as one wanted to prove to him that they were also worth something. The team leaders simultaneously flew towards the ball, repeating the same rivalry that had been at the beginning. This time the advantage was with Duran, who was driven more by revenge than by the spirit of play and competition. As they descended back onto the field, the participants heard Class 1-1 making the first move, thereby paving the way for victory. Leo approached the situation wisely, and after learning the name of his participant, he asked Tide to explain the rules. Tide Margot, who had a summoning unit, explained that the rules are simpler than they seem and consist of filling the ball with aura and throwing it into the hoop without touching it with your hands or feet, and the first one to gain a 2-point advantage wins. Tide loudly warned Carl to get ready because Duran was moving towards him, and he had quite a dangerous mana. Carl might have been happy to get ready, but he understood that he was small fry compared to Duran, so he simply froze in place. Duran, without sparing either the ball or the participants, loaded it up so that the comet would have been a rest compared to him. Leo noticed that the ball was flying not so much towards the target as towards him, and not yet fully knowing all the rules, he did not really understand what to do. The guy knew one thing for sure, that if he didn't jump back he would get a good hit from this charged ball, but he wasn't planning on leaving the game just yet. Poor Carl didn't even have time to blink before the ball bounced off the ground and went straight into the hoop, and he remained standing motionless. Upon landing, Flo turned around to make sure that Duran had actually hit the target, and this was confirmed to him by the cheering fans. The boys from Class 5 stood there dejected, already knowing what awaited them at the end of the game, namely returning home. Tide also concluded that Professor Harid would most likely actually expel them all to hell, and thus make himself feel better. But Leo distracted the young man from such bitter thoughts with the question of how he could get another point. Tide said that there are 3 ways, the first of which is if the ball flies out of the line during the opponent's throw, and the second is if you intercept the flying ball. The third way didn't work out because Nella shouted "watch out" because the game didn't stop while the boys were discussing the rules. The guys immediately turned around, realizing that now someone from their team would most likely get hurt. And indeed, the ball charged with aura hit Elaine, who so wanted to beat up her opponents. It turned out that Celia had gotten into Elena while wondering what the guys were whispering about instead of concentrating on the match. Tide immediately picked up Elaine to wait until she was taken from the field and to stay close the entire time. The young man explained that it was impossible to personally hit a player or block him, which was the third way to earn a point, in this case to disable a player with the ball. Leo bent down to pick up the ball, thanking Tide for the explanation, and realized that now there would be no more bald spots anywhere. Flo warned that now it was his turn to earn points for the team that would lead them to victory. The scoreboard showed Elaine's name in red as she was eliminated, and the professors continued to watch the match. Sejin was silent because he had a lot to say, at least that the team of players with a fire attribute of high destructiveness has the greatest potential in busters. And in the Class 1 team was Celia Zerdinger, whose flame is the most powerful among the famous families. Sejin nevertheless decided to mention to Harid, who was yawning, that he had agreed to the match even though he saw that Celia Zerdinger was in Class 1, and now it was unclear what the professor was counting on because it would be incredibly difficult for his team to win. How Edmund irritated Sejin, and after his yawn he asked if he had really forgotten how to talk like a human. Harid looked at his old friend and asked him if he remembered his first student, the very child who was from the Zerdinger house. Sejin immediately replied that it was difficult to forget a student like Empress Batera, but he did not understand what this was all about. But Harid quickly made it clear that in Class 5 the son of the very same empress who was once taught by Sijin was now fighting for victory. The professor did not answer, but it was already loud enough to understand the leader's excitement. The boys from Leo's class stood there as if they had been thrown into the water, having accepted that they were doomed to failure and had even lost faith that they were unworthy of being students at Lumen. As soon as one of the students thought that everything would end so quickly, a bright flame appeared on the field. Celia was pleased with the way her cousin looked and happily asked if he had finally collected his thoughts. Leo stood with the ball in his hands and was surrounded on all sides by the Phoenix aura, which he was going to take full advantage of. Celia knew what the guy was capable of, so when she saw him swinging, she shouted to her team that he was coming, so they needed to be careful. The ball flew straight into the opponent's ring, spinning a fiery trail behind it, but Flo did not stand still, but also ran forward knowing that the ball would be blocked. The ball crashed into a block of ice that Chloe had constructed like a block, finally having the opportunity to get even. There was a hole in the ice from the ball, and the field fell silent because no one knew whether a goal had been scored or not. Chloe sat on the ground proud of her work and turned to Leo with the words that while she was in goal, he would not score a goal for him, but the guy finished the word to score for her. The poor girl froze in horror when she heard Flo's voice next to her, and he asked again if he had said what the girl wanted to say. Leo jumped up to the very top of the block where the ball was indeed stuck and pointed his hand at it. The young man hit the ball with such force that it passed through the boulder without any problems and landed right in the opponent's basket, while Chloe remained sitting on the ground. Sijin also lost his jaw from such a sight, realizing that the guy's sense of smell in battle is at an incredible level. Harid was pleased with absolutely everything, and especially with the expression on Sijin's face, who finally understood that he had not made a mistake in his choice of class. The crowd was now going wild, chanting Leo Flo's name and rooting for Class 5 to win the match. Sijin smiled, saying that it was now clear to him that a real game had finally begun between worthy opponents. The game really got hotter and gained momentum when Leo started playing at his full strength, after which the others caught up because even Carl was able to block. Chelsea unleashed their wind aura, and Tide unfortunately took a hit from Durant, so Class 1 took the lead again. Leo decided to act on the principle of an eye for an eye, so he knocked out one player from the Class 1 team, and Chloe also did not stop after that block of ice and continued the fight. The ball was back in Durant's hands, and this time he wasn't going to lose to Flo, so he loaded the ball up enough to clear any obstacle. Carl watched as the ball not only charged again but also twisted approached him, but this time there was no fear. The ball was rapidly approaching the hoop like a sparkling snake, and intercepting it could have cost Carl dearly. But the jester would not be himself if he did not take such a risk and did not stop the ball, so that the team had a chance to win. Not only did the guy use his mana to free the ball, he also received an electric shock that all the players on his team noticed. Carl was pleased with himself, believing that it was not in vain that he stopped the ball, since he felt that his mana was running out anyway. Mentally telling Leo that victory was his, the young man threw the ball to his friend on the field, which was already smoking from the game. Elena praised Carl for what he had done, and together with Chelsea helped her friend leave the field, while Leo was already ready to finish the game. The team score was tied, and all that was left was to score the decisive goal, but Leo was left facing 3 top students on the opposing team. Flo picked up the ball, listening to the cries that he had already lost and that he had 3 of the best students against him, so it was better to give up. At the moment of truth, Chloe decided to show what she was still capable of, even though she lacked knowledge of magical theory. Having made many copies of herself, the girl warned that even without knowledge, she was not going to lose. Leo dropped down as if to a low start and watched as the opposing team became even bigger due to Chloe. As if on pins and needles, the boys had already activated their aura, and unable to bear such a long pause any longer, Celia shouted at Leo to attack. The guy, feeling the ground under his feet and sensing the force of friction, moved his position without resisting his cousin's call. In the blink of an eye, Flo seemed to evaporate or teleport because there was no trace of him left. All 3 opponents were stunned by how fast their opponent alone was feeling their stomachs grow heavy with fear. Flo made it so that there were several of him too using an illusion, and each of them ran as fast as he did. Leo rushed past Celia like the wind, and she shouted to Chloe that the guy was going to score a goal, so she needed to stop him. Chloe kept her eyes on the approaching boy, thinking that it was too petty of him to use an illusion spell. The girl tried to figure out the real player, but 6 of them appeared in front of her, and she realized that now this was no longer a cheap trick but real magic. Chloe, like last time, stood there dumbfounded as the real Leo ran past her. The girl's hair was disheveled by Flo's speed, and the magic that was applied to her impressed her so much that she fell to the ground. Chloe had already forgotten that she was standing at the gate and that she needed to block the ball, and instead she turned back realizing that she had just seen the rare magic of the stars. Besides the fact that the student saw rare magic, she did not understand looking at Leo how a person could know and use the spell of the elves themselves. But Leo had already been declared the winner, as had his class, since the score was 11-10 in favor of those same losers. The guys who understood from the very beginning that they had no chance now stood hugging each other in tears, although they were already imagining how they were going home. Sejin didn't understand how his class of top students lost and stared at Harid waiting for an explanation, to which he simply replied that it was probably motivation. The professor looked at the remaining 3 top students who felt the shame of defeat. But at the same time, the class teacher of Class 1, although upset, did not lose his head and understood that his support was now very important to the students. Sejin approached Chloe and offered her hand, asking if she was very upset that she lost, but she remained silent. Helping the student get up, the professor explained that regardless of the result, one must bow to the opponent or at least shake his hand. Chloe didn't expect Mr. Sejin to praise her and the others for doing a great job trying to grab the victory for their class. The guys were really upset, but they were helped by the professor's support, which brought them back to a cheerful state. Sejin reminded the students that, for the sake of those who cheered for them and those who gave their all in the arena, the guys should stand with their heads held high. The students quickly stood up and were filled with pride that they had such a class teacher. At the same time, Sejin was horrified that Harid called his students losers anyway and shouted at them to approach their opponents and finish everything properly. When the teams met on the field again, Sejin sincerely told both sides that they had worked hard. In the case of Class 1-1 and their performance in the game, the professor praised the boys for their excellent display of their talents. And Leo's Class 1-5, Sejin praised for their resilience and endurance, thanks to which they were able to reach the end and give it their all. Mr. Sejin informed everyone that absolutely every player used their abilities to overcome difficulties and get out of the situation. The professor also expressed his hope that the students would continue to work hard on themselves while continuing to compete with each other, after which he asked them to shake hands. Celia happily praised Chelsea for holding out longer than expected, to which her friend said that she was the one who wanted to say it, but she was as quick as a squid. Carl laughed and shook Duran's hand, reminding the prince that victory had nevertheless been on their side. But the young man instantly regretted what he said, because he saw Duran's silent reaction to what he blurted out. Chloe stood with her head down and her gaze cast down, trying with all her might to hold back the tears that were trying to escape. The girl heard from the side that it was a cool game and saw a hand extended to her, but was unable to look up. Leo still held her hand, explaining that if the girl had a little more experience, she would definitely become an outstanding sorceress. The tears suddenly dried up in her eyes, and Chloe became stern and asked if the guy was laughing at her now after what he had already done. But Leo silently continued to hold her hand, not saying anything else, thereby making it clear to the girl that he said those words in all seriousness. Chloe thought for another split second before shaking his hand and stood silently with her head down again. And after the ice girl decided that one day she would definitely defeat Leo, Flo shook his hand as if she had made a promise to herself. A month later, the classmates were sitting at a table in a cafe, and while Leo and Chelsea were calmly drinking their drinks, Carl, with his mouth full, was asking which club they would like to join. Flo replied that he was planning to open his own club, after which Carl, almost choking on his food, shouted whether he had heard everything correctly, to which Chelsea in turn shouted for the guy to observe table manners. Chelsea immediately said that if Leo really creates his own club, she will definitely join him, but Carl was more interested in what kind of club it will be. Flo said that this was a research society of heroes, and the guys unanimously repeated what was said, only in the form of a question. Leo explained that he wanted to thoroughly investigate the truth about the hero Kyle, but Carl objected that not only was this a relic of the past, it was also a fake. The alchemist assured his friend that the club would be empty, to which Chelsea shouted that in that case she would be the first to appear there, and she herself wondered if she would really be left alone with Leo. Suddenly, the students ran to the window shouting that someone had returned, and everyone enthusiastically joined in the shouts. Carl also jumped up from the table, saying only that it really was today, although it didn't give his friends anything. The guys also came up to the others to see whose appearance everyone had such a violent reaction to. As it turned out, it was the day when the 5th year was returning from the dungeon they had cleared, which is why everyone was so delighted with them. Fragments of the heroic protocol are scattered throughout the world, and when they appear from time to time, they form dungeons called hero dungeons. Now the younger students watched the senior classes of the academy as they cleared such dungeons, returning fragments of the heroic protocol, and such a journey could last from a week to a month. Leo remembered that his mother also completed exactly the same task and successfully returned to the academy. Chelsea excitedly said that it turns out that these are the best students of Lumen, and at that moment Carl cleared his throat to tell about each of them. Carl introduced the tall, muscular guy with black hair as Lee Jamia from the east. The trio stood out from the general background, and the girl who was walking next to Lee was called Toria Yen, and she was from the south. And the last of the leading students was a pale guy in a hood whose name was Yulta. Carl looked more closely at the crowd and said that he did not see the main highlight of the program, but when Leo asked again what he was talking about, someone touched him with a hand. In such cases, another person would have screamed or fought back, but Leo froze like a statue and was dragged further while he distantly heard from Carl that the top student council president Reese was missing. Carl just turned around to say something important to Flo, but the guy was gone and no one even noticed the loss. Flo was no longer just dragging himself along, but was following the kidnapper, but once he was on the street, he told Celia that such jokes were too much. The girl let go of her cousin's hand and asked him to go somewhere with her, and Leo of course asked where exactly. Celia explained that they needed to go to the city because the student council president wanted to meet him in person, but the guy didn't understand why, to which the cousin sighed heavily, telling him that he was so narrow-minded, but assured him that he would understand everything himself when they met. When the guys were there and waiting, Celia didn't understand why the one who invited them wanted to meet here, to which Leo said that it actually smelled pretty good here. You could tell from the girl when that mysterious student council president appeared, because she broke into a smile. Shouting out to her older brother, Celia threw herself into his arms, happy that he was okay after such a long absence. Reese immediately greeted Leo, saying that he was very pleased to meet him, after which he clarified that he had already heard about him and at least knew that he was that very academic generalist. In addition to meeting and talking, Reese invited the guys to try the establishment's rather tasty cuisine, which confirmed Leo's words about the pleasant smell. Reese asked everyone if they liked the treat he had chosen, to which Flo immediately replied that they did, but Celia abstained. The girl did not dare to eat the food, and when her brother asked what was wrong, she explained that she would be trying this dish for the first time, so she was a little confused. Having cut off a small piece, Celia nevertheless decided to take the risk in order to at least learn something new for herself. The girl's delight knew no bounds, so she immediately said that it was incredibly delicious, and her brother laughed and said that he had always wanted to take her to this restaurant. Reese asked if he understood correctly that Leo was his aunt's son, to which the guy was surprised, answering with a question that his cousin knew his mother. Reese explained that he had seen Aunt Raina a couple of times when he was still very little, and mentioned in addition that she was quite a famous person at the academy. Flo had a day of discoveries, and now he was surprised by the fact that his mother was talking to him again, to which Reese said that he had not misheard, because behind the back of the student Raina there were many exploits. As one example, Reese mentioned that Raina openly stated that the desserts in the dorm cafeteria were disgusting. And if the incident with the dessert seems like a trifle, then Reese also told about how the aunt gathered the students and burst into the director's office in protest, which even Celia was stunned by, asking if Raina was really behind that famous event. The brother and sister ate deliciously and chatted, discussing the latest news, and both looked incredibly happy. Leo in turn took note of the fact that it was not without reason that Riza was called the strongest in Lumen, considering at least what he knew. Looking at the young man, the thought flashed through Flo's mind that Riza's emergence as a hero was only a matter of time. The older brother got up from the table and asked the boys if they wanted to try some desserts, to which Celia clapped her hands and happily agreed. Reese said that he would go pay for their order and the guys could go ahead for now, and he would catch up with them when he was free. Leo was already at the exit when Reese put his hand under his jacket, and his face changed because something didn't go as he had planned. The young man looked at the frame in which the very same sheet of the heroic protocol was located, and something strange was happening to it. Reese couldn't understand why the artifact was emitting such a strong glow if everything had been fine before. Classes continued at the academy, and one of the students told Professor Harrid that he had a question for him. It would be surprising if the board didn't say self-study, and Harrid was forced to notice Elaine Layden giving the go-ahead for another stupid question. The girl eagerly suggested that they choose a class leader right now by voting. Elena put forward as an argument that the other classes had already chosen their class leaders, with which Tide agreed. Scratching his ear, Edmund very lazily agreed with this, admitting that it had completely slipped his mind. In order to make his task easier, as always, the professor immediately said that Leo should become the headman, to which the guy as usual did not react in any way. Elaine didn't understand why the manager decided everything so quickly, and Tide boringly chimed in that the election was conducted by voting. Harrid answered briefly, not even with words, but by throwing a huge stack of papers on the table, which took up several hours of work. And when the professor told the head of the class to sort all these papers, Elaine was shocked by the amount of work. The girl sat back down at her desk and was as quiet as a mouse because even if she had previously been aiming to be a class monitor after this type of task, she suddenly changed her mind. The loudspeaker announced today's classes in the heroic world. The first-year students were asked to prepare and go to the required classroom for the lesson. Leo asked the professor if they could go, to which he snapped his fingers and replied that, in fact, it was as expected from the headman. The students gathered in the corridor and everyone who knew each other grouped together and discussed among themselves both the upcoming lesson and the latest news. Leo and Carl were already there, but the alchemist was attracted by something more than the commotion in the corridor. Carl again noticed how tired Chloe looked, although before that he said hello to her just in case, so as not to get what happened last time. The girl did not explain anything but simply asked if the alchemist had a potion to relieve fatigue and said that she would buy everything. Carl was shocked by this statement but gave the girl 2 bottles immediately after the request. Having rummaged through his backpack, Carl honestly admitted that this was all he had with him, and Leo asked if Chloe was overexerting herself since it was only the beginning of the school year. The girl really matched her mana, so she drank the whole bottle of potion without saying anything. Turning away from the guys, Chloe only briefly said that everything was fine with her and went to class. Carl's briefcase disappeared and he stood there dumbfounded as to why Chloe was killing herself like that, since she already had the highest score in magical theory, to which Chelsea explained that the girl had reason to worry. Chelsea explained that if Leo only picked up on modern trends in magic, he would outdo Chloe in this. Carl, due to his simplicity, still did not understand what was wrong with the second place, to which Chelsea asked if he was stupid or pretending because he looked like a blockhead and mentioned that Chloe was a canonical sorceress. Chelsea decided to start with an example of herself and explained that she is a combat mage, so a 2 in theory will not upset her. But for a future employee of the magic tower, gaps in knowledge are unacceptable since this is a matter of honor. The girl told Carl that she did not understand how he could be called a magician, to which he confidently replied that usually he was just a practitioner. Carl also didn't forget to mention that although according to Chelsea he is a blockhead, he is already successfully making a living with his practicality. From behind the crowd came cries of die and loud slaps, but Chloe heard them but was too tired to pay attention. Meanwhile, the director was calmly wiping the plants in his office. The calm did not last long, however, and Mr. Callion felt some changes regarding the academy. The director felt that the damaged protocol page was reacting to something near it. Mr. Callion looked at the fragment of the page while sitting at his desk in the office and asked the student council president if it was true that the hero protocol page had reacted. Reese confirmed that he clearly observed the glow, although there were no relics nearby and the page was so damaged that it should not have given a reaction at all. The director sternly asked if the page had had any reaction after the recent events, to which the guy honestly replied that he had never seen anything. Mr. Kalyan thoughtfully looked at a piece of the page close by, muttering to himself under his breath that it was necessary to sort out this issue. But even in such a serious and incomprehensible situation, the director did not forget about the guy, so he was understanding about the fact that he had only recently returned and was most likely tired, so she praised Riza for his excellent work and asked him to go and rest. Mr. Callion closed the box with an important albeit small detail and called Elena, after which the assistant appeared. The girl was ready for the director's instructions, which he in turn trusted her as he trusted himself. Mr. Callion asked Elena to take the box to the other exhibits in the Hall of Origins, since joint classes for first years would soon begin. When the assistant left, the director turned to the huge windows, thinking about what sometimes happens so that even such small fragments of the protocol begin to react. And the reason for the fragment's reaction is the appearance nearby of the hero indicated in the protocol. To begin their joint classes, the first years chose a large auditorium at Lumen Academy so that everyone could fit. On stage stood the pretty homeroom teacher of class 1 to 8, Ariana Neer, who was trying her best to control the noise in the room and asking for silence. But the students did nothing but chatter incessantly, not paying attention to the man who at the very least was an authority figure for them. Ariana wasn't going to stand on ceremony with the little bastards and repeated one last time about keeping the audience quiet, only this time in a slightly different way. Already at the stage of aura activation, the guys fell silent and stared at that very pretty teacher who was now more than clear. But it was too late, and the dragon burst out screaming that if the little bastards value their skins, they should slam their bread slicers right now or death will overtake them instantly. To make it as clear as possible how to behave, Ariana asked the first guy she came across in the front row whether she should start with him, but he shook his head frantically. The anger was almost out, but Ariana wanted to shout out her last complaint about how these idiots always disobey. The voice stopped sounding like it was from hell and became sweet again when the professor heard the silence that was so beautiful to her ears. The dragon dragon disappeared, and in its place the angel reappeared, who breathed a sigh of relief that he could finally speak calmly. Ariana waved her little hands, sweetly thanking all the students for being such good boys. One student thought that he had seen Ariana so angry many times already, but every time he was ready to shit his pants like the first time. And Leo, as always, sat calmly watching the professor no matter what state she was in, and thanks to his observation skills, he realized that Ariana was a spiritualist, and even in his past life it was hard to find someone like that. Although the dragon had disappeared, a razor-sharp blade appeared in Ariana's hand, and this did not make things any easier, but the professor only said that they would continue their classes in the heroic class for first years. Having shown everyone the knife, the leader said that after the appearance of the heroic protocol in their lives, reasons for creating clans of heroes also appeared. Running her finger along the blade, causing the blades to ring, Ariana also explained that in order to open the hero's world, an object is needed that has a deep connection with him, so that students would know for the future. Ariana also told them that the world is most easily revealed to the descendants of such heroes. From the fact about the descendants, the following emerges: that the Lumen Academy, where the hero protocol is stored, maintains a connection with the families of heroes reminiscent of the relationship between a chest and a key. Leo listened to the professor and was ready to listen even more, while Carl was already drooling from a sweet dream nearby. Elena entered the auditorium just as Ariana asked everyone if they now understood the importance of classes in the world of heroes, to which everyone answered yes in unison. Ariana finally clarified once again that heroic classes are important because they help to learn more about heroes and their world. So in senior years, the guys have to choose the hero whose power they want to inherit and clear the page from his world. Elena politely waited for the professor to finish his speech and then approached her with that very important part of the lesson. Elena handed Ariana the box, and she reached for it, asking the guys for another minute of attention to explain what she had in her hands. An image of the box was displayed on the screen so that it could be seen better, and the professor explained that it was a fragment of the heroic protocol that the fifth-year students had obtained during a recent mission to clear the dungeon. Ariana began to open the small wooden box, causing the students' excitement to skyrocket. At the last moment, the leader slammed the box shut without showing the fragment, but instead said that now something needed to be done before testing it, which made the students' hearts sink because they were bursting with curiosity. Ariana asked the audience if the students would like to share with everyone what kind of hero they would like to become. Celia was the first to volunteer, saying that she wanted to become a knight who would surpass all previous generations of her family, and the professor praised such a great goal. Chloe also shared that she would like to write a book containing her own personal spells. A guy from the first row stood up who almost got it from the dragon, but as soon as he started talking, Carl interrupted him and said that he would like to support the heroes in their battles in every possible way. Ariana thought it was great that student Carl wanted to become a pillar of support for the heroic world, and at that moment Leo stood up. The guy quite seriously stated that his goal was to completely get rid of Erebos, and of course only those who knew what he was talking about understood him. Ariana was shocked by such a statement, and Carl was clearly ashamed of his strange friend, but it was indicative that Sejin and Harid were also stunned. In order not to sow some kind of incomprehensible atmosphere, the manager, a little nervously but quickly, changed the subject, saying that this was a wonderful goal and asked the next person to tell about themselves. There were also some bullies who once again were only capable of yapping behind their backs about how Leo had some big dreams, to which the other replied that he was the headman who was on a different level. But Sejin asked Harid what he thought about Leo's statement, and without joking said that he actually had goosebumps because the professor knew that the guy was not one to throw words to the wind. Moreover, Harid remembered very well that hundreds of years had already passed since Erebos was broken into several parts that were sealed, and at the same time there were cases of its resurrection, and even a small fragment could cause a catastrophe. And knowing such information, Edmund now heard from Leo that he intended to completely get rid of Erebos, and this was another indicator that the student was not simple. Aura finally opened the box for everyone to see in order to satisfy the students' curiosity, and suggested that they start reading the fragment, after which each class should guess who these notes are about and move on to the training cleanup. The headmistress separately clarified that in case of emergency, professors would observe the lesson, so she asked the students not to act up. The students couldn't believe that they were finally going to touch something truly real and heroic. Nella was excited to be touching the hero protocol for the first time, and Tide agreed that he was also very nervous. Ariana first asked the class leaders from each class to come forward before the others. Without a doubt, Leo came out ahead, as did Celia, which again spoke of either their cooperation or rivalry. But the cream of society did not stay on the sidelines either, since Abat came forward, which was also quite expected, and Chun also pulled herself up. When the class leaders approached Ariana, she reported that this time the students had obtained 2 fragments at once, but only one would be used in the lesson. The professor actually held out 2 boxes for demonstration, explaining that the second piece was too small, but now the students would be shown 2 at once so that in the future they would know that something like this could happen. Leo was once again a pioneer, reaching out his hand to a smaller piece of the protocol. As soon as the young man touched the paper, the world that was sealed in it began to appear instantly. Flo looked at the glow without any fear or doubt, continuing to confidently hold the fragment. The heroic protocol was declared open, and besides the light, the wind ruffled Leo and Ariana's hair, as if they were already in that world. But if during the exam the world that Arvi opened was written down, and it was clear where everyone was, then the world and chapter that Leo opened were classified. Sejin could not believe that the world was really pouring out, but it was too late to change anything. The students and professors along with them found themselves in a rather dark world at that time. The first thing the students saw were the corpses of monsters that someone had already dealt with and were simply rotting on the ground. One of the students couldn't hold back and shouted, "Is she really seeing real corpses in front of her now?" For the first time, Harid showed not laziness but protection towards the students, asking them to be on guard since they were now in a heroic dungeon. Sejin also thought faster than the confused students and told his colleague that the walls of the fortress were visible on the other side. Leo looked at the last line of defense and the last bastion of hope in an era of disaster, that was the walls of Guardslan. The guy addressed himself as Kyle with the fact that if this is the right time, then his wish was so stupid that he heard a ghostly voice that confirmed that the wish was indeed truly idiotic. Not only Leo saw her, but everyone else turned around at the voice of the one about whom legends are still not forgotten. The great heroine approached everyone and said that despite everything that had happened or would happen, they would still save the world. For the first time, Flo looked at his old friend with such longing while realizing that they would have to part again. Leo quietly said the name of the warrior Lazinas, who began to dissolve into the air like ash, just like everything else that surrounded them. But the wise ruler, even when she disappeared, still left her smile in Leo's memory, so that he would remember her like that. The hero's world began to shatter like glass, and the students gradually found themselves back in the classroom, still in a state of shock. Chun immediately asked the professors to explain to them what had just happened and why they were in such a dangerous place, to which Harid sternly informed everyone that classes were cancelled and asked the students to remain calm and leave the large hall. The students left the hall quietly, buzzing like a beehive among themselves about what had happened. Leo also followed everyone, but his attention was on a small piece of paper that still seemed to reflect Luzina's smile. The guy realized that he had his protocol in his hands, or rather Kyle's protocol, which is considered a fake. Harid looked closely at the young man, becoming increasingly convinced that he was not just a talented student. The silence in the classroom was cut by a piercing and drawn-out question, which was not uttered by a guy. Elena couldn't believe her own ears when she learned from Leo that he saw the Queen of Wisdom herself, and Chelsea was also shocked because such a meeting is worth a lot, and Carl just opened his mouth, supporting the girl's shock. Elena was so impressed that she even started to get angry that she was not a head girl, which is why the alchemist laughed, telling the girl that she had no business being a head girl. It was in vain that the jester blurted out such a thing to the one with the fire mana, because right after Carl blurted it out, Elaine asked whether he would bury himself or should she help him. A melancholy Mr. Harid appeared at the door, informing the students that he had come to punish those who were making the most noise, and the assholes turned out to be from his class. Before leaving, the leader simply gave the guys a choice from which there was either self-preparation or expulsion. On such a gloomy note, the professor slammed the door and dead silence reigned in the office. Flo sat thinking about why his hero protocol was so strange, because even the name of the world and chapter was not displayed. And in his memory, Luzina's words about how they would save the world were beating around the corner, and at the same time Leo had a strong feeling that someone had deliberately destroyed his heroic protocol. The young man also remembered that the heroic protocol is in fact an object in which a particle of the hero's power remains, but if there is someone who does not want the hero to have followers, then everything connected with him will be destroyed. The first thing that came to Leo's mind was Erebos, after which he decided at all costs to find out why his protocol was split. A month passed after the incident with the hero's world, and classes were held in the magic department. Professor Glenn explained to the students the task of their transfer exam, which would be based on either original or unique magic. As always, most of the students, without even listening to the end, began an indignant discussion about the fact that there were some exams again. Mr. Glenn would not leave the first years without an explanation that original magic reflects the personality of the magician, but in the era of activation formulas, magicians do not strive for originality. At the same time, the professor clarified that original magic is an ace up the sleeve if it comes to a fight. As an example, Mr. Glenn explained that the star magic that the elves had was only a tiny fragment of the original magic. In this case, the professor mentioned the only one who could use star magic, and it was the stargazer Luna. Chloe immediately turned to Leo, who was just sitting and listening to the lecture as if he had nothing to do with such magic. The girl still remembered how Flo used star magic against her during the match, but she didn't tell anyone about it because they would have considered her crazy. Leo also paid attention, but not to Chloe but to the book she was reading. The young man immediately caught the aura emanating from the object, which was quite suspicious. Chloe noticed her deskmate's intense gaze, and she didn't like the close attention she received. The girl pushed the book behind her so as not to attract unnecessary attention and questions. It was already too late to hide anything because Flo noticed the book of magic, and at that moment Mr. Glenn said that he was looking forward to the students' personal developments and that classes were over for today. Chloe tried to blend into the crowd as unnoticed as possible and leave the classroom as if she knew Leo would latch on. But even secrecy and silence did not help the girl because the guy grabbed her hand and asked her to wait a minute. Ice Girl didn't like such a sharp gesture towards her, especially from a rival with whom she always has to compete. For the first time, Leo smiled insincerely and also hypocritically asked if his classmate would like to have lunch together. But the guy's attention was not on the girl, but on the bag in which the book was, and Flo thought that Chloe had deliberately hidden it. Chloe snatched her hand back and snapped that she didn't have time for this if she was going to beat the guy in the upcoming exam. Just as Flo wanted to say something to the girl, Carl appeared and, as always, attacked his friend at the wrong time, called him a scoundrel, and asked how he dared to aim for the place of the Ice Queen. To Chloe's surprise, she admitted that she had already lost to Leo, but when it came to formulas, she had to be the best. The girl was so nervous that her hands involuntarily clenched into fists, and the guys prepared themselves for what they were about to get in the neck with. Only Chloe, instead of fighting, simply said that this time she would win without any doubt. Leo understood everything perfectly and only asked that any botched work on his part would only be rudeness towards the girl, to which she nodded in response. The young man agreed with what Chloe explained to him and, holding out his hand, suggested that he prepare well for the upcoming exam. Unlike the previous handshake, when Chloe was in tears and angry after the match, now she confidently went to an agreement with her opponent. Carl was shocked by how natural the handshake looked, as if he had never seen anything more beautiful before. Finally, Leo was able to get into the Tower of Heroes, and ahead of him, in addition to the long journey, there was still a difficult task waiting. The guy walked up the steps, keeping in mind that somewhere here there should be the forbidden archives of the Lumen Academy, and if he finds them, he will also find a clue about his missing protocol. Leo realized that his path would indeed be difficult, but not because of the number of steps, but because he would meet other students along the way, just like this time, where the girls couldn't contain their emotion when they saw the first-year student. It was as if Leo was going through levels where each time he had to overcome an obstacle. This time the guy was on his way to the same fifth-year student he saw from the window when the guys returned from the cleanup. Toria Young from the Magic Division told Flo that she had heard about him from Professor Glenn, and now she was glad to finally meet him in person. Leo decided to be on the safe side and greet the older student as respectfully as possible, so he bowed. But the girl still decided not to let the young man pass, putting her foot in his path, wondering what could have brought the little one to the Tower of Heroes. Flo didn't hide it and said as it is that he was going to personally talk to the student council president. Toria set a condition in the form of the guy choosing a magical unit, and then she would let him go further. Leo answered the high school student without hesitation that he already regularly attended magic classes, which pleased her. The girl stepped aside, no longer putting up any obstacles, for which Flo thanked her and continued on his way. But having risen a little, Toria called Leo again, confessing that she would like to be as frank with him as possible so she would say something directly. The girl expressed her hopes that the young man would finally transfer to the Magic Division before the end of the semester. Flo turned to Toria and silently nodded in agreement, and a little in order to continue his climb. From afar, the guy saw that he could get further using the elevator and not on foot, which could not but please him. Leo entered the elevator and pressed the floor he needed, expecting the doors to close and him to go up. But even after several presses, nothing happened, and then Flo felt awkward. When Leo asked why it wasn't working, someone behind him answered, explaining and showing that mana had to be invested to activate the elevator. When little Flo turned to his savior, he even had to raise his head and hear from above that the guy was very happy to see them. Lee Jemiah from the Night Division asked the kid if he was the same first-year all-rounder who was also the class president. Flo bowed in greeting to the elder, who asked what brought the young man to the Tower of Heroes. Leo boldly stated, as it was, that he was heading to the student council president for a personal conversation. Lee liked the fact that the kid wasn't even nervous in front of him, and he called coming to the student council's abode alone bravery. Leo wanted to say something about how he wasn't going to barge in when suddenly Jemiah asked, in light of the guy's bravery, that the nightly unit was just for him. Flo decided to just smile sweetly and laugh because he understood that if he refused he would have no end of problems, but he still needed to see Reese. Finally reaching the student council office, the guy admitted that he was already at the limit, although he had not yet completed the main task, but exhaling he knocked on the door and asked President Resinas if he could come in. Reese asked to come in but did not expect to see Leo behind the door, who finally saw the person he needed. Celia's brother, shuffling through papers, smiled and asked his friend what he was doing there, although he was still glad to see him. Leo quite seriously told Reese that he needed access to the Forbidden Archive, knowing perfectly well what he was asking for. Reese looked at the guy and expressed his understanding that he knew perfectly well that Leo was not the type to joke like that. But the senior explained that for an ordinary student there are only two ways to get into the archive, where the first is to clear the heroic dungeon in order to return the protocol page. Leo asked about the second method himself, showing that he was not going to back down and would like to know all the conditions. To announce the second method, Reese smiled slyly and said that it consists of joining the student council, after which it will be possible to get to know him. When the day of the selection exams for the nightly division arrived, the students gathered on the field. Carl decided not to miss this opportunity and told everyone who would be watching the show to take popcorn, which would make watching it much more interesting. Chelsea felt sick again about what a traitor Carl was, to which Elena laughed and told her friend that he already was like that, and by the way, even without the Lumen Academy he could make it in life. Leo turned his head in different directions looking for Chloe, while the crowd cheered that the tournament was about to begin. Professor Ein loudly announced that he was announcing the first fight that would open the exam. The first participants to be announced were Howl Snape from Class 1 and Leo Flo from Class 5, who were asked to come out and stand opposite each other. Carl noticed Professor Sejin and realized that such a gold mine could not be missed. The young man ran up to greet the professor like a bullet, to which the professor, although he also greeted him, immediately asked what the young man wanted from him. Since Mr. Sejin himself was interested in why Carl had come over, he offered a drink and popcorn. Sejin smiled, telling Carl not to even hope that he would buy it, and asked him to go and better offer something similar to Harid. Suddenly Carl noticed that Celia was moving in his direction with a rather menacing look, which indicated possible problems for the guy. But as it turned out, Celia approached Professor Sejin and, making cat eyes, asked him to buy some treats for his students. Carl encouraged the students to shout the professor's name, and they supported the alchemist in order to appease the leader. Sighing heavily, Sejin closed his eyes and asked to hand out popcorn to each person one at a time, which the guy was incredibly happy about. The participants prepared for the fight, standing opposite each other and waiting for the signal. Leo was glad that he went to hand over first, because that way he would shoot and be free. Howl, in turn, did not appreciate that his opponent was underestimating him, something he would now regret. Not only did Carl conduct his sales perfectly, but he also oratorically explained the rules of the qualifying tests, which consisted of winning 5 duels. The guys started discussing the level of combat skills of their leader, to which it was said that given that Leo is a generalist, there is a difference in the narrowness of skills between him and the representatives of the same unit. But at the same time, it was worth remembering that on the enemy side there was Howl, who was considered the third strongest in Class 1 after Celia and Duran. Howl was very good with his spear, but was weak in understanding the combat, because now he was more controlled by negative thoughts about Flo, who for him was an arrogant idiot who also hung around Celia. Ein announced that the victory would be awarded to the one who would disable the opponent and asked to treat the duel as a real battle. But Leo at some point had no time for battle because he felt a cluster of ominous energy coming from behind him. The guy turned towards the academy to make sure he had felt correctly. The energy really did come from the academy, and there was a huge accumulation of it, but the source was not clear. Meanwhile, Chloe, whom Leo was looking for, was sitting at the table trying to write her own spell in preparation for the exam. The girl had already torn several pages of the notebook and squeezed it, but her anger was gaining momentum. Not only was Chloe tired, but now she also couldn't do anything or somehow move from the dead point. The girl was shaking because with her current skill level she would not be able to create unique magic, and out of anger she hit a stack of books. Such a strong sorceress was driven by the desire to win over Leo, so she was not going to give in to him again, especially not during the exam. Chloe looked at the floor where the books she had thrown down lay, and one of them seemed to beckon her towards it. The aura of the book haunted the student and only fueled her desire to win. For a moment Chloe hesitated to approach the book because she wasn't sure if it would be enough, but her ardent desire to win took over. Leo stood and watched the dark tongues of negative aura writhe, completely forgetting about the competition. Howl decided not to waste time or opportunity, and telling Leo that he was too careless attacked him with a spear. But the guy remaining in place simply moved his head to the side, watching the movement of the weapon. Having regained his distance, Leo watched as Howl ran towards him again, realizing that the guy's weapon was a snake spear. Howl rushed towards his opponent to hit him right in the chest, and there was very little time left before the collision. And Leo simply stopped the spear in front of his nose with his bare hand without even moving from the spot, which was an amazing sight. While Howl could not understand where such a frail young man got such strength, he pulled the spear towards himself along with the owner of the weapon. The guy saw the light when he felt Flo push him forward along with the spear and didn't have time to do anything, so he immediately got punched in the face when Leo pulled the weapon towards himself. Howl flew back like a rocket, as if a ball had been kicked, and ended up far away from his opponent. Only after he got his brains straightened out did Leo ask Howl if he was really careless, or maybe the opposite. Having activated the poisonous fog, Howl asked Flo not to pretend to be all-powerful because the game had just begun. The young man thought that Leo didn't know how to control the aura, and that such an effect as poisonous fog couldn't be overcome with just his fists. Flo also activated fire mana, sarcastically throwing to the guy that the poisonous aura is a rather interesting thing. Thanks to his protective shell of fire, Leo kept the poisonous fog away from him and burned it away as he headed towards Howl. The young man remained self-confident, clarifying to Leo that only Celia's flame could block such an attack of his for now. And Flo, having made his way to the guy through the thick poisonous fog, appeared with the words that Howl still hadn't caught up with something. So the owner of the fiery aura was once again close enough to the poisonous bug to continue the duel, and the fog had almost completely cleared. At this epic moment, the students realized that it was worth taking popcorn from Carl because the battle had just begun and it was already incredibly interesting to watch. Duran watched the duel from the stands, preparing himself for the fact that he would have to go through a clash with Leo again. Chelsea clapped her hands in joy for Leo, but Celia looked at her cousin in horror, not understanding when he managed to increase the power of his fiery aura. Howl couldn't understand how a brat like Flo could have flame power on par with even Celia. Leo approached the guy, but he still didn't want to believe that this idiot universalist was capable of such power. Howl didn't want to lose face, so he angrily warned Leo that now he would have to use what he had prepared for Celia. The young man shouted to his opponent that he didn't think it would be necessary to use such a powerful weapon against such an unworthy competitor, but since he was crazy, he used the snake shackles. For Flo, the snake didn't look that dangerous considering he had once killed Erebos himself, but he admitted that it was pretty good for Howl. The poisonous guy turned to Celia, thinking that he would now see delight or shock on her face, since he had originally prepared such an attack for her. As it turned out, the girl sat in absolute indifference to Howl's showiness and simply watched the fight. The most interesting thing happened when Celia decided to show sympathy and pointed her finger at Howl in the direction where Leo was standing. The guy turned around and saw that the snake shackles he had placed on his opponent were covered in bubbles and were about to burst from the temperature. The snake flew in different directions like a torn rag, and Leo didn't even have to make any special efforts to remove it from himself. Poor Howl showed fear mixed with anger on his face for the first time because he thought that such a spell was impossible to overcome. Acting more out of fear of hopelessness, Howl swung his spear at Flo to end this nightmare faster. But Leo also did not stand still, and noticing the movements of his opponent, he prepared to repel the attack, so he took up his sword. With one clear blow, Flo knocked the weapon out of Howl's hands, and the spear flew back, and then it was a small matter. Pointing his sword at his opponent, Leo advised him not to get distracted while his flame continued to burn, and after that the judge declared Flo the winner. The audience shouted the winner's name, and along with them Chelsea, who shouted louder than anyone else that nothing else was expected from Leo, and Carl was also glad that he could count on his friend. Howl left the field thinking that it was impossible to be so skilled even in practice, which is why it is not surprising that Flo is not inferior to Celia. The boy flinched when he heard Celia ask him if he was impressed with Leo's skills. But despite the defeat, Princess Zerdinger enthusiastically reported that the game was still stunning. When Howl heard such a statement from the girl, he laughed embarrassedly, looking away. The next one asked to come out for the duel was Elaine Layden from the 5th grade, who was already warming up her fists. But when the girl heard that Chun Xia was asked to leave class 10 against her, she was shocked that she was put with her. Chun, as always, went to meet her opponent with a smile, while Elaine suffered from the fact that a top student was assigned to her. If ordinary people were to look at the girls from the outside, the princesses would look very cute to them, but in fact something grandiose was planned. Chun greeted her rival with respect and asked her to be gentle with her without any malice or sarcasm. Elena repeated the gesture towards her opponent, and also asked him not to hit her too hard. After the referee gave the signal to start the duel, Chun immediately activated her water mana, but her movements were smooth. The way the students moved was like a beautiful dance of struggle between two opposing elements which could not help but bewitch. The only difference between the girls was that their character matched the powers they possessed, and Elaine rushed forward hotly, attacking the water. Leo couldn't have missed this, but he came to the conclusion almost immediately that someone was going to be in a lot of pain, and it was clearly not Chun. What was said was that the guy had his eye on the water, because the next moment Elaine seemed to cut the flow of water, but it had already overwhelmed her and she couldn't move. Elaine flew quite a distance from Chun from the impact and landed not so softly. The poor thing lay on the ground, coughing up both the water and the dust that had risen after her fall. The judge declared Chun Xia the winner, who in the same calm manner bowed with respect to everyone involved in the fight, including Elaine. The girl did not cry or whine that she failed to win. On the contrary, she was proud of herself for not being afraid to go up against such an opponent. Leo noted to Elena that her duel was not initially the fairest in terms of choosing an opponent, but at the same time, if the girl had concentrated, she would have done much better. The students buzzed like bees when they heard Celia from Class 1 announced, realizing that this was going to be quite a show. And Celia also went out on the drive trying to guess what kind of cool opponent they would give him in order to give it his all. The girl did not expect at all to hear an announcement about Duran Moyer, who was from her class. But Celia realized that this was exactly what was needed, so she told the guy directly that this would be a truly fun duel. Moira, as always, was not very talkative and was already more focused on the fight, so he did not say anything to his classmate in response. For such an occasion, even Carl took the biggest bucket of popcorn for himself and was ready to watch the coolest show of his life. Leo also told his friend that this duel promised to be quite exciting, to which Card handed him a bucket and shouted to the guys on the field to finally start. The students looked at the tongues of flame and the sparkling lightning, and all this in the front row, which excited the blood. Before starting the fight, Celia decided to tease the boring Duran a little and said that now they would see who was the best knight in Class 1. The guy only drew his eyebrows together even more, making himself look like a terribly formidable fighter. No matter what blow Duran dealt with his sword, Celia parried each one perfectly, and it was no longer entirely clear where the sparks were coming from. Carl even stopped eating popcorn and sometimes forgot how to breathe from such a sight, but he definitely did not forget to ask Leo who he was betting on. Flo thought for a second and replied that he was more than sure that Celia would win, to which Carl concluded that the guy was heartless, and none of them noticed Professor Harrid behind them. Even from the stands, Leo noticed the look in Celia's eyes, which made him realize that she definitely had an ace up her sleeve. The guy immediately realized that the girl had a plan that would help her turn the situation to her advantage. Duran picked up speed to attack Celia, using it to boost his power. The blow landed right next to the girl's face, but she was able to dodge in time and did not lose her vigilance, although she would have panicked and given up earlier. The battle became more and more heated, and the blades of the swords again rang loudly after each repelled attack. Celia chose the right moment and, raising her weapon up, endowed it with her mana, and a ball appeared, indicating that it would now be even hotter. All the flames that Princess Zerdinger released rested against the invisible dome and grew larger and larger. Leo said that Celia was a good girl because she was able to figure it out in time, but Card still didn't understand anything. Flo explained to his friend that given that the training ground for freshmen is not particularly large, Celia realized that she did not have to run after Duran, so she used the size of the hall to her advantage. As it was already possible to observe how Duran was limited inside the barrier engulfed in flames, and in addition the heat limited his vision. Leo boldly stated that Celia was pretty good, but now she has become even cooler and gives her all. While Duran stood there feeling that it had become quite hot, the girl was already behind him attacking. Moira managed to turn around to repel the attack, still knowing her classmate a little, but the advantage was on her side. The guy was not just fighting to pass the exam, but once again he wanted to prove something to someone that was unnecessary, so he went on the attack from a destructive perspective. Celia, like a fiery fury, without taking her eyes off her opponent, excitement grabbed his sword with her bare hand. The girl, quite joyfully as if for a fight, shouted to Moira that here he was caught and swung her head in his direction. Celia decided to end the duel beautifully, so she hit Duran in the forehead with her head, which he did not expect at all. The young man passed out from the blow while still in flight to the ground with a huge hematoma on his forehead. When Duran's body hit the ground, the judge declared Celia Zerdinger the winner. Who would have thought, but the girl told Moira that he should work on his physical strength, which in turn Leo once told her. Rubbing his forehead, the guy again made a menacing grimace, but even despite this, Celia still gave him her hand. The young man stood up with the help of his partner and bowed to her in gratitude. No doubt at the moment of the handshake, the students started shouting what a cute couple they were and immediately wanted to capture it on camera. Leo proudly declared that Celia's training had paid off, and Card screamed at the top of his lungs how amazing she was. Here Harid entered the conversation, and after shocking the guys with his presence, he took a handful of popcorn and said that Celia had indeed won. As he left, Mr. Edmund thanked the headman for his comments about the fight, after which Carl nervously asked how long he had been eavesdropping on everything. The night division finished with a score of 4 wins and 1 loss for Celia and Duran as well as Chun. And without any doubt, Leo Flo was able to take all 5 victories without a single defeat. A week after the night division exam, the students of the Lumen Academy had a written linguistic exam, and all Mr. Harid could do was tell the guys that they were doing well. Leaving the classroom, the leader only added his hope that all the students had tried hard and that none of them would be expelled. When the door slammed shut, the students sat in silence for a while, waiting for Harid to move away from the door. Elaine was the first to lose her temper and explode, shouting that she was fed up with this nasty word expulsion that they used to scare them and make them nervous, and to hear at least once some words of support. While Elaine was letting off steam, Chelsea's classmates came up to her and, making a cute face, asked the girl for the answers to the tests, and she was pleased that she was popular in this way among her peers. Leo laid his head on the table, which was not typical for him, but his classmate was not going to leave him alone, and asked how the best classmates test went. Leo said a little hesitantly that he thought he had done well, to which Nella smiled and asked if the headman could really have such a sour face. Flo didn't understand what was going on because he had a normal face, but the girl, smiling even more, said that if something hurt him he only had to say so and he would help with his magic. Carl, like a cunning fox, as soon as he heard that Nella was offering healing help, immediately pretended to be a dying swan and said that his back and shoulders hurt so much. But before the alchemist could tell Nella to help him too, Chelsea arrived in time and gave Carl a slap on the back, asking if his back still hurt. Having dealt with Carl, Chelsea, with great enthusiasm, wanted to find out how Leo's practical training on the call went, because she had heard from Tide that he rarely showed up for classes. Leo shamelessly told Chelsea that he simply trains where he is not seen, and this helps him concentrate more on summoning. Chelsea, as always, admired the fact that this mystery was all about Leo and asked the guy what rank he thought he would be awarded at the qualifying round, and at that moment Carl did not understand what the girl saw in his friend. Flo didn't answer anything else except that he would only be awarded the best and highest rank because it couldn't be any other way. On the day of the selection exams for the draft, the platform was filled with spectators from the students, and the host greeted everyone by announcing the opening of the largest event of the first semester for freshmen, and this is the summon races. The announcer introduced himself to the audience as Runbates, a third-year student from the recruiting unit. Celia asked out loud in disappointment if these races were really an exam, to which her classmate explained that the races were already a tradition for the conscription unit and Runba was the highlight of the program, adored by many. Carl, as always, made sure that the audience had a tasty time watching the exam, so he and many others already had popcorn in their hands. The noise from the stands was disturbing Taidu and was ruining his entire mood to concentrate on the exam, which would involve living beings. Unlike the overly happy or overly dissatisfied students, Leo stood to the side, as always, simply waiting for the announcement of the start of the exam. Just like during the test on the island of summons, Flo now met the gaze of Elsa during the exam, who was still looking down on the young man. Behind Leo stood Chun and Walden, who also noticed how Elsa was looking at the guy and were waiting for her to come up and blurt out another stupidity about how they were all worthless. The representative of the summoner lineage, Georgina from the north, surprisingly decided to note what she had heard about Flo's success in the selection for the night division. Immediately after the supposed praise, Elsa asked Leo if he had prepared at all for today's exam. The young man replied that of course he had prepared, but Elsa was not satisfied with that, and she mentioned to him that it was difficult not to notice his absences from classes, so she asked if the headman really looked down on the conscription unit. This attitude against Leo was picked up by one of the students, who was also outraged by the upstart's negligent attitude towards their unit. The students started shouting at Flo that if he was too lazy to put in the effort, it would be better to leave the unit and join others, and then came the accusations that the headman most likely had not even signed a contract with the summoner. Tide tried to stop the hot hand, naively believing that he could now calm the guys down and everything would be fine. But the young man still fell under that same hot hand, and he was reproachfully told not to cover for Flo just because it was his classmate. After all, that smart guy asked for the honor of the entire unit. Chun stood and watched the whole mess and then quietly said out loud that the atmosphere was heating up even before the start of the selection, let alone the exam itself. The words of the girl who didn't bother anyone at all also found a candidate to spit caustic words, and it was Sen Lu who noted Chen's success in the nightly unit like Leo, while mentioning that she had ditched the call-up. Chun began to answer Sen, but Walden intervened, instead saying that it was quite noisy near them. Walden was often calm and reserved and did not get involved in such showdowns, but the hot blood did not go away under the cold calm, so now he went forward to deal with the chatterbox. The guy warned all the sharp-tongued students that if they decided to quarrel and change the length of their contracts, it would be better to do it away from him. To which San stood up and asked the guy what he had just barked in his face. Walden reiterated more openly to the especially gifted that he is irritated by those who consider themselves better than everyone else only because they have a longer contract with the summoner. Sun still didn't understand who he was dealing with, so he pointed his finger at Walden and sarcastically asked if he was really ashamed, and immediately mentioned that he, like the other upstarts, didn't even show his nose at the recruitment classes. The guy wasn't going to give in to such petty manipulations and briefly replied that he didn't need to work on the basics, unlike the blockhead who couldn't even handle a griffin. San could only show himself in an even worse light, so he raised his fist at Walden. But the hand never reached the young man and stopped halfway because someone else intercepted it. Undoubtedly, Leo, as a true headman, stopped Sen's fiery temper by explaining that if he were to fight at the qualifiers, he would not get off with a simple warning, but his professional suitability would be called into question. Like a little child, Sun could only snatch his hand back and hiss in displeasure because he couldn't go against Leo's argument since he had heard the truth. Tide, clearly nervous, told Flo that he thought their peers from the call were in a bad mood, but he didn't understand why. Tide tried to explain to Leo that the old methods of hardening new recruits still flourished in the recruiting division. The guy also mentioned that Leo and Chun got to the top without being representatives of the unit, and the second years are now taking out their dissatisfaction on them. Flo turned to the guys who had picked up on Elsa's discontent and thought about the fact that Tide was saying everything correctly, and that this explained why his and Chen's behavior might have seemed dismissive to the students. When San entered the arena, someone in a cloak watching what was happening rejoiced that finally everything was beginning. After a short stay, the mysterious person opened a portal and entered it to disappear or perhaps move. San stood in the arena, still not calm, and clenched his teeth, thinking about Leo and the other students as arrogant bastards to whom he would teach a lesson in respect. The fact that the student's aura was activated could be seen even in his eyes. He wanted to wipe the arrogant newcomers into dust so much. Runba asked everyone to listen carefully because he was going to announce the rules before the exam began. And the rules were a ban on first-year applicants using magic or aura, and only summoning could be used. The presenter also announced that the task of the exam would be to tame a griffin and use it to cross Summon Island, then circle over the Silent Lake and return to the academy. Everyone was already impatient to find out who would be the star of the selection in the conscription unit, and Runba only added fuel to the fire by listing possible candidates and then said that it was time to find out with the help of an exam. Absolutely all the students were set up differently, but they were definitely united by the fact that they all wanted to become champions and show others how cool they were. Mrs. Yura, in her strict manner, gave the order to the newcomers to stop panicking and do what they had been doing before, but warned that those who could not stand it might not return. Some of the guys only became more nervous from such words, and such speeches from the professor did not motivate them. Yura, with a sly grin, announced to the participants to get ready, and two of them actually got ready looking at each other, but not for the exam. After the command to go forward, the students rushed towards the griffins without wasting a minute on doubts. Only Runba noted that two students would not be able to pass the exam just like that because something unexpected happened in the arena. The announcer clarified that the recruiting students had planned the attack in advance and were targeting the class president Leo Flo and Walden, a top student from the south. Even with such a crude and brazen situation, Leo still managed to put up protection in the form of his fiery aura. Tide had already saddled the griffin, but when he heard the host's statement, he turned to Flo, shocked by this turn of events. Leo, holding back the energy with which he was attacked, shouted at Tide to worry first and foremost about himself and not forget that he was taking an exam. The guy was very ashamed, although he was innocent of what the other students were doing, and after asking the class leader for forgiveness, he continued his work. From the stands, shouts from other guys could be heard about how the conscript students were inhuman because they acted very meanly and dirty, but that it was necessary to fight fairly. Leo, listening to the students and holding back the attack, understood in advance that they would be bullied but did not expect that it would happen so collectively. Runba noticed how loud the fans of Class 5 were, but immediately clarified that this was clearly a strategic move, and Walden immediately confirmed this by canceling the summoning magic. The young man was above such blows in the back, so as soon as he fought back, he immediately continued the exam, approaching the griffin. Walden mounted the beast, but before flying away he asked Flo if he needed help. As expected, Leo answered Walden that he could handle it on his own, but he noted to himself how noble the young man had acted. The top student was thrown from the arena with such force that the ground cracked beneath him. There was only one griffin left and Leo, but they still wouldn't let him pass the exam, but the guy wasn't going to give up even though Chelsea was already worried about him. The poor thing was worried, not knowing what to do, but she saw that either Leo would not be allowed to pass the exam by holding him back, or they could even injure him. The way the students behaved did not go unnoticed by the professor, who stood and watched their showdown. Yura remembered that Flo had studied her spirits and only knew how to tame them, so it would be difficult for the guy to counter with anything. Before the lady even had time to really feel sad, she was again surprised by what Leo showed. The guy stood and asked the spirits in an ancient language to free him from the shackles and clear the way, and also asked to grant him the grace of nature, and small creatures really did fly around him, helping him. Yura stood in shock, looking at the student, whom as it turned out she still knew very little, because she didn't even suspect that he spoke the language of spirits. Leo opened his eyes as if he felt that someone was watching him, and met the professor's gaze. For such a strict teacher, Yura's eyes widened too much, unable to contain her surprise at the student's skills. The lady was once again convinced that she had to get Leo Flo into the ranks of the draft. Meanwhile, the students flew as a group on griffins far from the academy, but the rivalry did not stop there. The guys who screwed over Leo and Walden were now flying and laughing at the fact that those brats were still called the best students, but now even if they fly somewhere, they will be the last ones. Sun, gloating, also asked Elsie how she liked what they had done to the upstarts, but to her surprise the girl snapped that she didn't like it because she could have defeated her opponents without stooping so low to mean this. When a dumb classmate didn't understand what the girl meant, she explained to him how they had disgraced the honor of the conscription unit. Sen didn't care what others thought, because what was more striking was how they humiliated those two smart guys. Elsa didn't like what Sen said, and she calmed down and flew forward, telling the guy to think before he rushed into doing such things. The guy again clenched his teeth in anger, believing that Elsa was taking on too much and had generally gone crazy from her pride. Trying to catch up with Elsa, the young man thought only that he didn't care about that fool, and that it was more important for him to at least come in second. San was overjoyed that he would be second only to Elsa in controlling the flying summons. Just when the guy thought that this time nothing would spoil the successful passing of the exam, his classmate shouted to him carefully because Chun was flying behind him. Chun surprised everyone by flying on a griffin, not sitting but standing, making herself as comfortable as possible. Sen couldn't bear the fact that someone else could be better than him, and envy crushed him because the girl flew quickly without using the energy of the spirit. The idiot shouted to everyone to get rid of Chun, to which he was supported, and the girl who warned him about the danger now activated the spirit to attack the enemy. The spirit flew straight towards the Chun griffin like a charged missile towards a specific object. But Chun had her own plans for such unexpected surprises, and making a sharp maneuver, she rose high into the sky. Chun decided to look at the situation from a slightly different angle, so she made a loop and ended up right above the one who launched the spirit at her. In flight, Chun jumped from the griffin towards her opponent in order to teach her a lesson that she shouldn't attack from behind. The girl hit the target exactly, showing her opponent that if she wants to hit, she needs to do it openly and in the face. For some reason, the rival fell from the griffin screaming that it was unfair, although she herself literally a minute ago did even worse, not knowing who she was dealing with. Chun asked in pursuit that she didn't understand where the injustice was here, since she hadn't even used aura. The girl continued her flight, making up for lost time due to her rival. Chun managed to catch up with Lu again, greeting him, to which the guy threatened her for getting underfoot for no reason. The girl warned Sen that although she did not have an advantage in air battles, she would not be alone in confronting the scoundrel after what he had done. Lu didn't understand what was meant by confrontation, and Chan gave another hint by saying that his antics had angered many people. At that moment, an explosion occurred behind Sun, indicating the approach of another latecomer who also decided to make up for lost time. Chun clarified to Lu that Walden turns out to be one of those who always pays his opponents back in the same coin that they pay him back, and several more explosions occurred behind him. Walden flew closer and closer to the target and was already preparing to attack, holding fire in his hand. The students who were holding Walden will now have to manage to get back in time themselves, because now there is nothing left to do but fly in all directions. There were 3 more explosions, and the main hit was San, who was horrified by the attack. At the arena at this time, Runba was voicing that Leo Flo, the head of the first years, and a rather famous student who was aiming for all the divisions at once, unfortunately was unable to prove himself today. While the presenter was saying that perhaps the call was Leo's Achilles heel, the guy finally approached his griffin. The unfortunate creature did not kick, but Leo immediately noticed something sharp sticking out of the wing. Flo was angry that the future heroes had sunk so low that they even injured an innocent creature. The guy knew that the animal would now rebel, but not because it was not trained, but because it was in pain. The griffin screamed furiously, and the presenter announced that everyone should watch carefully because Leo was trying to tame the beast, and climbing on a furious griffin was very reckless. Celia was worried about her cousin, although from the outside it looked like irritation at the fact that the guy was making such sacrifices, but the young man sitting next to her told the girl that maybe he had his own plan. The task was indeed not an easy one, but Leo was not one to be timid and give up after going through what he had gone through. The young man spoke to the beast, telling him that he understood his feelings but asked him to listen to him only now. Flo turned to the bird and, looking almost into his very soul briefly, gave the command, "Obey me." Having met the gaze of his future rider, the beast immediately calmed down, feeling that he would not only saddle him but also help him. When the creature calmed down, Flo let go of the reins and they simply stood opposite each other. Leo really helped the griffin and pulled out a sharp splinter from the wing, but the wound unfortunately remained on the wing. The guy still mounted the beast because he actually had his own plan for this. The griffin let out its menacing roar and rose up above the arena, and although the wound was not great, it made itself felt. The flight of the creature and Leo was shown on the screen, and the presenter immediately pointed out that the griffin had a wounded wing, and now, although the student was able to ride it at this rate, the young man would come last. Flo pointed his hand at the creature, manifesting an aura, and warned it that although it would hurt, he believed that the beast could cope. The young man commanded his summoner to appear before him here and now with the power given to him by the contract, and next to Leo appeared little Fiora, who has always made her cute sounds greeting her partner. The griffin's wings began to be consumed by fire, but that was the idea, so now all that was left was to hope that the beast would withstand such a transformation. The poor fellow growled furiously from the pain that the rider had warned him about at the beginning, but he still continued to fly. Since everyone could see what was happening to the participants, Celia, looking at the screen, could not understand what kind of flame Leo had. Her classmate also did not recognize the Zerdinger aura in the flame, but he could not answer himself what it was. The students who suffered from Walden's blows realized that because the griffins were wounded, they would arrive, although not last but definitely late. One of the boys who suffered from the Walden fire didn't even have time to react before a flame appeared next to him again, only this time it was different. Flo, who had been detained at the beginning of the exam, caught up with them on a burning griffin as they passed their opponents. Leo was proud of what he was able to do and was no less proud of the animal that supported him in the race. The guy mentally asked the creature to speed up a little more because they had almost caught up with those who were ahead. But when Flo was already close to the rest of the students, something confused him and he began to peer ahead. Right in front of the guy, a creepy winged creature resembling a wyvern appeared, and there was even a rider on it. The guy even opened his mouth in surprise, not understanding where the Fafnir could have come from since this was not discussed before the test. And the winged monster flew straight at the group of griffins ahead to prevent them from reaching their next destination. Literally a few minutes before the monster appeared, the students continued to decide among themselves who would be first and who would not, and this time Elsa flew up to Walden shouting at him to stop what he was doing. The girl told her opponent that she would not give up first place, and immediately after that the guy snapped his finger and a flame appeared in front of Elsa. Elsa barely managed to fly away from the explosion, realizing that Walden had used an explosive attack with the spirit of fire and air. The student noted for herself that the guy did not have the level that could be achieved simply by affinity with spirits. Looking at Walden, Elsa realized that she was wrong about him and his abilities because the guy turned out to be knowledgeable in magic. But even despite Elsa's recognition of Walden's strength, she was not going to lag behind in this either. The girl believed that the power of the attack did not matter if it could be dodged, which she was now able to do. Suddenly Walden activated an ice spike attack, telling Elsa to try to dodge it. But the student was more furious than afraid because she had to make unnecessary movements again. In order to make her griffin stronger, the girl activated its power and it growled menacingly. Elsa's beast released fire from its mouth, thus creating a barrier to the cold blades. Elsa skillfully turned the bird to where its fire was needed and thus managed to break the thorns. Walden realized that the girl had most likely used a strengthening summon, and Runba, like the others, could still see the stunning battle where Elsa used spirit strengthening on 3 summons. Runba couldn't help but notice that while he was chatting and the guys were fighting, Chansya took advantage of this and pulled ahead. But the rival couldn't fly far because she literally immediately felt the magic of the rope on her neck. Elsa deftly grabbed her opponent by the throat and dragged her towards herself, asking her not to rush to fly forward. Besides the damn rope around her neck, Chun looked ahead at the light that Walden had launched, and it was clear how it would all end. The girl repeated what she had already done, namely, she jumped off her griffin, thus saving both her life and his. Chun flew up and the griffin dropped down when the explosion occurred, but even this did not frighten the girl. The next moment, the student tore the rope with her hands in order to land on the bird. Chun was riding a griffin again, just like the first time her opponents saw her. Even though Chun had a rope around her neck and was almost fried by an explosion, she still told herself with a smile that the top-class summoners were no joke. At some point, everyone hung in the air, hearing a terrible sound that did not remind them of another griffin. A monster appeared in front of the students, similar to a black wyvern, which Leo had already seen at that moment approaching them. Unfortunately, Sun Lu saddled such a monster without realizing the consequences, because his eyes were filled with rage and a desire for revenge. Chun tried to stop the guy by shouting at him that such an action of his was considered a violation of the rules, but he replied that the girl should shut up since he didn't give a damn, which spoke of his obsession. Lu flew past Walden and Elsa, throwing mud at Oz and shouting to get out of the way. The three students looked at the monster and the guy, not understanding how he was able to make a contract with the wyvern, but besides that, they also realized that this was not an ordinary wyvern. In addition to the appearance of an incomprehensible monster, the children were also in for a surprise in the form of a burning griffin and Leo on it. Flo was flying closer and closer, but he was not aiming at the guys but directly at Sand to instruct him to get off the monster. Lu was puzzled how the loser managed to fly here after they detained him, but immediately after that he said that it didn't matter to him since he was going to finish him off anyway. Leo was finished off by the fact that in such situations he was absolutely calm, unlike even Lu, who was hysterical just to get rid of his competitor. At that moment, not only Flo but also everyone who was nearby paid attention to Sen's address, although the guy didn't even shout. The only thing Leo asked the fool was where he got this fierce lizard that he was now riding. San considered such a question a reason for envy and furiously answered that it was all thanks to his strength and summoning skills, after which he forced Flo to admit that he was envious. Leo looked at Lu like he was a moron, not understanding whether he really didn't realize that he was not sitting on a summon but on a Fafnir, which was much more dangerous. A representative like Lu belonged to the monsters of the Tartaros magicians, and they were the ones that Leo and his team destroyed in the era of despair in his past life, and now the main question was how this guy was able to get such a dinosaur. Lu commanded the wyvern to attack everyone in front of it, and it unquestioningly launched its fire. The guys curled up from the blow, flying higher or lower than the beam that the monster launched. Unfortunately, Chun didn't have time to dodge because a stream of fire was flying straight at her. They shouted at the girl to watch out, but she froze in place, and although she activated her power, she understood in her head that it was already too late, and most likely this was the end. Chun put up a water shield to somehow protect herself and the griffin, but the monster's blow was too strong. The poor thing screamed in pain and barely held back the attack that flew at her. Having lost consciousness, Chun and her feathered one fell down like a stone, and now the only hope was for the one who was recognized as a hero in difficult times. Leo reacted as quickly as he could and was already rushing towards the girl in order to catch her. Flo managed to catch Chun in midair, but things were complicated because she was unconscious and had to be lowered down. Leo shouted to Elsa and Walden to go down with Chun to at least help her come to her senses. The boys decided to fly down after the headman, forgetting about the danger for a moment. Sun flew madly in the sky and watched his rivals, rejoicing that it turned out to be pleasant to look down on pathetic people. The guy wasn't satisfied with what he had already done, so he flew down to finally deal with the bastards who weren't letting him win, and only at that moment Runba woke up saying that the participants had left the track and a lot had already happened. The announcer tried to explain what had happened to the participants when suddenly Yura kicked him, calling him a moron and asking if he really didn't understand that the situation was no longer a joke. The professor announced into the microphone to her department as well as teachers and assistants to prepare the flying summons and declared the race suspended. Professor Sejin and Glenn immediately appeared, asking their colleague what had happened and what was causing the fuss, to which she briefly made it clear that Sen Lu had most likely made a contract with a demonic beast. Both professors immediately fell out of shock from this information, not having time to digest everything they heard, and Yura meanwhile continued to shock them even more by explaining that the beast's influence would soon drive the student crazy. Professor Sejin asked how the guy was able to subdue such a strong beast on his own, to which Harid rephrased his question saying that he wanted to understand whether no one helped San with this, and Yura said that she was not sure about it, but there was a possibility. Harid divided everyone so that Yura would lead his unit to capture that idiot Lu and destroy the lizard, and the rest of the professors would split up and protect the students, and everyone agreed with this plan. Harid asked Sejin to go with him as his most reliable friend and colleague with whom they had already been through a lot. Griffin Leo sat on the grass waiting for his rider, while he observed Chen's condition. The guy was next to Chan the whole time, whose condition was extremely serious since she took the brunt of the monster's blow. Elsa and Walden came down to the boys to provide any assistance if necessary. Unfortunately, Lu also came down on a lizard after the students in order to finish the matter with them once and for all, since he was strongly engulfed in a demonic aura. Sun lowered himself down in front of the students and scolded them for staying in the open field in vain, when instead they should have run as far as possible. Leo left Chen and, getting closer and closer to the monster, told Lu that he did not run away from him, which caught the guy off guard. Flo tried to explain to the idiot that he was not commanding a summoner, which made him laugh, replying that the headman really thought that he, as a specialized student of the summoning, could not distinguish a wyvern from a demonic Fafnir. The amusement disappeared from Sen's face, and he watched as Leo got closer and closer to him, despite the monster. But if Lu was horrified by what the headman was saying, then Elsa and Walden watched with some confusion as to what the guy was going to do this time. Flo had a very vivid and acute déjà vu connected with his past life when he once went to the demonic beast to kill it. Before my eyes again is a picture of how these lizards killed many knights in order to take control of everything that was on the lands. Although with different eyes, the same hero and warrior looked at the monster and said directly that he would destroy this monster here and now. The moment of the battle was exactly the same as then, except that the era was different from the previous one, but the guy had just as much strength, if not more, to finish off the creature. Suddenly Sun Lu laughed so loudly and maliciously that the guys no longer recognized him as their rival or even as an ordinary student from the academy, and Elsa indicated that the guy had clearly gone crazy. Someone's creepy voice lodged in the guy's body addressed Leo. Flo, what kind of nonsense is he telling about himself here? But because the hero held himself evenly and calmly, this angered the creature even more, and accordingly the winged beast. San Lu screamed furiously that he would not allow himself to be considered a weakling any longer, so he ordered Leo to die, thereby giving the command to the demonic beast to launch a fiery strike. If it weren't for his friend's cover, Leo would have had a hard time during the beast's attack, but a huge stone hand appeared from the ground. As it turned out, Walden, having raised a stone giant from underground, took the blow of the Fafnir upon himself, simultaneously informing Flo that he agreed with the plan to destroy the monster and return San to Earth. Senna, or what was left of him, was already pretty fed up with the fact that he was not feared, but on the contrary, they also used the magical technique of creating a golem. Elsa came closer and also declared that this idiot had enough of pretending to be God knows who, and based on this she briefly agreed to help in any way she could. Leo didn't try to unite the guys or distribute tactics between them, but on the contrary he stood behind, knowing that they would cope, because Elsa had already said that before destroying Fafnir they needed to remove the idiot from the saddle. Walden warned that the golem didn't have much time left, so he should prepare to fight, to which he heard reproach from Elsa that he couldn't do anything normally, but Flo was only amused by these conversations. Fafnir obediently drowned the golem with all his fire breath, and Sen shouted that it was time to stop playing with toys and to follow his example and that of his cool summon. When the golem was blown up by the flames, Sen addressed everyone as rats, calling them to come back to the show, but due to the layer of dust and rocks that rose into the air, he could not see anyone. Elsa took advantage of the riders' inattention, and as soon as she had a semblance of a target, she immediately put her whip into action in order to throw off that idiot who thought he was tough. San, like the one who was in his body, did not like the fact that these little bastards decided to resist instead of finally dying. Among all the noise and rumble, it was hard to notice the quiet snap of fingers, but that was also very useful as the team worked together and quickly. The second time, when the Fafnir was given the command to attack the enemies, the beast noticed a fireball above its head, although the monster had almost emitted its beam. One explosion was followed by more stunning and confusing Fafnir, but if the problem was only in him. Walden barely audibly signaled to Leo that now was the time for the most important plan that all three of them had worked so hard for. San was in a stupor from where everyone had gone again, and this was just the right moment when Flo appeared as if from nowhere, stretching his hand directly to the bastard's head. It would have been possible to drag the idiot off the saddle by his hair, but Leo decided to do something a little different and kicked San in the face in mid-flight. Unfortunately, the unfortunate rider did not fall out of the saddle, but now Flo was riding the Fafnir, and considering the speed of his reaction and his overall combat skills from his previous incarnation, it was easy for him to fight standing on the flying beast. With such a wound, an ordinary person would have at least passed out, but this incomprehensible creature in Sen's body also spoke to Flo, sarcastically praising him and the guys for the great work they had done and regretting that it had all been in vain. While Elsa and Walden were shouting at Leo not to go into battle alone, it was already too late, because the guy realized who was in front of him in the body of an academy student. Something began to press Flo with questions about whether he was really scared and at the same time trying to break through to the heroes of the academy. Leo actually continued to speak calmly, and this time the appeal was to the real interlocutor, who turned out to be the magician of Tartaros, who could control the beast, and now it was important to find out where the main body was. The mask showed itself in everything from his look to his habits and voice, showing his surprise at how calmly the young man reacted, as if he himself were the embodiment of the ideal hero, and this only meant that it would be better for the brat to die. Immediately after his words, the magician used his skills on Leo, hitting him with a wave from which he unfortunately did not have time to hide. Even losing his balance and realizing that there was an abyss below, Flo still remained stern and calm, watching the enemy until the very end. Leo fell head over heels and Sen remained on the Fafnir to watch the one who was able to see his true appearance die. During the flight, Leo did not waste time and took advantage of what he always had at hand, and thus he activated his power. The guy summoned his faithful summon and Phoenix friend Fiora, who always looked more like a little chicken to him. While Fiora was activating her power, Leo was overcome with memories from his past life as the origin hero Kyle about how he was good at absolutely everything among his friends, but alas, he never reached the top in one thing. For example, Dvino and Eren had better control over aura than Kyle, which made them indispensable in the team of heroes. Luna's strength was in her excellent mastery of magic, which was not inferior to her ability to fight with weapons. Lucina's had mastered the summoning and, like everyone else, was an important piece that completed the overall puzzle. If it weren't for the incident with Fafnir, Leo might not have known what choice he could make given his past and current experience. In an incredibly beautiful way, the guy and his summon had a fusion of abilities, and it was unlike anything ever seen before. Fiora felt what her master wanted to do, and while the aura magic and spiritual power were closely intertwined, the bird transformed into the strongest embodiment of the summon. As soon as the phoenix transformed, it immediately grabbed the owner with its paws, and at that moment Fiora looked like her mother, whom Leo once met at the exam on the island of summons, and he jokingly said that now there was no trace left of the chicken. Fafnir reacted quite violently to the appearance of the summoner on the same territory with him, and this only indicated that the phoenix's aura was hostile to such monsters. Sen was both indignant and surprised at the same time, so he even asked if it was really a phoenix, to which Flo said that first the information about where the Fafnir came from, and then the answer to the question about the contract with the summoner. An evil voice screamed at Leo that he knew too much about the Age of Despair, and therefore, he would not be able to leave alive. The young man was prepared for the fact that they were not playing games here, so he prepared his sword and asked Fiora to be on guard because the monster was going to attack. In response to the fireball, the monster prepared a red charged ball in its mouth, which accumulated all the demonic power. Finally, the time had come to demonstrate in all its glory that very secret art of the Zerdingers, namely the breath of the phoenix, and this could be done with the help of the Flaminen's technique. Two deadly rays collided in the sky, creating a blazing glow, as if a new star was about to be born. It was obvious from Flo that the fight was not easy, but he was in no way going to retreat, because then he would not forgive himself for the losses in his life, because there had already been enough. What was inside Sun decided that it was time to end things with this half-hero, but the monster he was riding suddenly made a sharp movement. Fafnir stopped listening to orders and obeying the rider, and this was a lucky gap to finally throw the idiot off the saddle. Leo immediately realized that the mage's main body was attacked, which is why the spiritual connection was weakening, so the guy loudly signaled to his friends that now was the right time for a plan. The young man pointed a sword with a fiery beam at the monster, which could no longer resist as before, much less attack first. The beam hit the Fafnir right in the mouth, causing its body to begin to tear apart from the inside, and the sounds were like from the underworld. Finally, there was an explosion that partially made it clear that the danger was behind us, but it still remained to understand what was wrong with San and where that magician was. Flo thanked Fiora for the great teamwork and asked her to return to her original position, but he was a little hasty with this. The young man forgot that he had fought the monster in flight, and thanks to Fiora's huge wings had hovered in the air, and now that the phoenix had become small again, both of them were tumbling down and little Fiora only had time to squeak. At the moment of the fall, Leo had such a range of emotions about how he could not think through his words and actions in advance that he did not even know how to react to the current situation. Meanwhile, as Leo suspected, a magician was sitting on me in the forest covered in protection, so that no one could strike him while he was in Sen's body. When the magician thought that he had enough of messing around with that would-be hero and needed to finish him off once and for all, a glow appeared nearby that didn't look like his magic. Not only was the glow the work of someone else, but it also began to destroy the magician and along with him his powers. Professor Sejin held the field and most likely did it thanks to Leo, but one thing was clear. The magician was screwed. While Sejin held the magician, Harid turned to the Lord of the Monsters of Tartaros and wanted to ask a question, but it didn't work out. The magician laughed even when he realized that Harid also had a hand in his destruction, but on the contrary he was glad that the pillars of the Lumen Academy had personally come to him. The Beast Lord had not planned an audience with the gentleman today, so he decided it was time for him to leave. The magician informed the professors that their pleasant conversation would have to be postponed until a better time, and then a terrible cloud of smoke with many eyes and mouths appeared above him. No matter how hard Harid and Sejin tried to hold back the Lord, he was still able to escape thanks to his strength. In place of the scoundrel there remained smoke, ashes, and stones, to which Sejin immediately asked his friend reproachfully how he could let such a dangerous villain go, but he on the contrary believed that the magician was ready for such an appearance and disappeared with ease. Sejin took the remains of the Beast Lord in order to understand in more detail his stay here and such an easy disappearance. The pillars of the academy decided that from that moment on the institution was no longer safe, and accordingly it was necessary to call the others together and discuss the problem. The Guy and Fiora were already pretty close to turning into pancakes, but neither of them did anything. Flo grabbed the bird tightly and asked it to return to the spirit world as quickly as possible, so that it would not be harmed, but it was stubborn and did not leave its owner until the end. To Leo's surprise, he heard his name and something grabbed him by the clothes with its huge mouth, but Fiora still did not calm down and screamed, thinking that they would still die. Professor Yura was overjoyed that she had arrived so timely and saved not one but 2 lives. The wyvern landed gently on the ground, still holding the student by his clothes, and the worst was behind him. The professor's fears about the insecurity in the academy were not just a hunch, because in the deep caves the monster lords of Tartaros continued to work on controlling the creatures. And so the chief magician, after the return of his wounded subordinate, contemptuously told him that he had not been able to cope with some boy. But the wounded man briefly made it clear that the point is that the guy cannot be called ordinary, because otherwise there would not have been an escape and a wound. The protege also reported that that brat had somehow managed to sign a contract with Phoenix himself, and this fact had already managed to surprise and interest the boss. The biggest shock for the magician was the information that the blonde boy instantly recognized Fafnir. One of the minions licked her lips, declaring that the situation was becoming much more interesting with such and such a specimen. And an interesting specimen in the form of Leo was walking calmly along the corridor, heading to one of the offices for a lesson. Flo was upset that the selection for the summoning unit was cancelled without any exceptions due to the recent incidents involving the mage. In addition, Sen Lu died on the spot, and this incident made the newcomers feel the danger of the dungeons more acutely, but all 4 witnesses agreed to remain silent about the incident on the orders of Professor Yura. The first thing Flo saw when he entered the office was Professor Glenn, who was preparing for the practical exam in the magic division. Chelsea and Carl turned around at the same time to look at who entered the office and were surprised. Standing in the doorway as always was the serious and silent Chloe, whom the guys again asked if she hadn't slept at night because she was preparing. The student silently walked to the free table as always without answering, but Leo still noticed her appearance too. Professor Glenn, seeing Chloe, greeted her with a slight nod, and then announced that now, upon the arrival of the last candidate, the exam could begin. Mr. Glenn also expressed his belief that each of those present had put in the maximum effort to create their own original charms that would reflect the individuality of the owner. Tension and intrigue grew among the students after the professor's words that enjoying such a spectacle as new charms alone today would be a terrible mistake. Mr. Glenn introduced everyone to the special guests who successfully graduated from Lumen 3 years ago as part of the magic division, and they are Rilda Fedney, Edmond Slack, and Shin Hughes, and today they are in the role of judges. Carl couldn't keep silent and shared with Leo his premonition that the judges would not skimp on the scores, something the guy wasn't entirely sure about. The first to be called was Elaine Layden, who as always was quick and happy that she would finally show her skills, which had been so difficult to hide until the right moment. The student first greeted the senior participants of the exam, but even so her eyes were shining with happiness. Elaine quickly introduced herself as a 5th grade student and said that it was a great honor for her to meet the successful graduates today, but it was not the judges that she impressed but Carl. The girl demonstrated an incredible beam of light to the top of the hall, after which sparks similar to small fireworks flew down. Elena explained that her main attribute is light, and Rilda was interested in the fact that the girl has a personal attribute of mana. After which the participant explained that if you add the magic formula of the flame flower to the light, you will get powerful heat magic. Shin was also impressed with how the young talent performed, considering that this was her first demonstration. Unfortunately, the fire and the fuse quickly died out as Elaine was asked a question by Edmond, wondering how her magic differed from the already existing laser magic. The poor thing didn't even have time to answer when she heard that nasty graduate fidgeting with his pen on the paper. Edmond sternly and without hesitation immediately put a mark in his column on Elena's exam form. The judges handed the form to Glenn, who immediately announced that Elaine had gotten a C-. Whispers and discussions immediately began among the students that the jury's decision was quite harsh, and now there were even those who were thinking about refusing to take the exam. Another candidate, Smith Rebecca, received a C but without a minus, which only further caused panic among the others. The same assessment as Elaine was repeated by Nick Arbin, but surprisingly no one has left the audience yet, at least out of interest. And then like a bolt from the blue, Carl came out, whom no one took seriously, and got a B+, showing some formula of his own related to money. Chelsea Revelin also could not have received anything else but an A grade, demonstrating not only the strength of her lineage but also her own skills. For the first time, Chelsea didn't beat Carl for his show-off but rejoiced with him that they passed the exam so successfully. Rilda and Shin even got bored at the moment because the professor told them about the extraordinary candidates this year, but for now everything is pretty bland and obvious. There were 3 students left on the table like the most delicious dessert who might have looked unimpressive and would also have done obvious things, but this is only at first glance. Idman smiled sarcastically and prepared himself for the fact that some mediocre guys would come out again. Among the most delicious, Abat Revelin came out first, and here his blinding beauty could have been enough, but this is the lot of students his age and not for strict judges. Abat, unlike many others, began his speech by writing the formula on the board, and this already contributed to getting a higher score. In parallel with the student writing out the formula, he also explained that the magic he wanted to show was called Storm. Professor Glenn stood satisfied and filled with pride for his student, who was finally able to surprise the jury as promised. Not only did the judges' mouths drop open, but they also heard from Abat that they expected the danger level to be the highest at the end of the technique. Abat's training and practice, as it turned out, began back in the Revelin estate, where he absorbed as much knowledge, skills, and abilities as he needed. While in a special cube, the young man was accompanied by 4 assistants, who if necessary would help to calm down what the gentleman could be capable of. Abat was maximally focused on showing his inner strength while controlling it in order to avoid dire consequences. The activation of the power began when the young gentleman rose into the air, and with him a vortex began to spin inside the cube, which at first did not surprise with its appearance. The young man clenched his fists and screamed furiously, giving the wind force energy that would truly show what he was capable of. In this small training cube, such a hurricane arose that there was less and less space left. The energy was bursting out, and there was little space for it in the cube, just like Abat, but the task was also to be able to control the created magic. Just at the moment of practice, a small deer was walking behind the cube and could not understand why everything around was trembling so much and where such a noise was coming from. The poor fellow was caught in a whirlwind and carried upward, but Abat heard the little creature's request for help in time. The young gentleman immediately realized that he had overdone it with the airflow, but he did not leave everything as it was or stop it abruptly. When the fawn was in Abat's hands, he descended to the ground, paying attention to his strength, which indicated that he had, although not complete, control over the situation. The beast sat quietly in the arms of a powerful magician, and even licked his face in gratitude for his salvation, and Abat was able to show all this on his own palm, indicating that his spell maximizes the power of the wind. The student added that it looked simple, but in reality, the spell was difficult to reproduce due to its unique structure, after which he received an A+. When it was Leo's turn, the professor simply beamed with happiness that everyone would now see something truly unique that he himself had not seen for so long. Leo didn't write anything on the board or immediately set off fireworks, but simply walked out in front of the judges and calmly waited for his introduction. The young man informed everyone present that the magic he would now present was truly unique, thereby increasing the intrigue a little. And when intrigue and silence hung in the audience, Flo explained that his uniqueness lies in the fact that the system of magic formulas does not have a single attribute. Idman was the first to indignantly tell Leo that he had never heard of such a concept of magic before, but the student continued to say that attribute-based magic was indeed more common, and everyone immediately agreed. Flo was pleased that he would not only surprise everyone present but would show by his own example that the impossible is possible. The student reported that his unique magic would make the process of witchcraft much easier. Besides the whispers of the students, the judges also could not understand what was happening, and that Rilda and Idman had already thought about turning the student in the wrong direction. Shin took the young man's statement seriously, but just in case, she asked again whether he really intended to create a completely new system of casting spells. Flo confirmed that he would do exactly what the judge asked, and at that moment Glenn's satisfied face shone brighter than the light outside the window, and he was once again bursting with pride. Idmon felt that there was a stronger guy in front of him, even though he was a brat by age, which is why the judge nervously began to tap his pen on the table, declaring that he was disappointed because everyone had not gathered for fairy tales. Professor Glenn would not allow such a talent to be lost, so he interrupted Idmon and told Flo to continue his report since the teacher personally wanted to see everything. There was nothing to do, and the judges, with dissatisfied faces, agreed to look at something incomprehensible from the little one. Flo did not delay and got down to business, writing out his formula on the board just as Abat had done before him. Rilda became interested, but she only became more delusional looking at the board and telling the student that only one magician in history used a fundamentally different system of imposed spells, the so-called unique magic. Agreeing with the judge, Flo replied that this was indeed the case, and that this one-of-a-kind magician was the astrologer Luna herself. After the student's answer, Shin fell into disfavor, perceiving the boy's statement as a desire to push aside the great astrologer, so she asked directly whether the young man considered that he had grown to the level of Luna in terms of mastery of magic. Leo understood that things were already getting hot, and in this era, he could really be perceived as a desecrator of the memory of a great hero, so he immediately made it clear that he was not going to move anyone and was not at all comparing himself to Luna. While finishing the formula, the guy heard a remark addressed to him about the need to say not just moon but great moon, and he agreed that she was also a legendary sorceress, just so that he wouldn't be pelted with dirty socks. The guy's optimism and calmness were not to be borrowed in such tense situations, and even now, after all the anger that was poured on him, he said that it was not necessary to be a genius to create a different system of casting spells. Shin again said the address Great Moon, but this time it was something like Holy Virgin, and she didn't know yet that in front of her stood Kyle, who fought with Luna and others against evil. The judge was shocked and mentioned the Great One because she saw how the young student perfectly conveyed what only a hero of the past era could do. Rilda was also shocked that the guy really wanted to bring his plans to life, and Idmon was completely furious that the formula's composition really allowed any magic to be performed without penalties. Chelsea seemed to fall even more in love with Leo and watched in admiration, although she didn't understand anything that was on the board, and Card blurted out something that he didn't even try to understand. Elsa was also not thrilled with how perfectly groomed the guy showed himself to be, while she had to stay up all night and work tirelessly. Idmon decided to press the guy with questions like why he decided to create exactly this system of spells. But Flo found something to answer here too, and honestly, and without hiding anything, he explained that he had set himself the goal of finding a way to freely use any magic. Judge Idmon was now convinced of Professor Glenn's words that this year there were unique specimens among the students, and now the only thing the graduate wanted to know was the name of Flo's magic. The young man activated a flow of pure energy that was unlike any other and said that its name was the Bible. Shin was already more wary than surprised, as she immediately drew a parallel with what she knew from history. The girl remembered from books and stories that only the false hero Kyle used such a magical system. Of course not out loud, but in her thoughts Shin thought that maybe this unique young talent could prove that Kyle once really existed, and reached for the form to give a grade. After all the marks were posted, the judge handed the form to Professor Glenn, who froze in horror as he saw that the sheet was folded. But the clouds of doubt dissipated after Glenn saw the treasured with a plus, and although it was quite obvious for such a guy, it still tickled his nerves quite a bit. Flo walked off stage thinking about how as Kyle he had never been able to complete the formula system. Just when the young man thought that he had finally managed to bring magic to mind in this life, he saw that the last candidate was Elsa, who was just about to go on stage. Leo was alarmed by the way the girl looked, and it was no longer about sleepless nights and constant preparation, but about something more serious and dangerous, and the young man has a sense for such things. The guy even risked asking his classmate directly if she was okay, but the response was silence, and the girl silently walked past. When the last student came on stage, she was introduced as Chloe Miller, and nothing more was added, since her reputation already spoke for her. Rilda immediately voiced rumors that the girl was the best student in the magic division, and asked to demonstrate what Chloe had prepared. It was strange to hear from a magician whose attribute is cold that she would demonstrate an unquenchable flame, but no one knew what was behind it, so they didn't really object. Chelsea, like everyone else, was confused, not understanding whether Chloe had chosen this attribute on purpose or whether there was something behind it. Chloe stood in front of everyone no longer with the thought of actually discovering something new, but of proving to everyone, and especially to Flo, that she was better and was not going to give in, which was fundamentally wrong. The judges were somewhat disappointed that the magic of such a talented student looked so ordinary, and the expectations were similar to something like what happened with Abat and Leo. Rilda sternly stated, taking the form, that if this was the entire demonstration, and there was nothing else to look at, then she was ready to announce the result, but Chloe was not finished yet. The girl activated the energy of water with her other hand, and announced that now in front of everyone she would demonstrate the true value of what she had created. With a snap of her finger, a stream of water shot down directly onto the flames, and they continued to burn in Chloe's hand. The first to look at the flame with caution were Abat and Leo, but if Revelin was surprised, Flo was immediately convinced that something was wrong. Once someone present shouted if Chloe had really added stability to the spell, and the girl confirmed this by indicating that the flame would not go out until the magician himself revoked its power. The student demonstrated again what she had talked about, and as soon as she closed her hand the fire went out as if it had never been there. Everyone in the audience knew the fact that spells by their nature are destroyed as soon as their mana supply is stopped, but Chloe knew this and still wrote the formula on the board. The girl wrote the spell's components so boldly and confidently, skillfully hiding the fact that this very spell violated the rule associated with mana. This time Idmon watched with his mouth open, not having any questions but only shock after what he saw and heard. Having finished describing the formula, Chloe turned around and once again reminded that her unique charm is an eternal flame, which had already been proven during the demonstration. Everyone thought that such a spell was impossible, and Leo also agreed with this, but not because it was against the laws, but because he knew much more than everyone in the audience. The sparkle in Professor Glenn's eyes had disappeared somewhere, even though Chloe Miller also got an A+. The strong students' gazes met, and Chloe was pleased with herself that she was still able to prove to the guy that she was better than him, or at least on par with him, and would not lose. But Leo was thinking that even Luna could not overcome the eternal flame. The guy felt uneasy because the only one from the previous era who could use the eternal flame was Erebos himself, who brought death and darkness to all living things. Leo couldn't leave this suspicion alone, so he walked around the academy after the exam looking for Chloe. The girl was nowhere to be found, and this only increased the young man's fears about what his classmate had gotten herself into. Flo came to Celia with a request to call Chloe, but she said that she was still sleeping considering how much she had prepared for the selections, and the guy immediately said that this was bad, but did not explain anything and simply said that in this case he would go further. Before Leo could take a step, Celia asked if he was looking for her because something had happened to Chloe. Flo turned around and asked again about what Celia had just said, because if she had reported the strange condition it would bring the young man closer to solving the mystery. Celia did share her concerns that something had been wrong with her friend lately, and that the issue was not in preparation and poor sleep but in something more serious. The girl said that the last time Chloe even had a fight with the students from Class A, but in addition she began to use forbidden magical literature, which is not at all like her. Leo didn't know what to answer, as he only mentally confirmed his suspicion about Chloe's problems, and instead of sowing panic he first decided to think everything through carefully and asked his faithful winged friend for help. Fiora appeared as always with her cute beeping and rubbed herself against her owner's face, happy to meet him, and he no longer even called her a chicken. Suddenly another voice was heard nearby which had not been heard for a long time since Leo's stay on the island, and the guy heard the question whether he had called her. The Phoenix Farina herself appeared to the young man and smiled at the guy like her child, who loved her master from the very moment of her appearance, and at that moment the mother was waiting for what the young student wanted to tell her. Farina also asked if there was any serious news since Leo asked Fiora to call her. Flo let go of the little girl and began a conversation from a distance, wondering to himself why Miss Farina was still at the academy. Fiora ran to her mother as fast as she could, while Flo was convinced that phoenixes were the complete opposite of demonic monsters. Considering the fact that such great creatures are different from monsters, Leo looked at Miss Farina, realizing that she stayed at the academy for a reason. Phoenix, as if sensing that Leo had something to say, was the first to answer the question of why she was still at the academy, beginning the story with a story that happened 5 years ago when the academy was attacked. Not only did the attack take place, but it also resulted in casualties in the form of 2 students and 3 employees, and the culprits were never found. It was because of the danger at the academy that Director Kalyan Baydan ordered Miss Farina to thoroughly explore the area, and since then she has been looking for traces of the killers here. Leo immediately asked if Farina already knew that during the exam the one who tamed the demonic beast appeared, and she confirmed that she knew and that 1 student died. Fiora finally jumped onto her mother's palm, and Flo asked if Tartaros could be behind all these events, and the Phoenix said that she suspects them, but that's where it all ends. Leo glanced at the Phoenix and asked if he could convey something important to the director through Farina. When the woman nodded in agreement, the guy said that the deceased Sen Lu might not be the only student who was egged on by Tartaros, and this news shocked Farina. Next in order was the exam on the practice of heroic and combat skills, and Mr. Harid, as always, was lounging on his chair, while his class discussed the latest news, not paying attention to the fact that it was time to get ready. When the students finally got closer to both the curator and the headman, Harid asked Leo to bring everyone up to speed. Flo began to read out the conditions of the exam, one of which was to form teams and then go off to explore the heroic world. The students were shocked when they heard that the world they were about to travel to was the incident in Chedmore, and judging by the students' reactions, it wasn't the best chapter to go through. Elaine did not remain silent and asked again if this was a mistake, to which Nella wanted to know if her friend knew anything about this chapter, since she herself vaguely recalled the information from the written test. Amidst the noise and hubbub, Mr. Herod's loud voice was heard asking the students to keep quiet, but if Nella was scared, then Elaine was only more angry. The leader asked the students to listen as attentively as possible and not to waste time on empty talk, and after everyone had fallen silent, he asked the class monitor to continue his speech. Flo did not simply continue to voice the conditions and tasks of the exam, but began to tell a story that happened 30 years ago. The gist of the story was that a group of fifth-year students from Lumen Academy went on a mission to the central forest of Chedmore, but unfortunately the students were attacked by representatives of Tartaros. At that time, Professor Arvi was still a student himself, but as the owner of a magical eye, he was sent as part of the rescue operation, and only thanks to this was it possible to prevent the complete destruction of the group of students. Elena and Nella looked at the situation completely differently after they heard that the goal of the test was to save the wounded and destroy the demonic monsters, that is essentially to help Professor Arvi. Harid added that the exam is not easy because it will teach students attentiveness and caution, which is why they must always be on the alert, and those who do not show themselves in any way by the end of the exam will be excluded. Absolutely everyone hung their noses, both those who were confident in themselves and those who were not, but behind such a tough selection stood the important point of protecting young guys from death, since the academy had become dangerous and only the strong could survive. To his surprise, Harid noticed how the mood of his class had dropped, but he smiled and asked them to believe in themselves since everyone was strong enough. Elaine and Nella couldn't believe their ears that their callous and stingy leader was now able to restore their confidence in their abilities. Elena was so impressed by Herod's actions that she was ready to hug him, but this was too much for the professor, so he began to wave her away with his hand like an annoying cat. Ariana was once again the exam host and began her speech by asking the students to come forward one by one and draw lots at random to find out their team. Chelsea and Carl were terribly unhappy that this time they wouldn't be choosing the team and would have to work with people they barely knew. Howell was the first to pull the ball with the number, and Celia was also curious about what her classmate got because the numbers can be the same or different. While Nella was telling someone that she was on the fourth team, Leo just came up to find out his number and didn't expect anything special from it. The headman got a ball with the number 11, and this did not cause any emotions in the guy, but only an understanding of the order in which the teams passed the exam. The only thing Flo found out was that his team would go last. Ariana announced the end of the team distribution and immediately asked the first group to line up in front of the portal and prepare to go through the chapter. Chelsea was glad that she was paired with Celia despite all the fights and omissions between them that had happened before. Celia reciprocated her friend's feelings by offering to show the monsters the power of the Laden Empire. According to tradition, Arvi gave a sign that the heroic protocol was opening, which meant that we needed to be immediately in full combat readiness. It was only when Arvi's world opened up, and with it the chapter The Incident in Chedmore, that the professor was wary of how it looked. The students also understood that something was wrong because all the previous times they entered the world calmly, but this time it was completely different, but there was no way back. The remaining students had the opportunity to watch the exam on a large screen that transmitted all the actions of the participants. The audience was delighted with the first group because, having only just begun their exam, they had already moved quite quickly towards completing the mission, and it did not go without everyone starting to discuss that the girls were made of different stuff because they were from heroic families. Sejin was already next to Harid and was boringly praising the fact that with Celia the highest score would be guaranteed, but even here his friend was able to convince him that he was more impressed with Chelsea Revelin. Harid didn't even need to look at Sejin's expression, it was enough to feel the angry snort. The professors were brought back to their place by a voice that was hard not to react to, and the man also came up and said that the speed of the first team was impressive, so it was no surprise that they were called the rising stars of the first year. The director of the academy, Kalyan Baydan, unexpectedly joined the professors, and he arrived just in time because it seemed that Sejin would incinerate Harid with a glance. As the little boys who had come to scold the professor's grandfather moved away from each other, so that the director could sit down, Sejin could barely ask what brought the gentleman here, to which he heard how he too was interested in looking at the already adult first years. Mr. Kalyan apologized to Professor Arvi for having to use painful memories for him in the exam for first years. But Professor Arvi said that he had vowed never to forget what had happened, so he was grateful for the annual reminder in the form of the exam. It was finally documented that Team 1 successfully completed and accomplished the mission by working together and attentively. Mr. Badan noted for himself that although the success of Zerdinger and Revelin was obvious, it was not entirely clear whether the students would work together due to their rather tense relationship. The third team also successfully completed the mission because they put forward two of the strongest Duran Moyer and Abida Revelin, and the rest were as support and cover. The director nodded consolingly to himself that the guy's unity leads to success, which is what they were asked to do, so everything is going well for now. Despite the cute appearance of the fourth team members, they also did an excellent job because Nella Carvin's healing magic is undoubtedly special, and Chun Xia has always distinguished herself with her decisive measures. Mr. Badan had not seen such bright talents for a long time, and Leo Flo and other strong participants were still ahead, and all this gave the director a spark of hope for a better future. Chun Xia showed incredible results even though she recently had a run-in with Sen Lu who almost killed her. The seventh team had an extraordinary chemistry of Walden Elsa and Elaine's energies, which also guaranteed success because everyone was strong and courageous. Both the professors and the director had no comments regarding the seventh group, as each of them had impressive abilities. The only thing Mr. Kalyan was thinking about was that there really were a lot of talented students this time, but he was still most looking forward to the appearance of the most interesting person. Finally, it was the turn of team number 11, and not only the director was waiting for this exit, but also everyone present whose blood was aroused by interest, and it was fueled even more by the fact that Chloe was paired with Leo. The director admitted to himself more than once that looking at the young Leo Flo, he felt nostalgia for the old days and imagined himself as such a young hero. Professor Arvi asked the last team if they were ready, and the guys nodded at the same time without even looking at each other. Arvi began to activate the hero protocol, and after him the very chapter that all the students had gone through before began to open. Suddenly the portal began to behave completely differently and distinctly from previous times, but no one paid attention to this yet. Leo, covering his face with his hand, thought only in his thoughts that something was clearly wrong here, but he did not yet dare to voice his concerns because it could be part of the world where they were going to go. Suddenly the portal light covered only Chloe and Leo and did not touch the rest of the participants, although it should have taken everyone. The four students remained standing in front of the professor, watching as two fires burned instead of Chloe and Leo, which already spoke of the danger of the situation. Panic began among the students because nothing had happened, but at the same time Chloe and Leo had disappeared, and in their place only a flame of unknown origin remained. For the first time Sejin couldn't contain himself and jumped up from his chair, shouting what the hell was going on and where the students had gone. The director went to Professor Arvi, and he was the only one who calmly asked what happened instead of panicking and asking a bunch of unnecessary questions. Arvi wasn't nervous either, but he briefly made it clear to Kalyan that things were bad and they urgently needed to stop the test for good reasons. When Arvi showed the director the protocol, such a brave warrior who had experienced a lot in his life was probably the first time he was so horrified by the understanding of what had happened. As it turned out, Leo and Chloe found themselves in the very manifestation of a heroic dungeon, which spoke of a mortal danger that beginners cannot always cope with. The audience watched as the notification about the start of the task and the mission goal appeared, but began to burn out without writing the details, and discussions immediately began about whether the heroes had been hit by that famous challenge. Chloe mentioned that Professor Arvi didn't have a missing page in his diary, and it was the first time she'd heard of the head of the heroic protocol going crazy like that, and Leo at that moment listened to his partner and tried to contact Arvi but couldn't. The young man never received a response to his signal, which was quite strange, and when Chloe heard about it she panicked because this never happens and it was always possible to contact at least someone. The student began to get even more nervous because there was a possibility that the exam would be urgently stopped and they would be pulled out of here, and it was unclear whether it would be an exclusion or a retake. Leo calmly explained to his partner that if the professors really had the opportunity to take them away, then why were they still here, and based on this the guy did not see any other explanation except that they ended up on a dungeon challenge. As soon as Flo told Chloe that they would most likely have to go through this challenge, the girl burst into tears, not understanding what kind of nonsense the young man was talking about. Flo tried to explain to Chloe that in this world even a full group of 10 people had a hard time handling a common task, which is why many students had died over the past 30 years, which meant only one way out, and that was passing. Chloe didn't even want to hear about the passage, and to explain her fear she reminded Leo that Tartaros had planned the incident in Chedmore in order to kill as many candidates as possible, which meant that the same fate awaited them. The poor girl's knees buckled as she realized the situation they were in, and she fell to the ground preparing for imminent death. Chloe grabbed her head in horror, saying out loud that the entire forest was one big trap where they were pawns that were already waiting to be killed. Leo wouldn't be himself if he didn't sit down next to Chloe and remind her that she was the best among the first years, and most importantly, the guy did it not just to calm the panic, but because he really thought so. Flo extended his hand to his partner and suggested that they join forces since this was the only way to cope with everything that might await them in the forest. The ice in Chloe's heart moved, although she still didn't understand where Flo got so much calm in such a critical situation, but the thoughts that they were doomed retreated. The girl suddenly rose to her feet without offering Leo her hand, which left him a little stupefied, but he heard from her a desire to understand what their next plan of action was. Flo reminded his partner that the same conditions remained for passing this dungeon as for the other participants and began to draw something on the ground with his finger. The first condition was to save the first-year students, and the second was to ensure their safety, and in order to cope with the tasks it was necessary to improve their capabilities. Chloe looked at what Flo was drawing on the ground, reminding them that they were missing an important part of the task that the previous groups had, namely communication with the outside world. The young man pointed his finger at the last drawing, telling his partner, in contrast to the connection, that they were not the only students in this world. Since her mind was already clear of fear and panic, Chloe remembered that the older students who were killed 30 years ago were still alive and were somewhere in the forest. Flo knelt down on one knee opposite Chloe, causing confusion, and after asking what was going on, she heard the guy ask her to climb on his back. Here Miller completely fell into a stupor, blushing and shouting why she should climb on his back, to which she heard a reasonable question that she didn't want the elders to meet Tartaros before they did. The young man saw that Chloe still hadn't grasped the connection between sit on your back and threat to the lives of elders, so he explained even more clearly that she was a mage and her movement speed was extremely low, which made her blush even more. Meanwhile, the demon watched the senior students who were surrounded by his minions in the middle of the forest. Chubaran, as a demon from the Tartaros clan, noted for himself from observation that what he had been waiting for so much had begun. The only thing that didn't fit into the demon's plans was the appearance of a rescue team, and in the form of two brats who took on too much. The elders did not yet know that the boys were already rushing to their aid, so finding themselves trapped, they felt less confident. For Chubaran, the main target as always remained those hero candidates who could harm their Tartaros clan in the future. At some point, the demon felt that the students who came from the rescue operation were not simple, especially that blonde guy. Chloe had already used her magic, as well as Leo, and both were unaware that they were being closely watched the whole time. Having grabbed his weapon, Chubaran wanted to personally come to the same place as Leo to personally see the guy's strength and at the same time check one more thing. The demon wanted to know if it seemed to him that the classless hero Kyle was hiding under the guise of a student at the Lumen Academy. Chloe no longer even resisted being in her partner's arms, and he in turn was not even tired, but only stopped to think about what to do next, because the deeper they went into the forest, the darker it became. Flo came up with the idea of activating drone technology or night vision, which would make it easier to detect living objects. Leo had been training, so he knew that he simply had to change his aura with subtle manipulation, and that would sharpen his senses to the extreme. Now that the super perception of the surrounding world was activated, the guy could easily see, even in the darkest darkness, how someone or something was moving. Thus Leo ran on without worrying about bumping into anyone, but on the contrary, he even warned Chloe to prepare for a meeting with a group of orcs. Indeed, there were some terrible bastards standing behind the hill, and one of them even had a torch in his hand, and in greeting Leo heard the roar of one of the ghouls. The young man acted wisely and did not immediately begin to attack the enemies, but waited for the right moment, after which he gave a signal to his partner. The girl reacted instantly and, charging the weapon with her mana, swung it towards the orcs. Ice arrows flew at the orcs as if a dozen archers had launched them, rather than just one student being able to create such a thing with her staff. The monsters had no chance to get closer to the students. They didn't even have time to move from their place before the ice pierced their bodies through and through. The orcs hit the ground with their faces straight from the sharp ice flows, only pushing the weapon deeper into their heads. No matter how mortally wounded the orcs were, the guys still couldn't take their eyes off them for some time, knowing that these ghouls were so strong that they could still get up. It was not for nothing that the students kept an eye on the monsters, because Chloe was horrified when she saw in front of her something she did not expect at all. One of the monsters, despite the fact that he had a piece of ice stuck in his throat, brought a horn to his mouth, which he was going to blow to call the others. The unfortunate man didn't even have time to take a breath before his body split into two perfectly equal parts. The horn broke in two, just like its owner, the parts of which fell in different directions, causing poor Chloe to scream. The girl found it hard to believe that there was such a huge difference in strength between her and Leo, and she was once again overcome with confusion about whether she would ever be able to defeat him. Flo brought Chloe back to Earth literally and figuratively by telling her that he had finally found the main goal of their mission, and the first thing his partner thought about was whether the elders were surrounded by demons. The young man rushed forward, only shouting for Miller to help him if necessary. Leo stepped onto the glowing circle and bent down as if he were a spring that was about to be charged and fly upward. The next moment there was no trace of the guy because he really did take off from the ground like a jumper and rushed towards his elders at a crazy speed. Leo shouted to the guys not to retreat because he was very close, but they did not notice the hero's approach because they were defending themselves from the enemy. One of the demons rushed towards the students screaming die, and his eyes were so red that a barely noticeable trail stretched from them, giving this monster a creepy look. For a split second it seemed that time stood still and both the students and the demons froze in horror. The one who attacked fell to his knees as if bowing before someone even stronger than Chubaran. Flo appeared out of nowhere and instantly turned the attacking monster into ashes, which the wind immediately carried away. The high school student only had time to ask if the young man had arrived from the rescue team, although there were still a ton of questions she wanted to ask. Leo confirmed that he really came to save the guys, and in front of him at that moment another demon opened a portal, this time to kill the upstart. From the portal flew worms of Gorgoroth, which in appearance resembled terribly huge and toothy leeches wanting to feast on human flesh. Flo's sword was immediately filled with the breath of the phoenix, against which the nasty creatures did not have a single chance. It was enough for Leo to swing his sword correctly once, so that not a trace of the worms remained as they turned to ashes before they even reached the guy and the boys. The elders were shocked by what this guy was doing, and now there are only more questions about who he is and so on. The student who first approached Leo began to recite a special spell that activated the power and filled the staff with it. The brighter the star on the staff shone, the more it became clear that it was turning into a weapon of destruction. The student shouted the attack-directed beam, after which, like a bright comet, a ball of light flew towards the group of demons. It was as if a solar wave had hit the monsters, incinerating them in its path, causing them to begin to disappear right before our eyes, screaming furiously in pain. This time Chloe's jaw dropped to the floor when she looked at the older student, and the first thing Miller thought was that this was some kind of special magic. Chloe tried to figure out who this senior reminded her of, and so far these were just guesses, but they were still shocking. The senior student thanked the guys for their help and admitted that she became quite anxious when they were surrounded by demons, but the rescue group appeared at the right time. Chloe apologized with a rather serious face and asked to give her and her partner a minute to talk, which already made Leo wary, but no one was against it. While the girl was talking to her guys, Chloe quietly asked Flo if she really didn't remind him of anyone. The guy continued to make it clear with his whole appearance that he didn't know who this senior student was, so Chloe said directly that it was Alia Juron herself. It gradually began to dawn on the young man, and he began to draw the line from the fact that if Alia was in front of them, and then Chloe could no longer stand it and continued that this was the same sister of Professor Arvey who died in this forest 30 years ago. But Chloe did not stop at the fact about the important person for Professor Arvey, and explained to her partner that this was the famous group of students with whom the girl went into the forest. The peculiarity of the group was not only that Arvey's sister was there, but also that these were the same students whom no one had yet been able to save from death. Chloe in some way even regretted a little that she and Flo had stumbled upon Alia's squad, because it meant that the problems were not over yet. The student anxiously explained that Chubaran was not just a demon but a warrior knight of Tartaros, and it was he who first attacked the squad of Professor Arvey's sister. The most terrible thing was that Tartaros organized the incident in Chedmore in order to destroy that very genius sorceress Alia, who was an outstanding candidate for a hero. Thus the squad got into the heroic protocol, completing their story as true heroes, but at what cost? Chloe continued after she told him to think out loud about how even together with Leo it would not be possible to protect the group, and if they still wanted to fulfill the condition they would need to look for other groups, to which the guy asked if they would really abandon the squad. The girl could not stand such an accusation against her and snapped at the young man, justifying herself by saying that she also did not want such an outcome, but this was a heroic world, and in reality those students were still dead. Exhaling, Chloe bitterly repeated that all these strong guys, along with the professor's unique sister, had been dead for 30 years already. Flo looked at the older students and agreed with Chloe's words that the guys were really dead, but even knowing the real picture he believed that they couldn't just be taken and abandoned here, because in that case nothing would change at all. Chloe only felt worse, and she clenched her teeth and screamed at Leo to finally come to his senses and really look at the situation they were in. The student poured out her soul to her partner so loudly that even the elders paid attention. The girl admitted out loud what was really bothering her, namely that Leo was amazing and generous, but in this case there was no time or place for reckless actions, so she needed to stop pretending to be a hero. Finally, Chloe released what she had been carrying inside for so long and along with her tears she eased the already tense situation for herself a little. Flo, as always, came closer in a calm tone and put his hand on his partner's head, repeating questioningly her words about the hero's cramp. The young man asked the girl not to speak so frivolously, but Chloe, removing her head from under the guy's hand, answered just as sharply why she couldn't speak like that. Flo quickly and briefly reminded the student that she herself was a candidate for heroism, which was the reason for pulling herself together. Miller seemed to wake up from a nightmare after hearing this and raised her head to stare at Leo, who continued to explain that none of them were pretending to be heroes. Chloe felt awkward and even a little ashamed after she heard that, in fact, everything that was happening to them was part of the path to becoming real heroes. Leo noticed the girl's reaction, so he pointed out to her that they had already changed the course of events, but she did not understand this wording. Flo asked Miller to take a closer look and then asked if the forest was so dark when they first met the squad, and that's when his partner saw the light. To further convince Chloe that they had indeed been following a lot, Leo reminded her that at this moment Chubaran should have already dealt with Alia. Miller mentally told herself that she didn't see any sense in Flo's actions, but at the same time she told the young man out loud to do as he saw fit. Leo didn't need to be asked twice, so he immediately offered to go further with Alia's squad, which increases their chances of success. Chloe watched the guy go and again ate herself up with the conviction that Flo had once again found himself on top, leaving her behind. And as it turned out, in addition to the fact that the girl herself created windmills and fought with them herself, she also carried with her a magnet for attracting problems in the form of a book from which she took the teaching about the eternal flame that was given only to Erebos. While Chloe and Leo were sorting things out on the sidelines, the senior squad also did not stand silently, and Tayad, who was a first-year student in the magic unit, whispered and asked if it was strange that only 2 saviors had arrived. Dina and Velik from the Night Division, although not completely, agreed with their classmate, adding that those students really looked suspicious, at least because they were the same age, and at most that it could have been a trick of Tartaros. And only Elia Juron from the Magic Division returned the guys a sober view of the situation, explaining in fact that if those two were on the side of the demons, they would not have fought with them against the minions of Tartaros. Suddenly Elia even noted how cool the guy from the rescue squad looked, and she herself became embarrassed. The friend shocked the guys with her statement about a young man she didn't know, and Dina even told Elia that this was completely different from her. Elia didn't understand what the problem was at all, and Dina explained that she thought her friend would have much higher standards regarding guys because of her brother. Conversations about Leo had to be abruptly stopped because he personally approached Alia's squad, which meant he had something to say to his elders. The guy started by asking to listen to him very carefully now, and only then ask questions or completely refuse what he said. Except for Elia, all the other students were taken aback by the message from the strange young man that at that moment they needed to get out of the forest as quickly as possible. Tayad immediately objected that if reinforcements had indeed arrived to them, then they could calmly unite and continue their mission, but Leo snapped that this was a big risk in this situation. After Flo said that a high-ranking demon was heading specifically for them, and to this place, the guy's jaws dropped. Tayad also immediately fell silent upon hearing the news, and for now the desire to live outweighed the scales, which meant he had to listen to the suspicious guy. Leo, as always seeing the reaction to his words, repeated once again that they urgently needed to get out of here to avoid a direct confrontation and set the goal of returning alive. Aaliyah was taken aback because if there had been sympathy before now, she was slightly shocked by how similar this young man was to her brother in his courage and determination. When asked if the guys were ready for the planned action, Dina nodded confidently, but Tayad nodded but with apprehension. At Flo's command, everyone moved in a line after him, and the thoughts that he was one of the demons of Tartaros remained somewhere behind. Alia, in addition to running, also continued to be observant, and this time she caught sight of Chloe, who was blocking the chain of students. Miller ran with her head down and her eyes down while she bit her lower lip tightly with her teeth, which indicated anxiety. It was precisely the facial expression that Aaliyah caught for herself, but she did not rush to conclusions because the goal was to stay alive. Meanwhile, there was noise and hubbub in the academy, and since panic would not help, everyone was busy looking for the necessary information on the current situation. Professor Sejin periodically reminded that it was necessary to look for any information about how the heroic protocol was turning into a heroic dungeon, and urged everyone on that time was running out. The director asked Arvi if it could be considered a good sign that the dungeon was not letting them in, and the professor confirmed such thoughts, indicating that they would not be able to get in while the other group was inside. In other words, although Arvi was excited, he understood that Kallian was getting at the fact that Leo and Chloe were still alive. But the fact remains that 3 hours have passed since the students entered, which means that in the world of protocol it should already be night. Mr. Badan directly asked Arvi at what specific time he defeated Chubran on a mission 30 years ago. The professor remembered this terrible episode from his life as if it had all happened yesterday, so he immediately said that the demon had died around midnight and sighing heavily asked if all that was left for them now was something that would be found on him from the past. The director didn't have time to answer the professor when an assistant appeared from the doorway reporting that they had found a man who sold the catalyst for summoning a demonic beast to the deceased student San Lu. The girl began to tell about the connection with Tartaros but faltered in horror looking at Arvi where Kalyan turned, and the professor seemed ready to kill that bastard once again, so much did the mere mention touch him. The director understood the danger of the situation, so he took it upon himself to ask the enraged Arvi to calm down and pull himself together. If there had been silence in the hall, one could have clearly heard the professor's teeth grinding. At least that's why he turned towards the exit, announcing that he now needed to cool his head. The assistant was already silent, only quietly saying that she understood what Arvi had said, and did not say anything else, waiting for him to leave. The girl said out loud that such a reaction was quite expected from a hero who was filled with hatred for demons, and it can be understood because 30 years ago not only the body but even a memento of her sister was not found. Kalyan reminded his assistant why she had originally come here and what she was going to tell him in order to sort out at least something. Having handed the papers to the director, the girl reported that a black market trader had settled on the outskirts of Lemuria this year. While reviewing the information, Badan asked his assistant if she wanted to say that Tartaros spies had infiltrated Lemuria. The assistant explained that the director's assumption was not quite right since the merchants did not work directly for Tartaros, but it was clear that it was Tartaros that supplied them with artifacts. Scratching his beard, Kalyan read some rather important information while simultaneously thinking about what the merchants were trying to achieve with their actions. The director decided to continue reading the papers as if he felt that it was worth reading to the end. Kalyana was shocked by one single line which made her heart fall down as if the ground had gone out from under her feet. Among the many sales that the merchants made, the most blatant was the line about Chloe Miller, who, as it turned out, had purchased a black book of spells. Having closed the folder with papers, the director asked the assistant to call Professor Glenn to him urgently, and the girl immediately reported that she would do it now. When the assistant left, Kalyan raised his hand and began to carefully examine it, although there was nothing remarkable on it. The old warrior looked at his battle scars, and although they had long since healed, they still reminded him of the price he had paid to ensure that heroes continued to be on Earth. And now Badan seemed to feel how his instinct, tempered in countless fights with death, was screaming something very important. Not only did the colors of what was happening to the students of the past and present in the dungeon thicken, but the clouds over the academy also became completely different. And Kalyanu's instincts screamed that danger was closer than ever, or to be more precise, it was walking right next door. That night, the wind in the forest was not a natural phenomenon, but a deadly one, the traces of which were the corpses of orcs and the ringing of blades echoing through the wilds. Leo chopped down enemies like branches that prevented him from passing through dense thickets, and in doing so, he led the others, clearing the way. At some point, Flo realized that for quite a long time now, he had been using his heightened senses to better see orcs and other evil spirits. Turning to the others, the guy realized that the guys were already exhausted, so he announced a halt for a while, so that they would have enough strength for the further battle. The older guys were shocked by how confident and cheerful Flo looked even after what he had already overcome, and this told them about the student's skill. During the rest stop, everyone was busy with their own business, and while Leo was simply resting under a tree, Chloe was still haunted by the young man's success compared to her. Miller continued to quietly look at the book, which obviously would not lead to anything good, but she wanted at all costs to become better than Flo. The poor thing shuddered when Alia suddenly approached her and said that she would like to ask about one thing. The older student, without embarrassment, asked Chloe what kind of relationship she had with Leo, that is, whether they were dating. Miller immediately reacted strongly, defending herself from such a statement, completely denying such a thing, to which Alia responded that given the reaction, everything says the opposite. Chloe's face changed after Alia's statement, which turned out to be partially right, but only partially, because in fact the guys weren't dating, but there was definitely something between them, and more on the part of the icy beauty. Alia was thinking about something, but Chloe finally interrupted her, also asking a counter-question about why the older one decided to talk to her about Flo. The young man himself was resting under a tree, not suspecting that at that moment two girls were discussing him, or rather their feelings for him. Chloe decided not to delay and directly asked Alia if she really liked Flo, to which she admitted that the young man really did arouse exciting feelings in her. For some reason, Miller found it hard to believe that someone like Alia would fall for a guy she didn't know at first sight. Ice Girl knew from stories that Alia Juron was a brilliant sorceress who was not forgotten even after 3 decades, but Miller was upset again because Leo turned out to be truly magnificent if he attracted Alia's attention. The sorceress shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and admitted to Chloe for the second time that she was not yet sure that it was love at first sight. But the girl understood one thing for sure, that Leo reminds her very much of her brother Arvi, especially when he fails and still gets out of the water dry. And then Chloe, forgetting about the time difference, asked how the owner of the magic eye can screw up. Alia immediately paid attention and asked again what eye they were talking about, but Chloe suddenly fell for the fool, saying that she was a little confused about whether she was talking about Arvi or not. The sister looked away and smiled, confirming that it was indeed about her brother, who constantly challenged the impossible. Chloe finally understood what was going on and repeated that if you look at it from the angle of challenging what is impossible to do, then it really does look like Leo. Alia continued to share her story with Chloe and said that at first she and her brother got along, but then she began to envy him a lot. Miller was shocked after hearing that in terms of envy she and Alia are very similar, because the girl hit the nail on the head. And now absolutely 2 different worlds and generations in the faces of the girls sat under the tree and spoke in a completely different manner, and Alia revealed a huge secret to Chloe, that her brother looked like a fool, but still one which was terribly infuriating. The sorceress told another huge secret, that the basis of her magic was also developed by Arvi, and all only because it is difficult to come up with something of your own, but it is easier to master something that already exists. Chloe's idea of Professor Arvi and his sister was turned upside down, because it turned out that this legend even failed the entrance exam to Lumen twice. Alia still remembered how she was overcome with hatred towards her brother because of her inferiority complex, but that was until a certain point. At some point, something inside Alia clicked, and envy and hatred for her brother were replaced by admiration, and Chloe, hearing this, also felt as if the weather had changed inside. Miller touched the forbidden book in her bag and quietly repeated the word admiration, as if checking whether her soul had become in the right position or was still the same. The girl didn't have time to think about who Leo was to her now, because the guy jumped up and commanded everyone to immediately get up and get ready. Literally behind the bushes, something very large landed on the ground, causing movement to be felt underfoot. Leo informed the boys that their plans had changed from that moment on, and escape was no longer possible, and Dina and Tayad prepared for what was approaching them, causing the earth to tremble. The girls too, as they said together under the tree, also together they began to be ready to defend themselves or to kill. Before the fight, Leo reminded everyone that there is no place for fear, but there is a place for remembering who they all really are, namely heroes. The steps were getting louder and louder, and most importantly closer, and although the students were already at a low start, the understanding of what awaited them had not yet come. The last and closest step was accompanied by the rough voice of the main monster of the dungeon, Chubaran, who was glad to find the pawns that were interfering with him. The same eye that Arvi once got after the demon's death again glowed on the owner, leaving a bright trail, and from that moment on, Chubaran's desire to kill the students did not change. Flow, like a spring, found himself above the demon, while he landed right where the young man had been a second ago. Leo knew that Chubaran was given the order to destroy the young heroes who came to Chedmore, but the first thing he did was attack him, who was just going through the level. The guy didn't understand whether the demon was putting him on the same level as what he called heroic offspring, as if he knew something else. Thanks to past experience and numerous training sessions in this life, Flo knew approximately what his opponent would do next. Taking into account the moment of calculating ahead, Leo shouted to Chloe that there would be an attack now, so his partner prepared herself by activating her power. The demon again screamed at Leo to die and swung his weapon towards the team. Chloe raised such an ice curtain at the moment of impact that she had not raised even at the championship at Lumen Academy. Flo activated the Phoenix breathing technique for both himself and his weapon so as not to waste a minute, because it could cost them their lives. One well-aimed jump, and the guy was already flying towards Chubaran from behind like a fireball, which indicated the possibility of a fatal outcome. Having hit the sword cleanly on the neck, Flo landed at a safe distance from the demon in order to avoid his death. The students could only watch the fall of the most terrible monster, but the next sight shocked Chloe because she had never seen anything like it. Chubaran's head should have fallen off after such a blow, but at first his neck looked even more terrible than if it had been bleeding, and then it healed completely as if nothing had happened. Flo didn't stand there with his mouth open like the others, but warned everyone to stay as far away from the demon as possible, and then he went on the attack again. The student informed everyone that Chubaran was using the curse void, which nullified any attacks. Tayad was horrified and panicked, not understanding what to do in such a situation, and now even Alia succumbed to the general state of the team, but Flo explained that the curse is not omnipotent and is not created by the demon himself, which means it has a limit to its use. The iron axe fell to the ground with a crash, ringing its sharp blade, which added to the horror of the monster. Chuberin in his sepulchral voice asked if the brats really thought they could win, and then turned to Leo calling him the shadow of the former great hero. Flo could amaze anyone with his calmness in any situation, and even now, as if in a friendly conversation, he asked the demon the same thing, adding whether the monster was really so afraid of the nascent heroes. The moment of sweet conversation played into the hands of everyone who was prepared, and after Leo's command to attack, they rushed at the monster, surrounding him with spells and weapons. Aaliyah also threw away her fear and doubts, at least because later she would have to rub her brother's nose in the fact that she was also good in battle. The sorceress directed a spell of arc rays at the demon which were deadly, and although it would not kill the monster, it would buy some time for the others. Under the blows of the rays, Chuberin thought that this damned magic of the stars had gotten to him, and that he needed to finish with the offspring in advance, as Lady Salatna had said. The fight to the death continued, and no one knew how it would end, but none of the heroes were going to retreat or surrender. Leo instantly noticed that Chuberin was about to deliver a rather strong blow given the swing of his hand. Flo warned everyone to dodge the fragments, and the next moment, indeed, from the blow that the monster dealt, sharp pieces of earth and stones flew. Unfortunately, Dina and Velik didn't even have time to put up protection, which is why they were injured. Flo reached Velik in 2 jumps, grabbed him in midair, and carried him to a safer place. While Chloe was working to cover everyone to heal the guy, Aaliyah was already next to everyone. The student was trying her best not to panic, so she asked at least how serious the boy's injury was. Dina admitted that she was still in the ranks and could fight, but Velik got hit harder, but Leo reassured everyone that the guy's organs were fine and the bleeding itself could be stopped with an aura. The guy asked Chloe to make one powerful charge, for which she asked him to carve out at least a little time for her. Miller held the defense while Flo went to distract the monster in order to finally finish what he started, and no one else would get hurt. But Chloe decided that she needed something very strong to counter the curse of the void, and her hand automatically reached for the book. Such a reception did not promise anything good, but the girl doubted herself so much in comparison with Leo that the forbidden letters attracted her. Miller sank deeper and deeper into the abyss, from which it was unknown whether she would be able to pull herself out, but the desire to create a powerful spell took over. The ground was already covered with cracks and depressions at the site of the battle between the demon and Leo, and it looked as if meteorites had fallen there. The students only shuddered from the blows of Chuberin's axe, and holding their breath thought about how this fair-haired guy would at least remain alive. Flo wore out the monster with his copies so that it would use the void faster and no longer have the opportunity to recover. While the demon was distracted by the dummies, the real student could inflict real blows on him, damaging important parts of the body. At this point, Flo was able to cut Chuberin's belly, causing a waterfall of blood to gush out. Tayad could not resist and admitted out loud that he would also like to fight like the young man someday, to which Dina was not entirely sure but said that anything was possible. Aaliyah, being further next to Velik and watching Leo, realized that the guy definitely had a gift for some kind of star magic, but she didn't understand what kind. The sorceress's attention switched instantly when she felt magic, but of a completely different nature, which was not like theirs but rather brought death and chaos. Aaliyah looked up and was horrified when she noticed who was smelling such magic, and it was Chloe with a staff and a book in her hands, but the girl no longer looked like herself. Miller screamed at the demon in a voice that was not her own to prepare for her painful death. While the copies of Flo were returning to him, he heard Chloe in a strange voice telling him to dodge, otherwise he might get hit by the attack too. For a few seconds, the guy found it difficult to comprehend what had happened to his partner, but she was already possessed, and said in a malicious voice that if he burned to the ground, it was not her fault. A beam of incredible power shot from Chloe towards the demon, along with her scream for him to finally die. Flo realized that things were bad because his partner used fire and not ice, which was contrary to her nature. Chuberin rightfully screamed furiously in pain, and smoke began to come from the body, but although this was the idea to destroy the enemy, it was not in this way. Chloe already resembled the deceased San Lu, who was also possessed, and she wanted nothing more than to watch the demon die in hellish torment. Suddenly, the flames began to return back, which confirmed Flo's fears about the spell that Miller used. Leo made an attempt to appeal to Chloe with a request to immediately reverse the spell before it was too late for everyone. But the girl only strengthened her magic, although even the staff could not withstand such a spell, and began to crack. The student looked at the monster with a look that was not her own, saying that someone like him deserved even more terrible suffering than he was now. Flo didn't wait for innocent students to get hurt, so he and Chloe got ahead of the game. The staff in Miller's hand was cracking, and there was very little time left before it would work in the opposite direction, meaning it would explode right in his hand. The guy ran towards his partner as fast as he could to at least protect her from death, and so he put all his strength into his jump. Not just with his hand, but with his sword. Flo knocked the book out of Chloe's hand, and what possessed the girl screamed in a terrible voice. The death of the entire team, including Chloe, was prevented, and the guys finally descended to Earth. Miller had a terrible headache, but at least she no longer wanted to kill anyone or watch others suffer. Leo asked immediately, and in fact, whether it was the magic of the unquenchable flame of Chloe herself that she rejected. The student admitted that she found the spell in a book, and at that moment she felt terribly ashamed, but it was as if a weight had fallen from her shoulders. Leo looked at Chuberin, and he didn't want to admit that he was right, but it turned out that the flame that Chloe studied belonged to the most terrible Erebos. Flo asked his partner to listen to him very carefully and explained that she had just used black magic which had caused the poor guy to stagger. It turned out that even during the battle with Howl at the exam, Leo was not mistaken that something sinister was happening at the academy, and that was the moment when Chloe went to pick up the grimoire, which was an artifact of demons. Only now did the student realize what she had done, and she was overcome with a painful feeling of shame, and her conscience gnawed at her. Chloe was overcome with fear and panic, which is why she said seriously and not in public that after this she was not worthy of the title of hero, but then Leo brought her back to Earth with just one request to come to her senses. In typical boyish fashion, he calmly reminded the student that there was no mention anywhere of Chuberin using emptiness, which meant that he had spent all his spell energy in the battle with Alia's group. Flo just in case asked if Chloe understood what he was getting at, and seeing her reaction explained again that 30 years ago, although the squad was gripped by horror, none of them backed down and fought to the end. And even now, when there is a battle to the death and there is no chance of victory, the students are still ready to stand to the last, and they boldly look death in the face. And when Flo asked Chloe what they were taught at the Lumen Academy, he heard a quiet but confident voice to surpass themselves. This is exactly what all the students of the academy felt now, regardless of their level of proficiency in weapons or magic. Finally, the puzzle came together for Miller, for which she needed to sink to the very bottom in order to push off and emerge. This was the moment when the empty space called envy in the huge puzzle of the girl's soul was replaced by a full-fledged part of the picture called admiration. Immediately after this realization, Alia approached Chloe and asked her to take her staff, since she believed in the girl and did not doubt her strength, and this was only proof that the student was on the right path. Alia noticed that the student was hesitating and insisted on taking the staff again, as if confirming for the second time that she was more confident in her than she was herself. Even after the incident with the Erebos spell, Leo still found a plus in it, since it took away the charge of emptiness from the demon, which meant it was time to finish what had been started. It's so rare that a face full of calm shows genuine surprise, and now Leo froze with wide eyes after hearing Chloe's real spell. The guy looked at his partner and admitted in his soul that he had also surpassed himself, so it wasn't just her who had a discovery today. And it was necessary to surpass oneself in order not to disgrace oneself in front of those who believed in Leo Flo. The feeling that brought the young man was strange but familiar to such an extent that he wanted to watch Deja Vu again and again. After all, everything happened exactly the same as with Luna in her past life, who also led her friend into battle under the strongest protection. So far, Leo has not discovered why the runes of true magic inspire him so much. The moment of nostalgia ended when Flo returned to the real moment, sensing that the enemy was approaching. Chuberin really accelerated like a train without brakes towards the most hated enemy of his entire race. It is unknown how, but the young man was able to withstand the monster's blow so much that sparks flew in all directions. The demon felt that his strength was running out and the emptiness was ending, which began to anger and frighten him at the same time, so he swung again. Leo was able to dodge this blow, although it seemed like the ground would just disappear from under his feet. Flo continued to control the monster's movements and tried to at least slightly anticipate its further blows. But for the first time, Chuberin worked faster, using not an axe but a fist that was already flying towards the guy's body. Leo managed to put up a defense in the form of a sword, but the blow was unavoidable, so he was essentially simply carried away to the side. The one who always held on the strongest and the longest flew with such force into the tree that cracks appeared on it. Leaning on his sword, Flo still got to his feet, even though he was in a terrible state and was bleeding, listening at the same time to the nasty voice of the demon that the guy had come to an end. Chuberin came as close as possible, informing the young man that here and now the incarnation of the great hero would end. The crackling snow, the cold, and the flying snowflakes brought Leo to his senses, and he managed to see the unique pattern of one of the snowflakes that flew past. Flo smiled and responded by telling Chuberin that people like him are dealt with the first time. The monster didn't understand what this brat meant, thus giving himself a little more time to bring himself closer to death. Along with Leo's words that now death has come for Chuberin, the silhouette of a true sorceress appeared above him. Chloe held the staff with more confidence than ever, and in her heart thanked Leo for helping her complete her unique magic. The student's heart was finally filled with pride and admiration, first of all for herself, which gave her incredible feelings. And the name of the unique magic was the same as the true nature of the young lady, namely Ice World. That night, it wasn't Chloe and her magic that complemented the moon's appearance, but on the contrary, what the student was able to create was much more majestic and beautiful to look at. The power of Miller's magic was so great that one attempt was enough to turn the demon into a block of ice. Leo had the coolest task left for this mission, and he was already getting closer to completing it. Just one touch of a finger caused the ice to crack and shatter into pieces. After so many difficult and unsuccessful attempts, Chuberin dispersed into smoke along with ice, indicating the completion of the mission. All that was left was to remove what Chloe had added due to ignorance, and Leo was now looking at this thing. There was still a demonic artifact lying on the ground, and it was active and ready to be used again as a bomb at any moment. Flo activated his fire energy and charged the weapon to make sure the plan worked. The first time, the guy struck the book right in the center, like in the heart, and something that looked like blood actually spurted out of it, but it was better to let it spill like that than for someone from the team to die. When Chloe came down to Earth, an announcement appeared that a new achievement had been unlocked and the mission to defeat Chuberin had been completed, and Leo added to everything that he was impressed by his partner's magic. The guy didn't skimp on admitting that he would never have been able to cast such a large-scale spell. Chloe also confessed, but that upon her return she wanted to inform the entire academy about what she had done, and that she would most likely be expelled after that. But the young man interrupted Miller, explaining that he found it hard to believe that a candidate for hero like Chloe would be excluded, and added that he was sure that one day he would see the girl become a hero. Alia's squad couldn't be happier and ran to their saviors, saying that they were amazing and looked like real heroes. Leo agreed with Alia and the others, saying that they all worked hard, but Chloe suddenly felt uneasy because she wasn't even holding her own staff in her hands. Miller approached Alia and thanked her for the weapon, without which it would not have been possible to defeat the enemy. The sorceress carefully pushed Chloe's hands away from her, which held the staff, and asked her to keep it as a gift for saving her. Dina also happily asked Leo to take her weapon as a gift so that she would have something to remember this adventure by. Everyone gave Flo a piece of themselves in the form of a sword, gloves, and a precious pendant as a sign of gratitude that there would be an opportunity to continue completing missions. Suddenly shouts were heard from the side that there were survivors here, and among the elders was Arvi's brother himself, who could not believe his luck. Chloe was shocked by the rare sight she was seeing, namely that the professor looked just like them, to which Leo could not think of anything more original to answer than that it was 30 years ago. Arvi hugged his sister to make sure she was okay and asked again if she was alive, to which she laughingly replied that everything was more than fine because a squad of other students had come to their rescue, and that among them she had met someone who looked like her brother. Chloe happily watched the family reunion, and her soul rejoiced that everyone survived, and at that moment another sign appeared about the completion of the mission in the world of Arvi. Alia wanted so much to introduce her brother to another unique hero, but when she pointed in the direction where Leo was supposed to be standing, there was no one there anymore. Chloe and Leo watched at the same moment as the world collapsed, breaking into pieces. A sign appeared in front of the young man, but there was nothing to announce, and it was not entirely clear what would be written there. As it turned out, Flo received a reward for the completed mission, as it once happened in the wild forest. While the students were returning to the Lumen Academy, Arvi stood in front of his sister and could not stop the tears that turned from bitter to tears of joy that Alia was alive. Flo suddenly woke up while in bed because a bright light was shining right into his eyes, and the first thing he saw and said out loud was a hospital. After his words, the young man heard a voice nearby that commented on the fact that the student had finally woken up. Professor Arvi waited patiently for Flo to wake up so he could personally say a few words to him and leave. Arvi, with restraint but at the same time warmly, thanked Leo for saving the girl in the protocol, and although it was said very briefly, the world for the professor began to play in a new way. Looking at Chloe, who was still sleeping, Arvi asked to convey his personal gratitude to Miss Miller when she wakes up. Without saying another word, the professor turned around and walked towards the exit, and Leo could only watch him go. Arvi crossed paths with the director at the door, who was on his way to visit the students, so they nodded to each other and went their separate ways. Flo remembered to stand up when he saw Mr. Callion, but he asked that it was not necessary to stand up. The first thing the director asked about was how he was feeling, to which Flo said that he was fine. Sitting down opposite Callion, he asked Leo to tell him what happened inside the recordings and added a clarifying question, so as not to hide anything about whether the events were connected with Chloe's grimoire. The guy was shocked that the director already knew about what happened to Chloe, but he still asked how he found out, and Mr. Biden told him how he found out during the mission that the deceased San Lu bought a summoning amplifier in the same place where Chloe got the grimoire. Considering that the conversations became so frank, Leo also admitted out loud that he felt something was wrong, and that the grimoire turned out to be a demonic artifact. And then in his thoughts Flo put aside for himself that the artifact and the fragment of Erebos are all physical embodiments of its parts, and if such a part is taken over by a demon it turns into a powerful weapon and anyone else who takes the thing for himself will be deprived of his mind. Leo said he would try to briefly explain how everything went from start to finish, leaving out some insignificant details. All that the director answered at the end of the story was that he understood the general picture of what happened. The next thing Mr. Biden wanted to know was that if we go by Flo's words, the artifact was able to influence the hero's world, and the guy explained that after the destruction of the grimoire, the records returned to their original state, which means everything is as the director thinks. The next moment she jumped up in bed and Chloe shouted the director's name, to which he made a gesture with his hand and asked her to calm down. Callian called his assistant and she appeared right there with a huge blanket in her hands, and the director announced that since the guys had both come to their senses, there was something else that needed to be figured out. The assistant opened the cover and there were all the things that Aaliyah's team had given to the guys before saying goodbye. Chloe immediately shouted that this was the same staff of Aaliyah that she used in the dungeon. But this was not enough for the director, and he still asked to explain to him where this award came from, because something like this could not happen. Flo calculated a little ahead again and realized from Chloe's reaction that she had not received anything as a gift for her adventure, just like at the introductory one. Leo knew perfectly well that there are no direct rewards when passing worlds from the personal records of heroes because they are tied to the author, but why then is he already receiving a gift against the rules for the second time, because the first was the promise of the Fairy King? The guy briefly replied that all the things that he and Chloe returned to the academy with were a reward for completing it. Both the director and Chloe were shocked that the students received all these items for closing Professor Arvy's records. In his head, Flo was thinking about coming up with a plausible excuse while his tongue was telling the director that everything was as he understood it, and in Leo's opinion something had originally gone wrong with that recording back at the time of the reconstruction of the world. Biden was also interested in the fact that Ms. Miller apparently knew nothing about this, and why then it was Flo who received the awards. Chloe personally responded that this could have happened due to Leo's greater contribution to the passage, because as everyone knows, receiving a reward depends on personal contribution. Callian agreed that the student's words really made sense, and the storm of questions and thoughts subsided a little. As he got up, the director said at last that they would still conduct an investigation, and after studying the award returned to the students. Before leaving, Mr. Biden remembered an important point that he asked the guys about, namely not to tell anyone about the demonic artifact. Chloe remembered what she had done and how badly she had fallen, and was already beginning to feel ashamed to ask to tell about her actions. But the director smiled and interrupted the girl, reminding her that they had not only external enemies, whatever that meant. It was not without the fact that Mr. Biden praised the guys for their efforts and courage and asked them to have a good rest. Chloe turned to Leo, and it was clear that she wanted to say something very important, but she didn't have the courage. The girl nervously began to fiddle with her fingers, trying to say at least something, but nothing came out. Miller had already even raised her head and opened her mouth, but the stupid lump in her throat did nothing but interfere, preventing any sound from escaping. There was no need to say anything because the whole moment was ruined by the A-team led by Chelsea and Celia, and Carl ran in behind them screaming. Callian had been waiting for the entire team to arrive, so that he could now accurately inform everyone of the important news. The director happily announced the festive party tomorrow, which meant that, in the absence of suitable clothing, it was time to visit Lemuria. Leo and Chloe looked at each other simultaneously, repeating the word party, which did not cause them such strong emotions as even Mr. Callian himself. The hall where the party was being held looked elegant, and the host was already announcing the start of the celebration of the successful distribution of first years after the exam. The mischievous guy invited everyone present to look at the distinguished guests who honored this holiday with their presence. The first cool guys were Carl and Tide, who fooled around, showing that only they deserved such a feast for their suffering. Carl ate until he was full, not forgetting that his friends were approaching somewhere, and Tide was only glad to pick up on this mood, saying that the Academy does not forgive tardiness. The next pair of heroes after the guys were announced, and they were the ones that made Carl lose his desire to eat. Nella Carvin and Elaine Layden had already spotted their friends and were walking towards them, while the host showered the girls with compliments about how stunning they looked. The poor guys choked on their food and drinks while watching the beauties approaching them, but you couldn't tell that they could fight with swords. Elaine couldn't help but joke towards the guys about their tailcoats, which were most likely borrowed from their fathers, but they didn't care anymore. After the girls, there were brother and sister Revelin as the pride of the Lorden Empire, and all the girls as one would like to be in Chelsea's place. The most stunning couple were Celia Zerdinger and Leo Flo, and while everyone was cheering and whistling, Celia was unhappy that she was paired with her cousin, but the young man did not understand what was wrong. Everyone without exception who was at the table next to the boys and at the other tables turned to look at the headman. Carl shouted that Leo was their star, and Elaine supported this shout by saying that the headman was the best in the entire academy. The microphone hissed and Ariana began to cough and speak into it, trying to check if it was working at all. Everyone without exception remembered that behind the appearance of a cute girl, there was a terrible dragon hiding, and for now Ariana was herself greeting everyone and asking if they liked everything, to which she heard joyful cries in response. The students seemed to be having fun, but not too loudly, just in case, since they didn't want the dragon to kill them right at the party. Ariana breathed a sigh of relief that the guys liked how everything was arranged for them, so there was no sign of danger yet. Here it would be possible to behave more quietly because Ariana asked everyone to calm down a little since an important part of the party was beginning, namely the announcement of the results. The students began to sound completely different, and the host said that she understood perfectly well that many would not like such a boring part of the party. Considering that Ariana was still in a good mood, she happily announced that she would name the top 3 in each division and the rest would hear everything from the class teachers. After the announcement that department representatives would announce the best students, the crowd once again began to roar, shouting and whistling. The first was Ein Ellendier, who was personally like an ice knight to Elena. In fact, his appearance really inspired such a feeling. Professor Ein immediately noted that everyone without exception tried hard at the distribution, but given the conditions now, they will announce the top 3 starting with first place. On the screen appeared images of students and their names running from place to place before standing as needed. In the end, Celia was first, followed by Duran Moira and Chunxia, and everyone started clapping and screaming again. Only Celia sat at the table and was angry that Leo was not on this list, although what he did for the academy says otherwise. While Celia was outraged, like many others who knew Flo, the guy himself sat calmly and watched the professors. Professor Glenn proudly named Abida and Chelsea Revelin in turn, followed by Emil Lucian. Chelsea also became worried that Leo was not on this list, and when she asked about it directly, the young man simply replied that this happens. Carl was no less worried, but not only for his friend, but also because Chloe was not there either, and she tried so hard. Celia glanced carefully at Chloe but saw in response a sincere look that said that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Professor Glenn was forced by the rules to give Miller a 0 for practice because of the stupid book, but he was completely confident that the student would prove herself to be the best magician in the academy. Mr. Sejin jumped up from the table, declaring that for him personally Chloe would always be the top student of the magic department, and Harid immediately sat him back down. Professor Glenn was still proud of his student no matter what, so he finished his speech with a smile. Celia showed her support by touching Chloe's shoulder, bringing a smile to the student's face. When Professor Yura came on stage, everyone started whistling before she even said anything, and everyone was ready to go to her unit right then. Yura waited a bit until the crowd of raging fans calmed down and named her top from Walden Tyden, as well as Elsa Georgina and Jordan Lusson. Celia, although no longer angry, still didn't like the fact that Leo wasn't on any of the lists, and it was already becoming suspicious. Abat was also not thrilled about ignoring a truly successful student because he knew personally what Flo was capable of. Ariana rhetorically asked if everyone was happy, after which she introduced everyone to the best student without exaggeration on all fronts and the head of the class. Having pulled out a bit of intrigue, the presenter also said that this student showed himself to be the best in the exams and would become the next class leader, and all the friends were already sitting on pins and needles. Finally, the long-awaited name Leo sounded, and it seemed as if everyone breathed a sigh of relief at once. A storm of applause erupted in the hall when the image of the main character of the evening appeared on the screen. Suddenly, only one student objected, and it was Emil Lucian, who was outraged that this upstart would be the class monitor despite the fact that he was not in any of the tops. Leo watched everything calmly, asking himself the same question: why was he really chosen as a headman again? After all, he would gladly give it to someone else. Dissatisfied voices and whispers began to circulate among the students, and now no one really listened to Ariana. The guys had one last chance to prevent the disaster in time, but during the discussions no one noticed how the dragon was about to wake up. At first, there was only a terrible voice that immediately indicated that the students were not just ungrateful but real devils. Now this force could not be stopped, and Ariana did not ask politely to listen to her, but briefly told the bastards that she would not repeat it anymore, so it was better to remember it. Harry giggled and blurted out that it was as if a demon was possessing his colleague, and it was quite funny to watch, to which Sejin agreed. The first point was that generalist students are not included in the top lists of a specific department, which means they will not be next to those who were included in the lists. As an example, Ariana used night mages whose ability to aura is weaker than that of a pure knight, also with magical abilities, but the combination of the best features gives them power. The screen showed the wild forest, and Ariana reminded the impudent students that Leo's practical combat skills were the highest among first-year students. The guy was no longer very confident, but still asked if the top participants hadn't also received the highest score in the practical part of the exam. The dragon immediately closed the dummy's mouth, reminding him that Flo's achievements could not be compared with anyone else's, since he had cleared the heroic dungeon. And when Ariana added that Leo killed Chubaran himself, all the friends at the table's jaws dropped. But no matter how shocked everyone was by the guy's exploits, he was still as calm, and even as in all other situations. The boys sat there for a while like statues with their mouths open and looked at their friend as if he were a completely different person. Elena asked again if it was true that Flo killed Chubaran himself, and Carl picked up on this and asked if it was really only Chloe who managed to destroy such a strong enemy. Leo crossed his arms over his chest with a serious expression and nodded silently, since there was no point in him proving anything or repeating what everyone had already heard. Ariana returned to her usual appearance, exhausted from yelling at the students. The presenter felt a little awkward and tried again, but calmly, to explain the situation related to Leo, but Mr. Sejin reassured his colleague, noting that she had already managed to convince the students. Professor Sejin finished his speech for Ariana, letting everyone know that the announcements were over and that they could now continue enjoying the party. Yura asked Glenn how the results would have changed if the generalists had also been included in the final list, to which he explained that in his division the results would have been very different from what they had now. The professor also added that one person would really push everyone else aside, and Yura clarified just in case that in fact Leo should have been the first in the magic division, and Glenn confirmed this since the guy had the highest result. Yura was indignant because in her division the guy also had the best rating, and this dispute was already picked up by Ayn, who informed his colleagues that in his division Leo was also the best. Professor Yura could not believe that Leo really wanted to become a generalist, which surprised Ayn because he initially took the young man's idea seriously, so he confirmed that Flo's goal was quite real. Glenn, as it turned out, did not calm down, having cut off that the guy's place was still in his unit, to which Yura objected that there was no reason for such talent to go to waste. Ayn, sipping wine in a relaxed manner, turned to two colleagues, who like children could not share anything between themselves, and therefore said that Leo was most suitable to be a swordsman. Nobody cancelled school, so poor Card was lying on his desk in a dying state from having overindulged the day before, to which Chelsea sarcastically said that yesterday was the first time she saw someone drink 2 liters of orange juice in one go. The whole hubbub and noise was interrupted by Mr. Harrid, who entered the office immediately with one-word silence and held the map in his hand. Having hung the map on the board, the leader explained that now there would be important information regarding the field trip, namely a journey to the lands of the elves awaiting them. Elena was delighted with the news, even though she already knew about it, but what pleased her most was that they could choose the place themselves, and Tide, supporting this mood, said that it would be cool to go to the forest of Dwin, since it was warm there, and there were a lot of fruits. Harrid seemed not to be listening to his students, so he pointed his finger at the map and said that their destination was El Salbakia. As soon as Carl read the information from the book that the place of their hike was a small coal town, Elena and Tide already got goosebumps. Nobody liked the idea about the place, and the students hoped until the very end that it was a joke, but Harrid explained that all the complaints were against the headman, since it was he who chose this place. Righteous anger fell upon the headman in the form of looks and indignation from friends and students, and most of all Card did not understand why his friend chose this particular town. Flo did not explain why he chose El Salbikia, but simply informed everyone of the action plan, which consisted of purchasing the necessary things. Elaine was upset but thought that she should at least start with gloves, but Chelsea was happy that she would buy herself a nice jacket. When the storm of indignation died down a little, Leo thought about it, because he knew that the reaction would be exactly like this to an unremarkable town. But no one even suspected that they were going to the sacred land of the fairies, and the most interesting thing for the guy was how King Silid was doing there. Nella and Leo were already in Lemuria in the main square discussing who needed to go where and why. The guys decided that Nella would take on the purchase of potions and Leo would buy food and equipment, to which the girl readily agreed. At the meat counter, the guy tried to bargain, but nothing came of it, even though he needed a lot of products. But the young man left the other store with a smile and a calm soul that everything went well and the seller was friendly. All these gatherings and purchases tired the hero a little, but walking around the city, he exhaled, thinking about the meeting with the king of the fairies. Suddenly Leo's instinct told him that there was something worthy of his attention in Block 13, so he stopped and looked closely at the alley. The guy didn't just happen to come across Karaja Street in Block 13 by chance, he was heading there on purpose. Flo stopped at the door where the sign said Lutek, and this was the very place where Sen Lu and Chloe acquired the demonic artifacts. Leo decided to leave his briefcase at the threshold and enter the place that was as unpredictable as possible. In such situations, the young man had an excellent skill, namely to remain calm and at the same time be prepared for any turn of events. The room greeted the guest with silence and cobwebs that sparkled in the rays of the evening sun. Looking at the shelves and tables, Leo analyzed that there was nothing left after the Lumen crime investigation team had caused a stir here. The only thing that caught the guy's attention was a teddy bear on the floor, and at first it was just a toy that was left behind, but that was the catch, that in the entire empty room there was only this thing. It would be very strange to see from the outside how the hero kept his hand in place against the plush toy, but knowing that the team had to confiscate everything from illegal traders and there was only one bear explained such a reaction. As soon as the guy thought that this was an object that lowered vigilance, the toy's eyes lit up red and it moved as if it were alive. An incomprehensible liquid suddenly poured out of the eyes of an ordinary teddy bear, which almost touched Leo, and he immediately realized that there was a demonic artifact in front of him. Flo had to light a fire in his hand because it became too dark due to the liquid that the toy splashed out, turning into a huge monster behind the boy. The guy managed to jump back to the beginning of the room in time, just when the demon hit the place where Leo was so hard that pieces of the floor flew into pieces. The monster spoke to the guest in a creepy voice, but at the same time it scared him like a child, while Flo looked at the monster, which had a lot more than just a decrease in vigilance. Considering the memories of his past life, Leo immediately recognized the voice with which the creature addressed him. The big-eyed worm clarified in a hoarse voice that the brat had nevertheless noticed the charms left for someone more easily accessible. In the ugly monster, Flo recognized that same Salanta, or the Queen of Witches, who was one of the 3 commanders of the Legion that was destroyed 500 years ago. Leo allowed the thought that it couldn't be the original in front of him because it was too dangerous for such a person, which meant that it was a clone that was made from a piece of flesh that continued to chatter about wanting to reward such talent. Before the so-called reward, the demon warned the guy to take into account his keen senses, and the next moment attacked him. Salanta was still able to wound the young man, and for Leo this was a strong indicator that in such a state, he was not her equal at all, so he needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. Holding his wounded arm, Flo jumped to the other side to somehow avoid another attack. The demon thanked the hero with his disgusting voice for such delicious food. It would seem that now the monster should have attacked Leo again, but instead it made such a terrible sound that only indicated that someone was attacking it. Leo already understood what had happened, and it was an incredible relief, and the yellow trail that was flying around only inspired confidence that now everything would end. Behind the guy, a quiet spell was heard, the Spear of Light, which was wielded by Professor Arvi, who was in the right place at the right time. The next moment, the worm was indeed crushed by a spear even larger than itself, and the demon made a sound that was unlike anything living in the world. The spear held the monster's body, preventing it from moving, but it still had the strength to speak to the heroes. The wheezing worm recognized the man as a wizard with a magic eye, but not a single muscle of Arvi moved. The demon, as befitted him despite his condition, was glad that there was now more tasty food. While the monster was talking some nonsense about how spectators are never superfluous, a part of him began to move behind the guys. For the first time, Leo did not have time to predict such a step in advance, so death rushed towards him in the form of a part of the demon's body. But Arvi decided that such meanness would not happen during his shift, and adjusting his glasses, he wanted to teach the creature a lesson. The worm opened what was left of his eyes wide in surprise when he saw what the wizard had done. Arvi put up protection for him and Leo in time, so the worm's sneak attack didn't work as well as he wanted. On the spear and defense, Arvi's magic was not yet complete because he had a special hatred for the demonic offspring, pure and sharp as the blade of a sword made of the best metal. With the last of his strength, the monster growled that the magician's eyes irritated him and threw his tentacles towards him. The demon growled that he would rip out Arvi's vile eyes and gut his insides so that he could eventually have a tasty feast on the flesh of such talent. The professor quietly said that he was not interested in such a pathetic clone to waste time and effort on him. Arvi directed the beam straight at the demon this time, not giving him the opportunity to say anything or move. Parts of the very teddy bear that started this hellish commotion fell to the floor. Arvi, out of old habit, adjusted his glasses since the owner of the magical eye of evil must hide such a gift. But Leo knew that the professor was known to some as the purifier of Tartaros, and if rumors were to be believed, he began teaching at Lumen Academy only so he could freely cross the border to hunt demons. Flo could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but it was clear that he was in debt to Arvi, and now it was not without the professor asking how something like this had happened. The young man bent down to the floor to pick up the bear's head, and explained that the creature had appeared while he was examining the room. Showing the toy's head on his palm, Leo explained that the worm was cursed into a bear. Arvi reached for the evidence, saying that the case was quite interesting and the team of investigators from the academy must now answer for not completely clearing the premises. The professor warned Leo that he would leave out details about the boy's involvement in what happened, so he need not worry. Turning to the young man, Arvi also clarified that if he needed anything he could ask him about it. Having reminded Flo about what he did in the dungeon, Arvi thanked him once again, and now Lel was shocked that it turned out that he was not indebted to the professor, but that he was ready to provide him with any help. Flo grabbed his backpack and hurried away so that no one would suspect anything, but Arvi's words about help kept spinning in his head. And the knowledge that the Juroun house was one of the 3 noble families that ruled Lumen was an integral part of the young man's already matured plan. Leo thought that since the professor himself gave the green light to ask him for anything, it would be worth asking him for access to the restricted section of the library. Nella was already waiting for her partner, and not yet noticing Flo's injury, told him with a smile that she had completed all the necessary purchases. But as soon as the girl noticed the wound on the headman's hand, she immediately began to heal it, not understanding how he had managed to get himself into such a mess. Leo was still thinking that his suspicions were only confirmed because it was Salanta who was behind the fact that Sen Lu had a summoner and Chloe had a book, and there was only one question left: what exactly did this creature want to achieve by slipping her dirty artifacts to the students? Such thoughts remained somewhere in the air because the task that was already being carried out a week later was much more important. All the classes stood at the teleporter to set off on their journey, and while Harid yawned, Leo checked with his class to see if they had taken everything and were ready for the journey. Flo suddenly heard someone calling from behind, and when he turned around he saw that it was Celia, and she immediately decided to find out why he had chosen such a cold place, to which the guy quite logically made it clear that it had been quite hot in Lemuria lately. Celia immediately admitted that she couldn't stand the cold, but she wished Leo to enjoy his trip, to which she heard in response a boring request from her cousin to take care of himself. Miss Zerdinger went off in her direction, and Leo turned to his boys and asked them to get ready to leave. Chelsea happily declared that she couldn't wait to hit the road, while Carl was already shivering and complaining about how he hated the cold. Flo announced the departure and reminded them that El Salbikia, or the Kingdom of Fairies, and Elves awaited them. In addition to the adventures at Lumen Academy, there were also events at the military training facility of Siren Academy for elven heroes. 2 students were giving another young man no peace, bullying him simply for his appearance, which turned into a personal insult about the fact that in front of them was a half-breed from whom one could not expect much. The poor guy didn't know what to answer in his defense, since in addition to his moral state he was already feeling bad and physically he was freezing. Behind him a bold and confident voice of a defender was heard, which indicated that there was nothing good in such an attitude towards one's peer. First-year student Lunia L. Lunda with fiery hair warned the upstarts in a good manner that they should behave like Siren students. The student still kept repeating, "Doesn't Lunia care that they study side by side with a half-breed?" And the idiot next to her picked up on this and clarified that it was precisely the fact of who they were studying with that disgraced them as students at the academy. Lunia saw that there was no point in talking to idiots, so she said that it immediately became clear to her who was standing in front of her, which is why they were taken aback. The hot-tempered student couldn't stand it and started explaining in another language that if the idiots don't like the way the guy looks, then it's better for them to take off their clothes and share them, and if they're not going to do that, then it's better to shut up. The girl, her mouth open in shock, declared that it was not appropriate for Miss Lund to behave like that since she was from a noble house. The blazing fire could no longer be stopped, and Lunia also made it clear to the upstarts that they should be ashamed first of all for how the 2 of them had attacked an innocent person. The sleeves had already been ordered and the screaming was turning into growling, so the bastards ran away as fast as they could, shouting after them that the girl was a crazy dog. Not having completely cooled down, Lunia began to speak harshly to the one who was offended, but at the same time she gave him her scarf, asking where to put the guy's clothes. The third in the ranking of first years and the same half-elf Luca Enners admitted that someone stole his clothes. Lunia got angry again, shaking her fist somewhere in the air, and immediately after that she sneezed funny, which was incomparable with each other. Luca asked the girl to take the scarf back because it was very cold outside, but she waved it off, saying that there was no need to worry about her, and she rubbed her nose. The young man noted that his friend was in a particularly good mood today, and she confirmed this by naming the reason for the contractor's hatching. Luca, putting his hands on his heart, sincerely rejoiced for his student and congratulated her on such an important event. Lunia smiled in response, and since the issue was resolved successfully, she said that she would probably go and see what was going on with the summon. Abruptly opening the door to the office, Lunia asked her dad right away if the contractor had finally been born. The patriarch of the Lunda house and the keeper of the oath of Farina Ellen Lunda was glad to have his daughter, but reminded her that within the walls of the academy, he should be called Professor. The puppy look did its job, so immediately after the remark, the father informed his daughter that Farina's cub had indeed hatched. The girl almost burst with happiness and immediately asked if she could see the long-awaited treasure. The professor sighed heavily, informing Lunia of one detail, namely that the summon had already signed a contract. Father also explained something about clarifying the details and about what Farina herself said, but Lunia was already like a time bomb. One of the girl's hands landed unexpectedly loudly and forcefully on the table, which already spoke for her condition. And after the hand, Lunia herself stood up furiously, asking who this damn thief was who stole her summon and the finished contract from under her nose. The students of the Lumen Academy had already arrived in Velkia, which was the capital of El Salbikia, and right at the teleport many regretted it. While Tide was praying to God to take his soul faster, Card simply told Leo to kill him right here, to which Flo himself concluded that it was quite tolerable and not so cold. Harry was wearing a warm pink cape and told the students to stop whining and asked them to line up so that everyone could be seen. The leader announced that they were now in Velkia and asked if anyone knew the history of the city, to which he immediately saw Chelsea's hand. The student briefly explained that Velkia was named after the fairy knight Velkia Ursur, who was one of the students of the great astrologer Luna. At that moment, Leo mentally corrected his friend because he clearly remembered that, to be more precise, Ursur was a student of Luna and Aaron, and he knew this guy as an arrogant bastard who came up with such a pretentious title for himself. Harid, without praise, confirmed Miss Revelin's words, only adding that the Ursur house now rules the country. Despite the howling cold wind, the class and the leader heard footsteps behind them. Harid was calm, but Card, who was standing next to him, was already on the verge of hysteria. Besides being cold, he was now also scared. A group of silhouettes, which were still difficult to make out, were approaching the students. Carla began to feel doubly afraid because he was prepared for an attack by bandits and asked Harid if they were here too, to which he mentioned that there were plenty of bad people everywhere. The professor's face changed when he heard someone ask him how he was doing. Like a deity, an elf of incredible beauty appeared from a snowstorm, and behind him were his assistants, also no less attractive. Elena, like other girls, almost gave their hearts to these handsome men with snow white and long hair. The main deity with unearthly beauty was Lewin Ursur, who was a member of the El Salbikia Council, and also the head of the Ursur house, and the first one he addressed was Professor Harid. Harid bowed to his old friend, clarifying that no matter how many years had passed, he was still the same as before. Elaine had already clearly lost her mind, considering Mr. Lewin as her betrothed, and Nella only agreed with this judgment, nodding her head wisely. Leo could have ignored the girl's screams, but he decided to clarify whether age was not important to them, and thereby shifted the focus of attention a little. Elena, as always in her repertoire, asked the headman if he was jealous, to which he quite seriously asked a counter-question whether the girl knew that elves live long and almost never age. And when Flo asked an even more clarifying question emerging from the previous information, namely, how old in Elaine's opinion is Mr. Lewin, then the poor thing became whiter than snow. Elena decided to approach Mr. Ursur to at least calm her curiosity, and asked if the professor could tell her his name and how old he was. Lion smiled and agreed that he was late in introducing himself, so he stated his first and last name. But when the age figure of 97 years was announced, Elaine was so shocked that she felt as if she had turned into a statue, although Harid said that her friend was the same man in the prime of life. Carl ran up to Mr. Lewin, happily asking if he would be their mentor during the trip, and moved Elaine so that she wouldn't get in the way. The elf extended his hand to the boy, explaining that he was the head of the Ursur house and a member of the El Salbikia board of directors, which meant that he would be happy to accompany the guests. Carl also felt like a frozen piece of stone after shaking hands with the elf himself, and with such a status, to which Harid in turn quietly said that they would discuss the manners of the students later. The students of Lumen Academy arrived at the Velkia dormitory, and everyone was already very tired from the journey, so they wanted to come and go to bed. But the hostel itself left much to be desired, and the only people who greeted the guests were a mouse that ran past and spiders with their webs. This time Card and Chelsea were all screaming in unison, declaring that they couldn't last even a minute in such a terrible place. The class monitor immediately understood the mood of his class and asked if they needed to look for an alternative place to spend the night, to which Elaine was delighted, not understanding the catch. Leo agreed with the guys that the place was terrible, so he immediately came up with an option in the form of a tent on the street where a snowstorm was howling, and suggested that the others do the same, to which Carl immediately said that it was high time for them to unpack their things. But instead of unpacking their things, Carl and Tide first of all began to climb the stairs in a strange way, as if stealthily. For some reason, Carl decided that the special charm of school trips was spying on girls, which is why the boys had such goofy faces. And the students finally got their wish, but the first thing they saw was slippers in the shape of cats and a menacing address to Carl. Chelsea stood in front of the guys wearing almost a nightgown and curlers on her head, and the girl was just brushing her teeth. At that moment, both the blockheads and the rest got it, because Chelsea was a sorceress and immediately activated the wind circle. Leo just smiled at what was happening, considering it an enjoyment of the trip. As he walked out the door onto the street, Flo thought that he too could use a walk in the fresh air. But the young man didn't even have time to take a step further before he was officially approached, and it would have been impossible not to pay attention to something like that. In front of the headman stood an elf in uniform, and it was clear that she had some kind of message for the guy. Leo's suspicions were confirmed as the girl said that the head of the house wanted to meet with him right now. When Flo showed up at the door, Lewin immediately reacted to his appearance, but he looked rather anxious. As it turned out, the elf had an urgent matter, and he asked the guest for forgiveness, and also asked if he could wait a little, which Leo did not see as a problem. Since Flo was in such a unique place and he still had to wait for an audience, he asked if he could look at the exhibits in the office for now, to which Lion happily agreed. The first thing that attracted the guy as a hero in his past life was a wall with weapons, and some of those things were quite ancient. The most eye-catching thing was the most important exhibit on the wall, but Leo still couldn't figure out whether it was an Urquint or not. Considering that Flo said the name of the weapon out loud, Lion immediately asked how the young man knew about the Urquint, since its history was only passed on to the heads of the house. Here Leo realized that he had screwed up, so he tried to write it off as naturally as possible to the fact that he had read a note in an old tome in the Great Library of Lumen, and it seemed that the lie had worked, since Lewin was used to the fact that the Academy could surprise. Putting his hand in front of the Urquint, the young man felt that it was filled with stellar mana, but it was still a replica and not the original. But the real weapon brought Flo back in his thoughts to that evening when he was still Kyle and Velkia shouted for Luna to look at the owner's self-defensive dagger. When the elf asked Carl to take a look, the hero reluctantly lifted the book from his face and looked anyway. Velkia was beside himself with happiness and almost danced with a dagger in his hands, asking his friend how he was feeling. To which Kyle sighed and told his friend that he looked like a goblin who decided to protect the travelers, and naturally heard an indignant squeal. So Leo even knew that the dagger originally belonged to Luna, but she gave it to her student Velkia, and just before the last campaign in the war against Tartaros, the student lost the Urquint. Lewin had already finished and joined Flo, telling him that the dagger was a reward received by our ancestor after completing the heroic chronicles of Velkia. The elf also clarified that this weapon obtained in the chronicles cannot be used by anyone except the owner. Now Leo understood why the weapon looked like a replica to him, but Lion had already invited the guests to sit at the table. The elf began by learning from Harid about the headman's success in all areas, and also that the guy is the representative of the Lumen Academy this year, which Leo confirmed. Not knowing how to approach Leo with his request, Lion began by at least admitting that he understood how rude it might sound from the outside, since they had only just met, but the young man's expression didn't even change. In order not to delay the conversation, the elf asked directly if Flo could meet his granddaughter, which already sounded not rude but strange. Leo didn't find anything like that at the meeting, and while he was heading to the girls' room, he kept going over in his head the information that she was a first year at Siren. The guy also didn't lose sight of the fact that the student was quite talented and entered the academy with honors. Walking past the portraits in the corridor, Flo was already imagining the appearance of the elf's granddaughter, having also learned that she had lost her motivation to study after entering the academy. Before entering the girls' chambers, Leo reminded himself once again that Lion had asked to meet with such an outstanding student like him of a different race in order to inspire her to knowledge. Flo was already at the door of the student's room and decided to ask himself out loud whether it was really a good idea to give him the key to the bedroom. Instead of opening the door, Leo, like a true gentleman, first knocked, but there was silence in response. The first thing the guy saw was a complete mess and a dirty, gloomy room that you couldn't tell an elf lived there. The young man coughed from how much dust had risen, but if it hadn't been for that, he wouldn't have turned to the wall on which something very interesting was hanging. Judging by the posters that the elf hung up, she was an ardent fan of the great heroes, one of whom was Leo. Flo smiled sarcastically, saying to himself in his thoughts that he guessed that there were children who liked such legends, but hanging posters on the wall was going too far. The next thing the guy noticed was the academy uniform, and at that moment a sleepy student behind him thought that his grandfather was in the room and asked what he was doing there. Aaron Urser, without waiting for an answer from the eye portal, continued asking whether Grandpa thought that entering his adult granddaughter's room like that was at least impolite. Finally, Aaron's eyes rubbed and opened enough for his friend to stare at the stranger for a second, and there was literally a moment left before the scream. The frightened elf screamed at the top of her lungs while Leo looked at her in bewilderment as to what he had already done wrong. Iron surprisingly just screamed and hid back under the blanket, which Flo did not expect at all. This guy's calmness could be envied forever because he said hello and introduced himself as if nothing had happened, and then went up to the bookshelf and directly informed that he had come at the request of his grandfather. After remaining silent for a couple of seconds, Leo tested the waters to see if the blanket would move, but there was silence. The guy realized that he could continue his tactics, so he opened one of the books and praised Iron for her collection of books about Kyle, which was comparable to the guy's collection, and he became interested in how the elves saw him. And then the blanket moved when Flo read The Great Conquest of Monsters in the Northern Mountains, which according to the elves was the work of Kyle, which is pretty good. Leo was in no hurry to turn around, although she already realized that Iron's head was sticking out from under the blanket, taking a deep breath, which meant she was about to say something. And finally, with great awkwardness, the elf decided to ask if the guy also liked the great hero Kyle. After quite a long time, Leo and Iron had already discussed a lot about the great heroes, but the girl still could not calm down and bombarded the guy with new questions. The elf was delighted that Leo answered all the questions correctly because this particular chronicle is considered the least studied, so most people have never even heard of it. For Iron, Leo at that moment already looked like a hero, telling so many interesting things that no one else could. Suddenly the girl came to her senses and asked for forgiveness for her rudeness, after which she immediately introduced herself and admitted that she was embarrassed by her behavior at the first meeting. Flo said that everything is fine, but the great heroes on the contrary would be pleased to know that they are still remembered even after so many years. Iron decided to admit that these were just her thoughts, but according to the official version, there were 4 heroes. However, she believes that there was also a 5th. Leo immediately said that he understood that they were talking about Kyle, and also believed that he existed, so upon returning to the Lumen Academy, he would like to create a club of enthusiasts who would look for evidence of his life, and this struck the girl on the spot. Suddenly the sparkle in her eyes and bright emotions faded on the elf's face because she remembered the academy, and with it the rest of her problems. The young man immediately noticed that the girl was reserved and shy, but he didn't see anything wrong with that, and he asked her why she didn't go to the academy. Iron hesitantly admitted that Siren was not quite the right place for her to study, and it was clear that she wanted to explain more about this. The student said that the other students at the academy worked so hard that sweat flowed like a stream, burning with the desire to become a hero, and it was precisely because of this that the elf felt that someone like her did not belong there. Leo knew what to say next because he noticed the clean and well-groomed uniform, not for nothing because it meant that Iron still deep down had not come to terms with her unwillingness to go to school. Rising Flo was determined to end the conversation, but at the same time make it clear that another meeting was just around the corner, so he explained that he was not the only person in Velikia at the moment. The boy indicated to Iron that his classmates would be glad to meet the elf and learn her story, which made the girl's eyes sparkle again. The ice was broken, and the young man only had to mention to the student that in the lands of people there are also academies like Siren where young talents dream of becoming heroes. The fish was on the hook, so the last thing Leo said before leaving was that if Iron was curious about the students of Lumen Academy, he should get out of the room and drop in for a visit. For the first time, Flo was pierced by a rhinestone, which made him even flinch because as it turned out Mr. Leung was already waiting for him behind the door, folding his palms in affection. The next moment was even stranger because the so reserved elf leaned towards Leo and whispered to him whether the guys had been talking all this time, to which he calmly replied that it had been so. Now Lion also burst into tears of happiness because several months had already passed since the last time his granddaughter spoke to someone for such a long time. For the grandfather, there was no greater joy than the fact that his beloved granddaughter had opened up to someone again, so he was ready to thank the young man with a magical item that would be useful to him one day. When Leo found himself in the Urser clan's family treasury, he heard from Mr. Lewin permission to choose whatever he wanted. Anyone else might have asked for the huge amount of gold lying right under his feet, but the guy went deeper into the hall, passing by many interesting things. The young man didn't even have to go far, and he literally immediately found what he wanted. The student picked up the statuette and said that he had chosen this one, to which Lion was a little surprised because it was just a decoration with a figurine of a fairy that the former leader had acquired many thousands of years ago. The elf began to tell that the carved figure was very beautiful in stone, but it was not particularly useful, and Leo immediately said that everything was fine, and he had already made his choice, to which Lin gave the go-ahead because an agreement is an agreement. Flo looked at the largest treasure in the treasury, which could not be compared with any gold, and in his thoughts he answered Old Man Lewin that there was no carving in the stone but a real fairy who was simply fast asleep under the influence of a spell. After some time, Harid lined up his class in the hall and, asking for silence, announced that now everyone would be familiar with the schedule of upcoming events. It all started out terribly as we had to get up at 6 in the morning, then train in the fairy forest next door and practice at noon. Elena raised her hand with a very sad look and asked if their personal training that they had undergone in Lumen was not enough. Harid answered shortly and dryly that during the trip they would focus on the students' weaknesses and ask just in case if the guys were in the mood for fun. In addition, the leader quickly took responsibility for the students' sour expressions by explaining that the schedule was made by the class monitor, which meant that all questions should be addressed to him, to which the kids turned to Leo asking what bad thing they had done to him. Flo was pleased and explained that there are monsters in the fairy forest, so it is an ideal place for additional training that is very close to real fights, after which Harid said that that was all and you can go enjoy the rest of your free time. Leo sat in his room and did not go to bed for a very important reason that he had in his hand. The boy knew that the real fairy inside the stone was sealed by the royal fairy magic. It became clear why Lewin considered the stone to be a decoration, because after a century of disasters the contractor of the fairy king disappeared, and there were no elves left alive who knew such magic. But Flo was familiar with that era because the fairy slept soundly under the influence of the magic of the fairy king Exiled. Now the moment has come when the young man will be able to take advantage of the fairy king's vow which he received a long time ago. For the young hero it was not impossible that what for others was only decoration would now open up and return to him as an entire era in a small body. The light from the windows of Leo's room suddenly shone as if something had exploded there, but it lasted only a moment. Sweetly stretching on the guy's palm, the fairy tried to understand whether his father had finally removed the seal. The creature's cute appearance suddenly disappeared when he turned to Flo and immediately asked what the stranger was doing in front of him. Leo asked the little guy who he was, to which he became indignant that the big man was poking at him. But it would be stupid not to introduce himself, so the pot-bellied little thing lifted its nose and ears up, declaring itself the firstborn and heir of the great golden fairy king Exiled. Leo's fingers were already reaching out to the little bastard, folded for a flick, while the arrogant little fellow was saying that it was an honor for the little man to see the silver fairy Kiran in front of him. And then that same Kiran falls on his palm from a blow to the forehead from Flo's finger, which worked like a slingshot. Kiran, rubbing his forehead, still insisted on how Leo dared to hit him, and that now he would be in trouble or even die. The guy had a short conversation with the little guy, and he started it by ordering everyone to listen carefully, after which he explained that even Father Exiled had been polite to him, but his son had imagined himself to be God knows what. Kiran started snapping again, and this time Leo was a bald squirrel, which he couldn't even think about, let alone insulting the king. And again a slap, and again the little bastard couldn't shut up and was asking for someone to calm him down. And a few minutes later, or some number of flicks later, Kiran became a good boy with a huge bump on his head and sat quietly on his palm, shocked that in front of him was really the one his father had mentioned. Leo prepared his fingers just in case and mentioned that he had removed the seal, after which there should be no questions at all for him, and the fairy looked at the threat to his forehead, so he quickly agreed. Still, the young man was not a Herod, so instead of hitting him, he began to stroke the baby, saying that if the gentle-natured King Exiled took all 6 wings from his son and sealed them, then the kid was a real thorn. Kiran thought that this man knew even such nuances, which meant that his father really had a contract with him, but Flo continued to say that he needed the little one to go home and call his father. Without sarcasm, Kiran replied that he could not return to his homeland until he had all 6 wings. True, having relaxed a little and having gotten used to the role of the Silver Prince again, the baby stubbornly insisted that in order to meet his father he needed to get his wings back, and the first pair was most likely somewhere in the fairy forest that was once their home. Leo looked at the little ones with a smile and mentally turned to Exiled and said that he now had his son, and perhaps this was fate. The next day the students actually went into the forest, where it was even colder than anywhere else, and there everything they had bought for themselves came in handy. In the forest, traces of previous practical battles were visible, which could easily be discerned from the tree branches. The students stood in shock and with their mouths open, while Harid simply watched silently as what was happening. Chelsea sat in the snow, unable to believe that she had just seen a victory using only wind magic. In moments of despair, the hand of a true hero always reached out to people who had done this many times before, and this one was no exception. Leo looked at Chelsea with eyes full of enthusiasm and hoped that they could handle it, and asked her if she would mind practicing now. Before reaching out to his partner, Leo literally a few minutes ago shocked all of his classmates, starting with Elena, who was outraged by the headman's statement that her sword and magic did not work together. If it weren't for the dog-like cold that affected the girl's fiery nature, she would have already incinerated everything in the forest to smithereens, but for now she was only indignant that the headman only wanted to drive her to death with training. Flo, as always, listened with restraint and silence to all the curses directed at him, but continued to explain to his guys where they should work more. Next in line to grumble were Tide and Carl, who also did not accept their elder's statement about their weak command of summoning and alchemy skills. Leo's biggest fan slowly approached him and asked him to remember what the guy told her for the first time during the entrance exams. When the young man turned to Chelsea, she reminded him that he had spoken about her improper use of the wind power. With confidence and a smile, the student defiantly asked Flo to show her how to use her powers, and she still didn't understand what she was signing up for. Having hidden the list in his pocket, the guy also smiled and agreed to this training, although he already knew the outcome of what was to come. Chelsea hadn't forgotten that everything Leo had shown up until this point had exceeded all expectations, and now she guessed that he was most likely hiding something else. The student armed herself not only with her own strength and weapons, but also with the confidence that now was not the time to prepare, but that she had to immediately give it her all. So it turned out that the first blow was a rather powerful spell in the form of a wind cutter, but it didn't even move Leo from his place, which was already an alarm bell. Literally at the same second, Flo also used the cutter spell, but only with his fiery energy and at a speed that no one had seen before. Chelsea was shocked by the way the training had turned out, which had nothing in common with how everything had been before. Elaine stood with the same slack jaw, shouting out that the speed of casting spells wasn't Chelsea's strong point after all. It was the first time she saw Leo manage to counterattack her with the same speed. The girl did not give up, and next she launched the chain of wind, not giving up hope that at least in something she would be able to beat her opponent, or at least show that she was also strong. Another person would have either fainted from fear or rushed somewhere to the side, but not Flo, and the only thing he did was turn to Chelsea. Activating his fire energy, Leo repeated to his partner that wind magic should be used completely differently, and that this had already been mentioned. The next moment, the wind chains were shattered into pieces by a more powerful attack from the fire magic user. Flo decided to teach Chelsea a lesson, but he knew what he was doing, so his next attack was a wind blow that was directed towards his opponent. The poor thing froze in horror, not even having time to construct some kind of protection for herself, but only watched as the fiery arrow approached her. That's how Chelsea ended up under a tree, and not only was the landing not very good, but the impact also caused snow to fall on her head. The student raised her head with some bitterness when she saw a sword right under her nose, but she knew that Leo would not cross the line and would only teach her a new lesson. It was very difficult for the one who had the best command of wind magic to believe that she had been surpassed by someone who was far from knowledgeable about an element that was not inherent to him. Chelsea couldn't believe that the young man was like an iceberg of which she knew only a small part, and that was just the top, let alone the bottom. The group began to discuss what had happened while Carl stated that he still did not want to believe that Chelsea had lost in wind magic, and Elaine agreed that the headman was a monster, although at that moment he was helping the girl up. Mr. Harrid noted that in terms of magical potential, Chelsea is not inferior to Leo, but in understanding the meaning and practical application of wind magic, Flo is one step ahead, which determined the winner. While Leo, as always, consoled his losing opponent and she was sulking, Harrid reminded everyone that moving from class to class is an opportunity to learn new techniques, but before that a solid foundation needs to be laid. The leader warned that the honing of the base under the watchful eye of the headman was not cancelled, but it would be after lunch, which made Elaine and Carl happier than the others professionally playing hungry and cold students. Leo was left alone with the winter forest, and in order to go and explore the area, he did not need company lunch or rest. The guy had an important practical task in the form of collecting herbs, which he had successfully completed so far. The students arriving at the dormitory almost fell to the floor and were neither alive nor dead, and when Flo told Carl that it was time to go collect herbs, he fell to his knees and asked to spare him and allow him to come a little later. Kieran ran and joyfully shouted to Leo to see how much useful stuff he had already managed to collect, even though the grass was taller than he was. The young man gratefully accepted the help from his little friend, saying that such a collection was impressive, and he did not expect anything else from the fairy. Kieran began to complain again that he was not just some kind of fairy, but Flo no longer listened to the little one and sent his bag with a sufficient amount of collected herbs. When the practical task was completed, Leo again went deep into the forest, not forgetting about the most important and personal task of exploring the forest, and Kieran immediately chimed in that his wings would finally be found. The boys had already covered quite a long distance, overcoming huge snowdrifts and passing giant trees. Suddenly Leo stopped, and the snow stopped crunching under his feet, which created the same icy silence as the entire forest, and only Kieran's question of why he stopped broke the crystal clear silence. Flo looked somewhere ahead, asking the fairy a sudden question about when exactly he was banished, to which he heard about a period of 100 years ago exactly. Quite unexpectedly, the guy touched the previously invisible wall and told his friend to carefully examine this illusion magic, and Kieran at first thought that this was the magic of the Fairy King, but then he realized that it was not the work of his father. Leo began to analyze that if this is not Exilled's magic, then it turns out that it is more like the magic of his father, the king of the era of calamities Graven, but at the same time the spell was cast no more than 100 years ago, and something does not add up here. Kieran was also racking his brains while Flo was thinking that if you take time into account, the spell was fueled by his wings, which meant the barrier was created with the help of ancient magic and wings. And just as the guy was thinking that something quite significant was sealed behind the barrier, suddenly the armor began to ring with every step that got closer. The fairy covered her nose with her hands and her mouth groaned from the disgusting smell, but Leo simply looked in the direction from which something was approaching, and judging by the reaction of the little one, it was not very pleasant. The voice from beyond the grave asked Flo what the man had forgotten in the elven lands, to which he heard an unceremonious counter-question about what the dead had forgotten here. Throwing back his hood, the dead man menacingly reminded the fools that this place had long been under the control of Tartaros. Despite the monster's terrifying appearance, Kieran screamed, "How dare he desecrate the fairy shrine with such a vile statement?" The dead man sarcastically asked what they were talking about and whether the little parasite really meant that same little thing with wings. Small fry are small fry, but Kieran got really angry so much so that sparks flew in all directions because he didn't accept in general that he was treated like someone incomprehensible, and what can we say when his family as a whole was insulted? The fairy headed towards the enemy like a bright arrow, shouting at him, and that was the end of the stinking corpse. With sparks and fireworks, Kieran pierced the skeleton without even turning around because he knew that after such a blow the monster would fall and never get up again. The bones really did start to fall onto the icy ground with a loud clang, and rags fell behind them like leaves. An indignant Kieran threw words at the skeleton like a slap in the face about what a conversation there was, but instead he heard a remark from Leo about what kind of fairy is this who rushes headlong into danger. While warming up, the fairy also sharply responded that his efforts were not in vain and worked, so there was no need to grumble, and most importantly, the power of fairies is the opposite of necromancy. The little one's attention was drawn to strange sounds coming from the place where there was a pile of bones, which also spoke of the fact that even a weak fairy remains a fairy. While the dead man was resurrecting with a weapon in his hands, Kieran again covered his nose with his hand, declaring that this stink was quite persistent. The little one rushed towards the skeleton again, shouting that he would take him apart piece by piece, not noticing that he had already raised his sword high above his head to strike. But Leo saw from the side that there would be no end to the troubles and shouted to his friend to step back now, but it was already too late. The sword, which had seen many battles and skirmishes, clanged and threw sparks as it sank into the ground, thereby creating a destructive wave. The forest, which had been white before, was now painted the color of blood, although so far no one present had been hurt. Kieran didn't have time to reach the stink bug and take him apart into knuckles because he saw a red shock wave right in front of his little nose. The fairy, being still nimble, managed to sharply dodge the blow and fly in the other direction in order to somehow avoid the collision. But one collision still could not be avoided, namely a blow to Leo's thigh, but this is still much better than the powers of a dead man. Kieran, who was gathering stars around his head, was screaming what the hell just happened while Flo was holding him in his hand because after the blow he started to fall down like a pancake. The guy put his friend on his shoulder even though he was still rubbing his head and reminded them that in front of them was a Tartaros monster that was already countless years old because it had existed since time immemorial. This monster was called the Death Knight, at least as Leo knew it from his past heroic incarnation. And as if to confirm the guy's thoughts, the knight introduced himself as Karger, who serves the great King Lich. Karger rushed towards the suicide bombers to strike again, and he did so with all his ferocious strength. Leo immediately parried the enemy's blow, cutting through something for the first time that was unlike anything living in this world. But unexpectedly for the guy, Karger appeared behind him like a jack-in-the-box, announcing that in addition to everything else today, he would be the one who would destroy the brat and his entire history. The knight roared menacingly that he was the death of the guy until he realized that this was a spectral form, and this gave him more opportunities to defend himself and fight the evil spirits. Karger's next blow should have wiped Leo off the face of the earth, but he managed to create a shield for his protection that withstood such a powerful attack. The dead man slowly approached the victim, not abandoning the idea of killing the small fry, who only got in the way, preventing the Great One from realizing his plans. If you didn't look at the two bright red eyes, you would think that the underworld itself was talking about the brat creating an aura shield in such a short time. Quietly saying that such skills are quite good, Karger rushed into the attack again and glowed with a blue flame which indicated the activation of an even stronger energy. Despite the difference in scale between the Death Knight and the Academy student, the swords clashed so hard that sparks rained down on the metal, ringing out throughout the forest and echoing. In addition to physical pressure, Karger also exerted moral pressure. When he was face to face with the student, he growled that his resistance was useless and meaningless because he as a person was nothing compared to the servant of the Lich himself. Kirin wasn't satisfied with the collision with the knight's armor, and he again shouted angry and furiously to Leo that he would help. While the 2-meter-tall evil continued to fight with the student, Kirin again hit Karger's armor and lay on the ground, unable to even say a word. The poor guy sat on the ground holding his head and worried that it seemed like his strength was leaving him, and then he began to grieve that if he had wings now everything would be different. Leo also had his own aces up his sleeve, so in the name of contracts, he began to appeal to his most important assistant, who definitely had his own wings. At that moment, Karger himself retreated further, not expecting such a turn from a man so weak and worthless in comparison to him. The knight could only questioningly say the word wings, which actually appeared behind Flo's back, and they were also fiery. Kirin was incredibly happy that it turned out the guy had a contract with someone else besides him, and this summon turned out to be so strong that even the evil spirits retreated. Leo swung his sword towards Karger, and the blow flew into the evil phoenix, which gave the young man the opportunity not to even approach the enemy. The knight screamed furiously from such a blow but was not cut into two as was implied. After the attack was completed, Fiora landed on her master's shoulder like a small chick, greeting him with her chirping, and Leo as always looked at his friend with affection. Kirin also appeared right there on the guy's shoulder, asking the theoretical question into the air, is he really looking at Phoenix right now? Since Fiora was a cute little chick, Kirin, given his sarcastic nature, began to laugh at the fact that the great phoenix bird could look like this, which the little girl really didn't like. Karger was furious that he could not defeat either the unfortunate man or his henchman, so he raised his sword above the ground again and roared that he would not allow such scum to leave here alive. Having plunged his sword into the ground, the knight commanded the army of the undead to come here and destroy the living enemies, after which the ground began to melt and growls and the clink of armor were heard. From the land of death emerged an army of skeletons who, as if bewitched, walked in only one direction to fulfill the will of the knight. Flo already understood that this was the activation of the curse that endlessly summons the undead, and lowered the sword, which made Kirin terribly afraid that the owner decided to surrender right now. But Leo smiled and, making something like a low start, sarcastically told the little one that he wouldn't wait for the white flag to rise. The young man felt Kyle's mana in himself, and it excited him that he hadn't felt it for a long time, and now it would be the best considering the circumstances. But before the attack, he looked at his friends to make sure that they were also ready. With just one touch, Leo activated the earth tremor attack just as the army of the dead was already quite close. Karger didn't have time to give any commands before the undead began to lose their balance, which caused the focus of the attack to be lost, which was to the advantage of their enemy. Flo didn't waste a second and went on the offensive while the undead's attention was distracted by his spell. With both powerful and light movements, the guy cut through skeleton after skeleton on his way approaching the main goal. And although it seemed that Flo could have killed Karger by going through all the undead, he decided to rush past to get out of this trap, which confused the knight. Karger tried to lure the student by bullying him about what kind of knight he was after he ran away, and it would be better to fight him and prove it to him, to which he heard from Leo that this was said to him by the one who summoned the lower evil spirits for the fight. Thanks to the fiery energy that the guy possessed, he prepared for a jump that would carry him far from the trap. And when Flo jumped, Karger menacingly pointed out to his puppets that the enemy was leaving and they needed to follow where he was running to finally kill him. Finding himself further away from the epicenter of events where it was safer, Leo thought about the fact that a death knight in the fairy forest could only mean that there was something here that Tartaros himself was hunting for. Suddenly a roar was heard from the side, quite similar to one of the skeletons, and it really was one of those who were in the army of the undead. Leo prepared himself, taking out his blade, not understanding how one of the dead was able to break away from the main mass and appear here. The student was taken aback when before his eyes the skeleton was destroyed into several pieces, and it had not even reached him yet. Leo was left standing there with his mouth open because right behind the skeleton there was a sharp sword blade pointed at his face. As it turned out, another student was also in the forest and immediately asked Flo if he had summoned the undead, to which he heard the answer that he was a student of the Lumen Academy and had nothing to do with this skeleton. The young man had already taken note that, judging by the uniform, the person in front of him was a student from the Siren Academy. Still not believing the stranger, the student swung at Leo, shouting that his words were just a stupid excuse and that now he as a necromancer would die. The blow was so strong that Flo only had to step aside to dodge it, which enraged the student. But Leo was able to hit the hot-tempered guy with the sword handle so that he would cool down a little and think before doing anything further. The student actually coughed and fell to his knees, making no more sudden movements towards the stranger. Under the tree in the shade, a silhouette spoke, asking the student and the stranger to stop and asking Leo for forgiveness for the guy's rudeness. From under the shade of the tree, the beautiful red-haired Lunia El Lunda emerged, introducing herself as a first-year student at Siren Academy, and asked Leo not to judge all the students by the actions of one. Flo coldly replied that the apology was accepted, after which he asked what the guys were doing there. Lunia said that they came to train in the forest and asked the guy a counter-question, to which she learned about his off-site training with the academy. Turning towards the exit, Leo said that he needed to report everything that had happened to the professor, thereby saying goodbye, and Lunia wished him that the forests of Velkia would look after him. Flo said the student's name out loud to himself again and found something very familiar in it, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. While the student Lumen went away, Lunia was drilling her classmate for trying to act cool but actually acting like an idiot. While at the Siren Academy, Leo did as he was told, coming with Professor Harid to the head of Lewin Urser and informing him of everything. Mr. Lewin was alarmed by this news because the appearance of a death knight in the fairy shrine was a desecration. Although they knew about the appearance of monsters, such a case was already too much. While Harid was convincing Lewin that Leo was not one of those students who would lie about something like that, the guy himself heard a statement from the entrance that misunderstandings caused by ignorance also carry a lie. A teacher appeared at the entrance to the hall, continuing to explain right away that it was absurd for a first-year student who had recently been walking under the table to declare that he had encountered a death knight. Lewin introduced the man as Professor Gerdium Vintel, who teaches first years, and asked him to continue his thoughts on the matter. Gerdium indignantly stated that most likely the student only saw a skeleton knight and was simply scared because he does not believe that he could escape if he met Karger himself. The professor looked at Flo with a reproachful look and again reminded everyone that she was only a first year. Gerdium even decided to turn to Harid, asking if he really believed his student in something, and he answered without a drop of doubt that he believed it unconditionally. The class teacher confirmed that the guy was indeed a first year, but at the same time he was the best student in the class and also a representative of the Lumen Academy in all areas. Professor Siren's gaze changed after hearing this, and he thought that if it was true, then such a student would help expand the boundaries of students, but the story about the Death Knight was still nonsense. All this time Leo was silent because he already understood what the professor was like, and he continued to tell him that if what was said about him was true, then it turned out that the student was good at magic. Without waiting for an answer, Gerdium suggested holding a joint lesson with the Siren students. A little later, there was an evening of reception of guests from the Lumen Academy, and the preparation was at the highest level, from the hall to the students' communication. When Carl and Chelsea entered the room, they were shocked by how well the Siren students had prepared everything, and this only spoke of the rich provision of the academy. While the Lumen students were chatting about how they were looking forward to tomorrow's classes, with Professors Siren, Harid, and Gerdium were discussing something at the table. Leo periodically glanced at the professors, thinking that Gardium had made a farce out of nothing, and had shown himself to be a person who would not believe until he saw it with his own eyes. The young man was distracted from his thoughts by one of the students asking him that they had seen each other before. Lunia extended her hand to Leo, asking if he was dancing, which implied a direct invitation to dance. Considering the battles Flo had already fought in, and who he was in his past life, dancing with the daughter of the patriarch of the Lund house was a simple matter for him. And when Lunia asked Leo if he knew elven dances, the young man, smiling and remembering the past, answered that he had taught them a long time ago, mentally thanking his friend Luna. The student remembered that she didn't even know the guest's name and asked how she could address him, and didn't even know how everything would turn out. The melodic music instantly faded into the background when Lunia heard the name of the one she was once ready to tear to pieces. The girl, without thinking for a second, grabbed the guy by the shirt and growled like an evil wolf about the fact that in front of her was the very thief who stole someone else's contract. Leo, not understanding what was happening at all, looked at the mad girl, who was screaming that she would kill the bastard right now but didn't even do anything. At that moment, Farina's voice appeared in the young man's head, reminding him that his mother Reyna had saved the life of her summoner Ellen Lund, and asked for forgiveness from the child, who was to become Fiora's contractor. Flo smiled at the girl, realizing that in front of him was the same one who was the original owner of the contract, while she was calling him a shameless thief. Not understanding the danger of the whole situation, the guy added fuel to the fire by joyfully announcing that everything was okay with Fiora. Lunia growled through her teeth, and with a cry of "die asshole," rushed at the student from another academy, and Carl and Chelsea behind them were afraid for their friend. In the spacious hall, professors from different academies and their students met, one of whom through titanic force forced herself to ask Leo for forgiveness. The girl made a slight bow, pretending to be sincere and admitting that she had behaved very rudely, while Professor Gerdium stood silently and waited for these words from her. Flo smiled and said that he understood everything and there was nothing wrong with it, but he thought that it was already hard for the student to pretend, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to just let it all go. Harid informed his colleague that since the misunderstanding had been resolved, it was time for them to go to their rooms, after which he and Leo went to the stairs and Gerdium turned to the student. Adjusting his glasses, the professor asked Lunia not to do anything like that again, since she was after all the head of the first years and she was almost boiling. The girl briefly replied that she understood and kept herself in check with the last of her strength until the professor reminded her that she could get even with him tomorrow during their joint classes. Here Gerdium seemed to know what state the student was in, and instead of her, he began to release all his anger, asking her to prove tomorrow that Siren is better than Lumen. Literally a second later, the teacher changed his mind and added even more fiercely that they needed to prove that they were the best hero academy in the whole world. Feeling awkward, the professor coughed, calming his ardor, and thinking that it was too much, he wanted to continue the conversation calmly. But Lunia realized that she could let out her ardor in front of Gerdium, and continued instead of him that she would never lose to that bastard, and would crush him no matter what, and all this in the name of Siren's honor. The day of Lumen and Siren's combined classes arrived, where Professor Harid greeted the students first. The students of the Elven Academy were excited to hear that they would be taking part in the traditional Lumen lesson today. Harid shocked his students when he announced that today they would be representing their class from different divisions, causing Carl, Elaine, and Tide to lose their jaws. The leader called the guys exemplary students of the academy and asked them to show everything they were capable of. The professor had never flattered his students like this before, so their mouths opened even wider, stupefied. Chelsea was thrilled that Harid had called one student from each department, but Leo knew that it didn't matter to him who he called. The guys really gave it their all, telling interestingly not only the theory but also demonstrating their skills and achievements in practice. The students of Siren Academy were delighted with this experience and eagerly wrote down everything they could in their notebooks, absorbing the knowledge like sponges. Professor Gerdium was also glad that such an exchange of experience with representatives of other races would help students refresh and update their knowledge. But such a joyful event had its not entirely pleasant sides, and it was precisely to this side that the leader turned. Leo sat and did not suspect that from the next table Lunia was incinerating him with her gaze, and the professor did not understand why the hell such an outstanding headman remained on the sidelines. When the Lumen Academy representatives finished their show, Chelsea cheered for her friends as loudly as she could. Professor Gerdium came on stage and said that it was truly an amazing experience for their academy because he felt the depth of knowledge that the students gained in each department. Now it was the turn of the Siren Academy to show what they were capable of, so Gerdium picked up a piece of chalk and drew a formula explaining that they were using slightly different methods. While describing the formula, the professor simultaneously said that all of their students study magic as a main subject, and for this reason in the future they will be able to afford not to get hung up on it but to strive for balance. Flo listened attentively and immediately realized that it was quite ironic to hear from the elves about balance because all the training revolves around magic and everything else is in passing. Looking at what was happening through Kyle's eyes, the guy was once again convinced that this was nothing more than a show because elven arrogance is in its repertoire. When Gerdium wanted to say that he had come to the most important thing, Leo yawned loudly, which caused the students behind him to be shocked. In his head, the professor grumbled and did not understand how one could behave like that, and this student still proved that he had met a Death Knight, but now he proved that this was in fact nonsense, but in words he announced that the theory would suffice for now. A bright star appeared in Gerdium's hands which showed all the students that finally there would be a demonstration of magic. Leo was surprised by this, but not because it was something new but because it was connected with his past incarnation, until the professor said that he would now show the essence of Siren. The star in the teacher's hands shone brighter, and he began to tell them that they were a magical race by nature. After these words, the star rose high into the ceiling, emitting many other sparks of signs and constellations. All the students looked up spellbound, while a large number of luminaries fell almost into their hands. Chelsea was beside herself with admiration that she was now witnessing such incredible magic of the stars in precisely the original elven spell. Absolutely all the students, and especially the female students of both academies, looked at the magic with the same delight. A green beam shot out from Gerdium's fingers which drew a formula on the board, and he announced to everyone that what they were now seeing was the great legacy of the progenitor Lady Luna, who laid the foundation for all the spells of star magic. The professor also added that this demonstration is one of many modifications of the Lady Luna formula, and asked the audience if it was impressive. Of the entire audience at this magical moment, only one student raised his hand who really had something to say on this matter, but there was nothing to do and the professor gave the go-ahead to the headman to ask his question. Leo thought to himself that he didn't understand much about star magic, but he asked out loud whether what had just been demonstrated wasn't an erroneous interpretation. This question plunged everyone present into a different emotional range from anger to shock, and the professor seemed to be outraged but seemed to become vulnerable, asking how the student dared to say something like that. Flo, with complete calm, repeated his assertion that the formula would not work because it was flawed. For all the elves present, such a statement was both impudence and courage at the same time, but it generated only one feeling, and that was a wild curiosity about what would happen next. Gerdium held on like a fortress until the end, partially agreeing with the student that the spell was indeed unfinished and therefore would not activate. The teacher explained that their ancestors modified this heritage, creating many formulas that can now be seen. But Leo understood this as the formula being lost, which was likely because Luna created the spell at the very beginning of the discovery of the star magic system and only managed to pass it on to Kyle. Gerdium sarcastically concluded that Flo was very knowledgeable in the magic of the stars and asked to show the elves his interpretation if the given one was incorrect in his opinion. Poor Harry was even scared at first when he saw his student go to the board and his hand bent to stop him. But looking at how Leo continued his movement, without a doubt the leader became even more numb and no longer knew what to do, because in fact deep down he was confident in the guy. The young man calmly walked past the professor, approaching the board in order to open up new horizons for everyone. Flo walked towards the formula, thinking that now only he knows the original, but in his past life he unfortunately died without having time to pass it on to other elves. Stopping in front of the board, Leo looked at the formula, which was visually beautiful in itself, thinking that this was most likely fate. Harid was ready to lose consciousness from nerves and grabbed his heavy head, but Flo continued to talk about how the magic of the stars is the pride of the elves and the legacy of the founder, but if this continues it is fraught with conflict between the academies. Leo pressed his finger to the board and the formula sparkled, continuing its lines with the boy's movements. Everyone froze in tension from the fact that they had never seen anything like this before, and this interpretation was something radically different from what had been studied before. Having completed the formula, Leo briefly said that it was now completely ready, and it really did look completely different, as if it lacked just a couple of finishing touches like a painting. Gerdium began to shake all over. Large tears flowed from his eyes, and a lump got stuck in his throat so firmly that he was unable to say a word. Stretching his hand forward, the professor could not believe what he saw and finally through force asked Flo where he got the spell from and how long he had been using it. And Leo at that moment stood in his thoughts on the top of the mountain in front of the moon and looked at the discovery of a new world in the hands of his friend. Back then, the hero Kyle looked at something incredible and listened to the girl tell her story, happy that she had finally completed the spell. The heroine wanted to teach her friend this beautiful spell because it was her best creation, and at that very moment Leo was again holding in his hands the very spell that makes flowers bloom. The stars and magic that Flo showed the students were not inferior to the magic that the professor demonstrated at the beginning. Elaine, without even looking at Nellie, asked if their headman had done something mind-blowing again, and she simply nodded in confirmation. Lunia was still angry, especially after seeing the professor's reaction, and refused to believe that the bastard really knew the full interpretation of the founder's legacy. And Gerdium had already fallen to his knees, amazed by what he saw, and immediately began asking Flo whether the magic that produced so many useful spells was really originally intended to make flowers bloom. Leo smiled, looking at the bud in his hands, and said that everything is not so simple because during the era of disasters the flowers almost died out, so for the founder they were something special. The guy remembered how being a hero he was skeptical about his girlfriend's discovery, explaining that it was a useless thing in battle. But Luna did not give up and asked her friend to remember how beautiful flowers are, which is why she dreams of one day seeing a world where they will bloom everywhere again. Gerdium folded his hands as if in prayer and agreed that the founder had indeed put such a strong meaning into the spell. Finally, the arrogance fell, and the professor asked the guy who he was and how he knew the original formula. Flo leaned over to the teacher and quietly whispered his name, and also told how he studied the magic of the stars from ancient manuscripts. And Leo also said that he is a generalist who is gifted in magic, but when the professor asked if he has elven roots, he heard the answer no, and it was a shock. Harid could no longer withstand such tension, so he approached the stage and asked the professor for forgiveness for his students' rudeness, after which he asked to finish their joint lesson for today. The manager also advised that it might be better for them to continue to adhere to the official spell formula for now. The next moment, Gerdium took Harid by the hand and asked him not to consider it rude to ask him to transfer Leo to their academy. The leader didn't even know what to answer to such a statement, because at the Lumen Academy all the teachers were also ready to tear the guy to pieces because of the student's ability. It was time to gather strength and have a good meal, but unfortunately Chelsea was responsible for the cooking this time, serving the Revlin's signature soup, which to put it mildly looked so, and the risotto that Evelyn made was completely unwatchable. Carl and Tide turned green from the mere sight of it, thinking that eating something like that would be the most brutal test of all time, and Nella supported the guy's mood by saying that she basically still had some bread from the Elven mission. Elena happily managed to order a spoonful of the delicacy into Carl's mouth, while he was still sitting there with his mouth open. The poor guy was thrown into a cold sweat, and the damn piece of food didn't even try to move anywhere past his mouth. Carl puked further than he could see while Elaine was screaming what this idiot was doing, but such screams were perceived by Mr. Lewin as fun, and he was happy to watch such youth, and Harrid, putting his hand to his head, called the headman. Leo was just passing by the professors towards the guys, but he was asked to wait a minute and listen to important information. Lewin informed the boy that the Great Council of El Salbikia had reached a verdict on the Death Knight's case, and this surprised him. Nella noticed that Mr. Lewin and Leo were talking about something important, and she couldn't miss it, so she stood quietly listening to the conversation. Lewin briefly stated that in the fairy forest an increased number of undead and Death Knights had indeed been recorded, just as the student had reported after what had happened to him. In such a serious case, 2 academies were approached for help at once with an official request to conduct a study of the anomaly. All the girls had already gathered to eavesdrop on the conversation, while the professor explained that the strength of the Greenhorn first years alone would not be enough. Leo happily informed Lion that Siren would help them by ensuring that from the start of the mission the senior classes would also investigate the anomaly, to which the boy asked if the head of the council had really come all this way just to give the order. Lion shook his head, showing that it was nothing, since he wanted to personally come to the student and talk face to face. But the most important thing was the head's statement that his granddaughter also wanted to see him, and Leo was happy when he saw Iron at the door. The girl was in uniform, and although she was very uncomfortable, she decided to leave her room and came to Leo to ask how he was doing, to which the guy with a smile and sincerely thanked her for the visit and said that he would now introduce her to everyone. Flo's classmates didn't need to be asked twice, because they immediately surrounded the poor girl from all sides, complimenting her and bombarding her with questions, which made Iron feel even more creepy. The girl's eyes became clouded because she hadn't talked to anyone for so long, and then there were such nice students. Iron closed her eyes and ran away in fear, asking for forgiveness for her reaction. Chelsea also felt uneasy because the first thing that came to her mind was that they did something wrong, and Elaine agreed that the girl was very shy and they clung to her like leeches. Lion looked after his granddaughter with some sadness and quietly told Leo that he was counting on him, to which he simply nodded, understanding what to do. The guy again headed towards the shy elf as it had happened before, but now he was already proud of the feat she had accomplished by coming to visit. Iron sat on the balcony, regretting that she came here, because in the end when they met she ran away, unable to withstand the pressure, even though the girls were very nice and friendly. The girl got scared when a warm jacket suddenly fell on her shoulders, and she screamed at Leo that he would catch a cold, to which she heard that she had no need to worry about him. The guy didn't wait long and asked directly why the elf had run away from Siren, had made such a journey, and had nevertheless entered inside, but at first she didn't know what to answer. Gathering her strength together, Iron explained that she still thought she wasn't fit for the role of a hero, and Flo sighed heavily for the first time, saying that she was back to her old ways. The depressed student explained that student life was too much pressure on her, and then she met a beauty who shone like the sun, and the guy asked who it was about. Iron almost screamed, she was so impressed by Miss Lunia, and continued her story. As now the student remembered the moment when she was still studying, and every time she saw Lunia in the corridor she admired her because she considered her incredible in all respects. Iron immediately included herself in the list of those who paled in comparison to Lunia, but at the same time she was ready to follow her ideal everywhere. The girl is horrified every time she remembers that despite her diligent efforts she made a terrible mistake in the demonstration duel. Iron ended the story by saying that in her opinion after the duel Lunia began to hate her, which was the reason for leaving school. Leo as always analyzed what he heard, and this time he still believed that Iron was not the one to hate, and Lunia also did not look like a bitch who would hold a grudge, so he needed to figure out what was going on. Flo plunged into his memories again, and although he couldn't explain it to himself, he saw in Iron more and more the good old Velkia. Leo decided to cheer up the student and shifted her focus by asking if she liked stories about Velkia, to which Iron smiled and immediately cheerfully replied that she certainly liked them because he was her ancestor. Looking somewhere far into the sky, the young man reminded Iron that in that case she should know that Velkia respected the great heroes who in their time guided her on the true path, which led to her becoming a hero herself. From all this, Leo concluded that the elf should not worry about how others see her, but instead stick to her own path which she chooses herself. Extending his hand to the inspired student, Flo asked if she wanted to come back now and assured her that his classmates were annoying but actually very nice guys. The next day, the students were in the forest again, in a larger group this time with 2 professors, and waiting for help. Lunia was still burning with anger at Leo but still asked how he convinced Iron to come so far with them. Flo, being pleased that both students were talking to him, said that he convinced the girl that Lunia was not dangerous and there was nothing to fear, which is why she was shocked that the student turned out to be afraid. Leo explained that Iron shared how terrible Lunia was at the demonstration duel, which made it look like hatred, but the girl denied that she was just focused because Iron looked strong to her, and the guy advised him to tell her this in person. Professor Gerdium happily announced to everyone that those they had been waiting for had come to them, and all the students turned in that direction. The head of the group of senior students was apparently the class monitor, but these were just guesses. The guy came up to shake Gerdium's hand, and he reciprocated by smiling at the guy and saying that his recent dissertation was quite impressive. Leo caught for himself not so much the name of the elder, but the ring on the finger, which looked rather suspicious. In order to be informed, Flo asked Lunia who that guy was, and she explained that it was Rauda Algra, the third-year class leader. The student also added that in his second year he didn't really stand out in any way, but then he sharply improved his skills and people heard about him everywhere, and this became the number 2 wake-up call for the guy after the ring. Harid asked to be more attentive because it was time to announce the distribution among the teams, and Gerdium clarified that the division would take place in such a way that 1 senior would be assigned 1 or 2 first years. The first team was Leo and Lunia, but they paused before deciding on the leader. When Rauda was chosen as the leader, Leo mentally asked the professors to say that this was just a joke.